is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. We're live, and I'm coming at you straight on. I'm your host, Chris Puckett, and this is the very first day of Valorant at the Esports World Cup 2026. I want to welcome you all in and introduce my desk. We have the incredible Athena alongside my man, Mitch, better known as Pilsky in this world. Pilsky, I want to start with you. We are in Paris, not Riyadh, for our third year of the EWC. What's the vibe been? Athena, they're still building all around us. We just took over the Expo. We are in week 0, but we're already starting with the group stages in Valorant. So for anyone who hasn't been around the Valorant scene for a minute, what are the big storylines coming into the weekend?
Oh man, there is so many. For me, I'm looking at our first matchup, 100 Thieves. It's their first time being on a global stage with this roster, but also from Americas. mibr, first time being in a globals as well. So it's really interesting to see how they play out. And of course, all these teams that couldn't make it through and win that Masters London are back. Some of them trying to claim a championship trophy.
Yeah, we were talking to Baby Bay as he was warming up yesterday. He's like, oh yeah, G2, we bombed out of London. This is our London.
Yeah.
They are focused, and they know they should be, because it's a $2 million prize pool. If you don't know how the format is going to work, though, let's walk you through all of the competition here at the Esports World Cup. It's coming here in just a moment. Lock in 16 teams, $2 million. It's going to be amazing.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you got the group format going into the playoffs. We did have it kicking off just last year for Valorant, and that was very exciting. In fact, some of the teams that we've got playing in this very opening game both did unfortunately bomb out in the group stages, so they've got a little bit of a run to be making here to go forward in towards this group stage, just starting off in the first matchup.
We got it ready for you. Take your first look at the format here at the Esports World Cup.
Valorant is back at the Esports World Cup for a second year, and this time everything is bigger and better. We've added an entire extra week of competition, made sure all matches are at least a best of 3, and added an extra $750,000 to the prize pool to bring it up to $2 million. You don't want to miss a single second of this. 16 of the world's best teams have earned a spot here at the Esports World Cup. As the EWC 2025 winner, Team Heretics from EMEA have been invited back to try and defend their crown. They are joined by the Stage 1 winners of the VCT Regional Leagues, G2 Esports from Americas, Paper Rex from Pacific, and Edward Gaming from China. As Team Heretics won VCT EMEA, but already qualified to EWC as the title defender, the second-place EMEA squad, Team Vitality, also received an invite. The remaining teams all battled their way through the online qualifiers to make it here. 3 teams from EMEA, Pacific, and the Americas earned spots through each region's qualifier, while the top 2 teams from the China qualifier also advanced to LAN. We kick things off with a GSL group stage featuring 4 groups of 4 teams. Teams will play a double elimination bracket. Win 2 matches, and you advance to playoffs on the main stage. Lose 2, and you head home early. All group stage matches will be a best of 3. The top 2 teams from each group will advance to the single elimination playoffs. Matches here will also be a best of 3, until we reach the grand final where 2 teams will face off in an epic best of 5. There will also be a third-place decider match played just before the grand final. That's everything you need to know, so let's jump straight into action. It's time to kick off Valorant at EWC 2026.
Awesome breakdown right there, and it's pretty simple stuff. You got to survive 2 match wins out of the groups. If you make it there, you're playing in the playoffs where you're guaranteed some serious cash. We got Athena and Mitch to break everything down. And Pilsky, I want to talk a little bit about the teams feeling pressure because some of the squads got invites at the start of the year. They knew they were coming into EWC, but you were casting qualifiers up until last week. What has it been like for some of the squads getting here?
I mean, it's a very different road for a lot of the different squads. Some of the squads have come straight off the back of a Masters event. They will not have had time to prep, whereas some other teams, as you mentioned, G2 for example, they might have had a little bit more time. They might be looking at this event with full prep, full focus. Some of the teams coming through the qualifiers will have had plenty of time to study up on their opponents and see what they've been prepping for this event. So it's going to be about some teams just trying to tread water a little bit, whereas some teams are going to be coming into it very, very well prepared.
All different ways to get here, but ultimately it's about 4 teams per region. Athena, let's talk about how it broke down, though, in our groups. Starting with Group A, this could be the group of death, according to some of the people backstage. Talk to me about our squads we're going to see on the main stage open up.
Yeah, I mean, the first matchup, we're going to see 100 Thieves versus RRQ. I think this makes a lot of sense because both these teams are so good. I mean, when I'm watching them play, it's been phenomenal, but it's also been like they've been one step behind from making it to any of those globals and kind of proving themselves. But also with BBL and EDG, both these teams were looking to see more from them and make sure that they have some sort of proof on the stage.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, EDG coming straight off the back of Masters London, they were so close.
Yeah.
They were playing so well. So I think that they really realized they have potential to beat the very best teams in the world. They were coming in full force to try to represent China, as well as possible, because some of the other Chinese teams, I don't know how much faith you can have. XLG definitely right there. All Gamers earlier on in the year had a really good run coming into an international event, but seeded ahead, unfortunately, fell flat a little bit.
So keep it a buck. Who is the top team in this group? Who is the dark horse or the biggest underdog in Group A?
That's hard.
I got EDG as my top team, but
EDG is the top.
BBL is pretty good. Dark horse, I'm going to have to say RRQ.
Really?
Yeah.
100 Thieves? For me, it's EDG for sure, and then 100 Thieves second up there.
I love it. So you guys are choosing each other's region, or your own region, to be the weakest.
You'll never catch me choosing America's. Are you serious?
Sorry about that. My bad. All right, so that is a look at what's going down in Group Group A. We also have our second round of matches coming from Group B, and you said this could be where the people are most excited. Athena,
oh my gosh.
we are going to see so many great games. All best of threes was the biggest change, though. So how does that affect your gameplay coming into the group stages?
Oh man, BO3s is awesome, I think, for a team because you have more than one opportunity to kind of show what you are made of. I think especially when it comes to vetoes, there's so much that comes into it. So much gameplay, so much understanding of how the other team wants to go. And it also gives you a time to kind of anti-strat. Make sure you're not letting those strong maps go through for the other team. And I think when you're talking about teams like Paper X and NRG, that is super important because they did just both perform in London. They did both just play. And so everyone kind of knows what they're coming hot of.
Yeah, I think there's just going to be less parity. Best of ones always lead to maybe some more random upsets.
Yeah.
Maybe one team is able to veto down onto a map that they're very comfortable on, whereas across a bigger sample size, they might struggle against a stronger team. So I think there's going to be less parity. You're definitely going to get the best teams heading through from the groups in towards playoffs because even if an underdog wins, you can't really take much away from it when they win a best of 3 instead of a best of 1.
Now, I just came off a Call of Duty event in La Defense Arena, and we witnessed the Gentlemates, who are going to be competing in a number of EWC games, going wild for their squad. We have 2 other French teams in competition in Valorant, though, and they have to play each other on day number 1. So who do you think has the bigger fan base between Vitality and Carmine Core right now for Valorant in particular?
Easily Carmine Core.
You reckon?
Surely. Yes.
I don't actually know. I'm not an expert on this. Personally, I'm more of a fan of Vitality, but in terms of fan bases, I mean, I'm actually not sure. I know, regardless, though, that there's going to be an insane number of French fans cheering for all 3 of those orgs that are all participating in Valorant. It's insane that all 3 of them have made it. 3 out of 4 of the EMEA teams do have some kind of French backing.
Now, one of the big surprises is the fact that the Heretics were the reigning champions. They also were able to give the second place in EMEA a road to EWC. Are the Heretics the team to beat coming into 2026, or is there a new giant in the Valorant world?
No, you definitely could not make the argument that Heretics are the team to beat. In fact, I think even going into that EWC event, I was kind of calling it in the group stage because they were playing very, very well last year. I don't even think they were necessarily considered to be the favorite to win that event either. I think they were a bit of a dark horse that went on a really good run, hit a really good purple patch of form to be able to run the gauntlet all the way through that last EWC tournament. And I think that there still are a very stacked, interesting roster, but in EMEA, there's just so much talent, so much competition that they've been struggling a little bit to make it all the way in towards those international qualifications sometimes.
I think for me, when I'm thinking about the people that I'm looking forward to most, it's Paper Rex. It's those players that I think kind of struggled a little bit in London to get that finals. Yeah, it's me, Paper Rex. Big fan. No, I think they're the ones that I'm going to be watching personally. I don't think Team Heretics has kind of really proven themselves to be up there, to be in that standard. That is, if they do end up having some crazy run again, which they've done before, I wouldn't be surprised too.
And you got no Leviathan here, right? So no final boss to deal with at the end of your Valorant tournament. As we continue on with our group discussion, let's bring up more graphics and show you who all is in the competition. The Gentlemates and XLG will be in Group C a little bit later, and I'm told we can cover that tomorrow. So let's talk a little bit about what we've seen so far. We know the prize money's $2 million. We know we've got 16 teams, and we're starting with groups on 2 different streams. So, Athena, if you're just dialing in, do you need to open up 2 different windows? Which is the more important matchup to start the day?
Oh, absolutely. I think you got to watch both matches. But for me personally, this has nothing to do with a bias about me being from Americas and being on the Americas stream. But I think this first match, 100 Thieves, is going to be my favorite to watch with RRQ because, again, both these teams, they've struggled to prove themselves. And I think this is going to be kind of one where it's a battle of creativity and a battle with the maps just to make sure kind of they can prove what they have because 100 Thieves for me never made a global, especially with this iteration of the roster. Asuna, who's been on the roster for so long, hasn't been able to kind of prove himself in a global either. So I'm really expecting to see something cooked up from here, considering they're one of the most creative teams to come out from America.
Excellent answer there. And as we're getting ready for this matchup, I'm told we can take a look at our players. So Pilsky, do us the honors. The RRQ boys are on the stage first. So who is the squad representing the Pacific tonight?
I mean, they're kind of the team that has always struggled when it comes to international internationals. They did manage to take a Pacific title last year, so they very much always prove domestically that they are some of the very best in the region. You've got Jemkin in the duelist role. He might be one of the best duelists in Pacific. He is definitely a player to watch, as well as Xfero, who is arguably the best Sentinel in the whole league. They have two really big heavy hitters, and they've got a great caller on Crazy Guy. The question marks start with really the rest of the roster. Kushi is a very up and down player, and then they've just added a new player. They are replacing Monyet with Zan. Roll for roll, that's going to be a really good swap, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to be ready for this international stage and this level of competition.
Now, what I was going to ask, though, is I know they've struggled internationally, but that could have been in front of an audience. Today, you're in group stages with no fans. This feels like you are practicing at a normal studio or even at your home boot camp. It's a very, I guess, calm atmosphere in the venue tonight.
I would love to agree with you, but they were here last year at EWC in the exact same environment. Guess what? They bombed out of the groups. In saying that, though, so did 100 Thieves. Different roster this year, but some of the same players. So one of these two teams, I mean, this game will be very important for one of these organizations who also do compete in other games at EWC. RRQ's got teams in other games. They want to at least make it through the group stage here, and this first win is going to be super important, especially when you're staring down the barrel of an EDG, I believe, on the other side of things, or maybe a BBL. That's going to be potentially the harder game compared to this first one, in my opinion.
Coach is getting us fired up on the 100 Thieves side. Athena, it is your turn. Who is this beautiful man with the blonde hair in the front?
Beautiful man with the blonde hair. I didn't get to see, but I'm looking at. Oh, you're talking about Cryo.
Of course.
You like the little blonde
of
streak
course,
in there.
He's getting fired up for EWC.
Dude, Cryo for me is one of the players to watch. Maybe the player to watch for this roster. There's so many hard hitters, but he's consistently been really good. Always fragging out, being really phenomenal on the Senti role, especially when he switches over to that chamber. When they've done that, they've done a really good job at enabling him, making him take that space, being aggressive with his operator, and he's held the lines for his team. But of course, the rest of the roster, they're all so good. I'm looking at Vora as the ag.al, and I think he's absolutely phenomenal. And then Asuna as well, who's been on this roster for
I wanted to ask you about that, because I started with Valorant as a caster, and Asuna was in all of the games, right? He was the star. You would watch him on Raze, Bind. He would just blow you apart. Is he still the star fragger? Is he the one to lead the team when it comes to kills?
So he's not the star fragger right now. Timatino is the duelist. That being said, Asuna has been the best flex player, I think, in all of Americas right now. He's been playing Sage. He's been playing Neon. He's been playing Phoenix. He's literally been doing almost everything.
Different play styles in that group.
Few different play styles. We've actually asked him a lot of times, like, how do you deal with so many play styles? But for him, it just comes naturally. That being said, when he is on the Neon, him and Timatino have such good synergy. They're so good with the double duelist, and he can definitely get up there with the frags. I feel like towards the end of stage 1, that's when he really started performing.
Uh-oh, I'm a little worried about some jet lag setting in. How you feeling about your Pacific crew? Okay.
Most cool, collected player. I don't think I've ever seen him raise his voice above a 5. And I think on the other side of things to Cryo, stylistically, they play very similarly. These are two players that have played the duelists, that have played Jet in the past. They flex onto Chamber and Sentinel at times. They like to play a slower play style. I described Jemkin when they won stage 1 as kind of like the Terminator. Like he's always coming for you.
He's recharging right now.
But he's not necessarily, but he's very dangerous if he catches up to you, and he's going to take things at his own pace. And I think that really is very much his style. He's a very dangerous player when he's able to activate.
We've got our players ready to go. We are just moments away from kicking off map 1. And reminder, it is not best of ones. We've increased the prize pool by $750,000, and we've increased your match length by at least 1 map. Let's talk about the distance. Will we get to a game 3? And Athena, walk me through how we're getting to game number 1. What map did they choose?
I mean, this makes sense. We have the map veto. RRQ did ban Split, which makes a lot of sense against 100 Thieves. They've had a lot of success with that Sage comp, but then 100 Thieves has followed up, banning that Lotus, leaving RRQ with that first pick. They did pick Ascent, which I want to know your thoughts on that, actually.
Yeah, I mean, RRQ, it's a map that they've dabbled in for quite some time across various different metas with mixed success. So we'll see how it's going to go for them. I think these vetoes between international teams that don't play each other from different regions are always very tricky territory. I even remember going in as a coach to an international event and thinking, I've just got my best 3 maps in the veto, got like 13-6, 2-0'd, you know? Like sometimes you have a certain read that you have a very good comfortability on a certain map. You look at how the other team plays in their region, but you lack the context for the regional strengths of some of the other teams and how they might be performing. So we'll see how the Ascent picks goes for them. We're getting into the agent select for that particular map here. Is this kind of what you were expecting on the defense here for 100 Thieves?
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. Asuna has been phenomenal on this Phoenix. We actually haven't seen them play that much Ascent yet when it came to it. So kind of interesting. I could have expected a Sage. Knowing Asuna, he's had a lot of these opportunities just as insert that Sage into it. But the Phoenix makes a lot of sense. The double duelist for this team has genuinely been phenomenal. And I'm really excited to see Timotino on the Jet being able to take that space. I think this comp is pretty standard, pretty meta.
Yeah.
So it makes a lot of sense. But on the other side, I see a Sage and a Vito.
Yeah, I mean, RRQ, they like to, get a little bit tricky sometimes. That'll be an interesting one to see as they go through their attack side here. It is naturally going to be a bit of a slower comp. You don't have as much kind of punching power as something like a Phoenix. It's going to be a little bit harder to work the map. You're working in towards A main or B or taking mid. A lot of the time, a blaze wall and a curveball goes a long way to making progress, but RRQ is just a comp full of a bunch of guys with guns. There's going to have to be a little bit more contacting, and they're going to have to get much more value out of something like a drone.
Yeah, I think it's kind of ironic that they're picking Sage against the Asuna Sage. That's been the one that's coming up with a lot of these walls. I don't know if you
think they're thinking about that.
Hold
I don't think they care
on.
about that.
Do you not remember on Corrode when Asuna did the boost into that tiny little hole and
everyone started doing
it?
Yep.
I'm
Full
just saying,
started doing that.
he's the first Sage. He's got that on lock. So it's kind of interesting to see. But again, starting on attack, it's kind of rough for that.
I mean, it's always going to be rough. That is the age-old thing with Ascent. In a lot of metas, a very defensive side of map. I think if you're playing a double duelist mirror, that's a different story. But that's not going to be the case here for RRQ. Might be a little bit harder for them to get going on the attack. Hopefully, they can try to win the pistol, try to get in with a couple of good gun rounds, and then when they flip over to the defense, maybe they'll be a little bit more comfortable. I think it's interesting that Jovi is the coach of RRQ here, though, and at least he has a little bit more insight and knowledge into how some of these American teams perform, because he's been over there in that region. He might be watching it a little bit more actively than some other people in Pacific. So I'm kind of hoping that that's going to give him a good read on what 100 Thieves likes to do.
Yeah, we didn't even get the chance to talk about Jovi earlier on, but he's been absolutely phenomenal. I've actually worked with him personally on a personal level on FlyQuest when he was in charge of that Game Changers roster, and he's so good at understanding the fundamentals of the game and making sure he's communicating that to his team. He's also really good at anti-stratting, and that's what I'm scared of, because knowing how 100 Thieves play, they are very creative, but you can anti-strat them at the end of the day. And I think too, for me, when I'm looking at the Phoenix, when I'm looking at the Jet, it is kind of scary when they do switch over and switch sides, trying to get attack anywhere on either side of the map with that Sage, with that Vito. You're gonna have to bait out so much util before you're able to actually be able to do something.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it can be a little bit troublesome to be attacking into these heavy senti comps, but that's where Ascent, I mean, you're going to have to be able to keep the defense honest. You're going to have to be working those main controls and be able to have many threats on the map, forcing out the Sage Wall, breaking that a little bit, doing the double pumps against the Vito. That's probably what RQ has to have in mind, but that's where this man on your screen comes into the equation. Crazy Guy, very much one of the best callers in Pacific. It's really just a question of whether he has the best read at the time. Can run into a bit of a brick wall at times, but very, very good mid-rounder, and especially if a team like RRQ goes down a lot of rounds, particularly starting out on this attack, I might be concerned for someone like Zan. This is a rookie player coming into an international event. He does not have a whole lot of experience. He has played at Ascension and things like that at the past within the APAC region, but at an international event, we haven't seen this player. He's going to be debuting in replacing Mon yet. But in general, RRQ, a very, very good team when they're behind. A lot of tenacity to be able to make some comebacks and things like that.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy because on the other side of the roster, other side of the stage, you have Bang, who has done a really good job and been in charge of one of the reasons why 100 Thieves has had a good championship run, or at least has won some sort of trophy. Bang was on that roster during that iteration. Yeah. And so you have this veteran of Bang who's been genuinely one of the best clutchers and so far one of the best controller anchors I've seen in Americas too. Yep. This roster, it's so confusing to me when I'm thinking about their group stage run, when I'm thinking about how they performed in Americas, because on paper, individuals, they're so good. Everyone's so phenomenal at their role, and I just haven't seen them perform the way that I wanted
I think it's a similar story for both of these teams, actually. Like, both of these teams are reasonably stacked. Yeah, there's some question marks in some of the roles or in certain matchups and things like that, but I'm looking at 100 Thieves placements. I'm seeing a lot of 4th, 5th, things like that.
Yeah.
I'm looking at RRQ. I'm seeing a lot of 4th, 5th. They just can't seem to get into the top couple. That can sometimes be where you're running into a brick wall playing the very best teams, or where you're running into a team that's on a really, really good run of form. I think we had that in both Pacific and Americas. You guys had Furia in kickoff go on a crazy run. We had Nongshim go on a crazy run. So sometimes you just run into a team that's really hot, and sometimes you just run into one of the old staples that always makes top 3s and goes to international events.
Well, speaking of Furia, 100 Thieves actually beat Furia 2-0 and then moved on to beat Loud 3-0 in order to qualify for this event, which goes to show how crazy Americas is right now, where you never know who's going to win. That, and when I'm thinking of a team like mibr, it's the same thing. Both these teams have so much potential, so much firepower. They've proven it time and time again, but they haven't been able to put up the results to show that. They haven't made it to an international. And I think for this team of 100 Thieves, when you're up against Leviathan, Crew, you have G2, NRG, mibr. It's kind of really hard, but this is the time to kind of cement yourself and show yourself as a pillar of the Americas.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see RRQ take on an Americas team. I feel like at most international events, I'm used to seeing them play an EMEA. I feel like they've played Fnatic like 500 times, so I'm hoping this is going to give them a little bit of a different flavor, something a little bit different at the start of this group stage, because I think both of these teams, although there's no kind of easy team in this group, in my opinion, I think both of these teams will see this opening matchup and be happy of it, looking at the other side of the bracket and seeing EDG versus BBL. Both of those teams are going to be a nightmare to play. EDG's on a hot streak coming back off the back of London, and BBL is no pushover either. We already saw them earlier on in the opening Masters event of this year do quite well for themselves, have a nice little run over in EMEA. Unfortunately, Foot kind of eclipsed them a little bit this time around, but these Turkish rosters, you really just cannot take them for granted.
Yeah, I'm really looking at these players. I'm obviously a little bit biased here, but for me, my prediction, personally, my prediction is that 100 Thieves is going to run away with this, but they're not going to take it easy. I think I'm looking kind of at a 2-1 here, personally, especially looking at the maps.
Yeah, I kind of feel like 100 Thieves is probably the favorite here as well. RRQ is a hard team to root for at the best of times.
Damn, you're not even loyal
domestically,
to your teams.
they are very, very good. Internationally, they always struggle. And I've watched all of their games internationally. It has caused me great pain.
At least they've made it to internationals.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And we can have a conversation about maybe if 100 Thieves would have done a little bit better or not. Been a while since we saw 100 Thieves win Americas. For RRQ, at least, you could only need to go back a couple of stages, and they've already taken a title for themselves. So look, maybe they're not necessarily making it into the top couple. Part of that is down to, T1 super team, Nongshim going on a little bit of run. Paper X is always just good. It's a hard, tussle to make it into the top couple of Pacific. So, yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. Looking at these maps, at least. So we've got Ascent first. That is RRQ's pick. Then 100 Thieves. They've gone and picked Breeze, which I'm actually surprised about. I don't know how you feel about this, but seeing that RRQ hasn't had the best of success on Breeze, and seeing that 100 Thieves has done phenomenal, essentially, every time they've played Breeze, I'm really surprised that they let that through.
I think that Breeze is going to be a bit of a false dichotomy for 100 Thieves, in my opinion. I think that RRQ, the whispers are that RRQ has been very good on Breeze. In some of the officials, maybe it hasn't gone their way. In Kickoff in particular, they were the team in the upper bracket game, and they lost 3 best-of-5s in a row to be kicked out of Kickoff and not make it to the opening Masters tournament of this year. And they lost every time on Breeze. Since then, they have kind of mixed things up. I like the fact that they're kind of playing the KO Harbor comp at the moment. I think it allows them to mid-round quite nicely. I like the way that they play the KO. So I think it is quite a good map for them. I want to see if they rejig things a little bit, though, in terms of their comp in particular when we head through onto Breeze, because previously they did have Monyet playing the Harbor. He was okay on it, a little bit up and down, but Zan mixed into this roster is definitely a Neon guy, and Jemkin is not a Neon guy. He kind of just fills Neon when they need to. So I'm wondering which one of those two things is going to take priority, or whether they'll actually just move in a completely different direction and start playing double duelists again. I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of Jet Neon from RRQ.
Yeah. Dude, I would love a double duelist matchup because 100 Thieves on the other side, they've been doing that. They've been loving it too, which is kind of crazy considering as soon as KO was also really, really good in Americas, but they've switched over to that Phoenix, to that Jet. I don't know if they're going to keep that essentially today, but from what I've seen, it's where they found their success. They're so good at those aggressive plays. They're really good at setting up a lot of these little mini trap plays and denying a lot of the map control, because even on their defensive side, they've taken a lot of that map control. When I'm thinking towards that A main, they're using their resources there to be able to fight, to be able to push back the other team and not make it easy. But moving on to that third map, we have the Haven, which is the decider, which for me, you're smiling right now. Tell me what you're thinking.
I mean, it's just stock standard RRQ, really. It's just like dead in the middle of the map pool. I think this is a lot of vetoes, to be honest. I swear to God, Haven is a third map decider in like every second veto at the moment. It's because it's just been in the map pool for such a long time. So I don't think that RRQ are going to be particularly happy or sad that the third map is Haven. I think they're just totally fine with it, and it's just going to be down to the better team that wins at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think both teams just pretty solid for that.
I think RRQ is very happy with this veto, if I was to guess.
Really?
I think the Ascent is a bit of a question mark pick for me, but they're always a little bit funky with their pick. I think that the Breeze stats are a little bit misleading. I think RRQ is going to be a little bit better than you would expect to be on Breeze, but we'll see. The stats don't look great, but I'm telling you, I watched and casted most of those games recently. How much? What's the filter on that, by the way? How many months are we talking about?
This is Stage 1 and Masters.
Stage 1 and Masters.
Okay, does not include the EWC qualifier, so there is a little bit of data
The thing
missing,
is, though, if you add a kickoff to that, those stats will get worse.
Kickoff doesn't count.
Those stats will get worse, though.
Wait, really?
They lost 3 in a row in kickoff. Oh, boy. So, look, Xfero, you can see he's locked in. He's ready for this game. He is very much meditating for himself and getting ready for this series, as are we. But we're going to take a little bit of a break, allow him to have a rest, and we'll be back with map 1 of 100 Thieves and RRQ right after this.
Did you hear it? Sorry, I was like,
play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
I think it's crazy. Our fan base is like really huge in France. I think most of the people like already saw some events we did. So I'm pretty happy to be here. We missed out on Champs Paris last year. It's good for us to have an international event that we can play in front of our crowd, you know. I don't know if it's stress, but it's like, it's a good pressure that we have. We of course want to represent the country of our org. Also, like, I grew up in Paris, like it's a special city for me. So there is a lot of story about it.
We're extremely excited. We cannot wait for this opportunity. Obviously, we need to get out of groups first, but that's like even extra motivation for us to meet them all. It's our organization home country, home city, you know, so that's one of the biggest goals for us for sure.
Feels good to play here, of course, because Vitality French org and we're in France now, so it will be really fun to get into playoffs and share the stage with some of the fans too. I think that will be cool for everyone, one of us and stuff, and for me it will be especially, like, I am playing the French org. For me, like, it's a really exciting tournament, I think.
I moved to Paris when I was 7 years old, and growing up in Paris, like, I think has been a chance for me, because I don't think I would be there today if I didn't, like, if my mom didn't move to France. And as I said, like, yeah, I'm grateful for everything, you know, like, I'm trying to stay humble, like, work hard, prove by what I'm doing every day.
Our group is definitely the strongest, but I don't know, I feel like it's also probably the most exciting to watch. We have a lot of fans here and stuff, so again, it will be cool to play in front of them and just feel the support in person to French fans, especially when I'm watching like different esports and stuff. The crowd is usually like really good. Game by game, we have first Casey, and then we'll see like who will play next. It will just be fun to see it.
I wish it would have been like with the crowds. Unfortunately, the first game there's no crowds, but I wish there was a crowd, because there's gonna be Vitality fans against Casey fans. It would have been so good, but it's fine. Still, it's gonna be an amazing match.
In last year's finals, we were in a tough situation. I think a lot of different words were said, different tactics to wake up, maybe some harsh, maybe some inspirational.
I think all it took was winning that third map to give us that big amount of belief in ourselves that we can do it.
Even though it was so bad, we still inside believe that it's possible. Can't stop believing, because if you stop believing, then that's it.
Brienne's on 78 HP! He did the ultimate, but so much crashes!
The trophy felt unusual. I mean, it was my first Valorant trophy. I think for all of us as well. Especially, you know, thinking like 2 hours ago we were in the worst position possible. It felt amazing. It felt like a moment of finally.
I think I kind of knew in my head that we would win it, just because it's really hard for them to be mentally strong, being 2-0 up and then going to 2-2. Like, there was no way in my head that we were going to lose that last map, just based on knowing what mental state they're in and what mental state we're in.
Yeah, I mean, this year, mibr is not in our roster. I mean, obviously I would have liked to play with my brother, but it's, you know, esports, it's competitions. Koshmaris and mibr are very similar in terms of playstyle. Of course, we have differences, but I think as a team we're very similar to last year.
I think it's a lot of good teams here, but we're here to defend our title. We're gonna try as hard as possible, and teams will remember the form that we were in last year, and hopefully we can replicate it this year.
We're here to defend the title, and good luck to the teams trying to take it from us.
All right, we're back from the break here at the Esports World Cup 2026, kicking off with Valorant. Just running through a couple little teething issues here on the stage before we kick off RRQ versus 100 Thieves. The start here of Group A, I believe it is, on the B stream. Got a little bit of a banger game. Of course, Americas versus Pacific and Americas versus Pacific on the cast. Whichever one of us will perform better or worse will get replaced later.
Yep,
it's definitely not already decided.
Yeah, no, it's not decided on rotation. We actually, whoever performs, not only do they have to get off the cast if you lose, you also have to just leave and leave Paris completely. So it's kind of insane.
I'm packing as many croissants into my suitcase as I can. They're pretty light. I can get a lot in there.
True. You squish them up, make a nice little stack.
That probably ruins it.
Yeah,
There's someone
ruined the
who's done
croissant.
that, and I'm sure a lot of French people are mad about it.
Definitely. But while we're talking about French, we're going to be talking about Paris, because this has been such a beautiful city to host this event in so far. And again, just to reiterate, the prize pool, $2 million prize pool, first place going home with a big chunk of that money. They've increased the money. They've made it BO3 matches at the beginning. And so this is a huge event that we're here for, and we're so excited for, especially with this matchup today.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, a bit more of a condensed format last year. This year, they definitely are starting to flesh things out a little bit more. As mentioned before, the best of threes is going to be huge for the players. I think it's going to allow them and the teams to really shine. You mentioned the vetoes and things like that, but also just getting more reps at an international event. I mean, I'm from Oceania, so I'm used to going to an international event, or at least supporting a team at an international event. Being the 16th seed,
Okay,
you
humble
verse
brag.
the first seed, and you get banged in a best of one, and then you go home for 20, 30 hours. So sometimes that's how it be. At this event, not the case. You get to play at least one best of three, multiple best of threes. You've got the GSL format, upper lower bracket. We're not playing round robin or any of that nonsense. And we're just going to go and send 2 teams from each groups into the playoffs.
Yep. Sounds great to me. And for those of you that are just jumping in, it is 100 Thieves versus RRQ on this stream. And we've talked a lot about both these teams, talking about how they're both powerhouses in their own way, and a little bit about the vetoes. And while we're just getting things started here, I wanted to talk a little bit more about 100 Thieves. Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed that I would have wanted to talk about 100 Thieves? But they've been so
Pop
phenomenal.
off,
but I don't I don't know. That caught me off guard. I don't know how you feel about this, but for 100 Thieves, for me, they've been one of the most creative teams that we've seen in Americas. I say this even starting in kickoff when they had the waylay. The way that Timitino was being set up to use that waylay was really well done, and I feel like I didn't see that many teams abuse it in a way that they did. They ended up using that waylay to get a lot of that information, but be able to refract back and be able to go really quick into another direction, just completely catch the other team off guard. Obviously, waylay no longer that good in this meta, but I'm excited to see what they can kind of bring to the table here, if they've made any changes to their comps.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, on the side of RRQ, you know, they tend to like to keep it pretty vanilla. Of course, they have their own flavor of things that they like to do. We have already seen...
they've just picked Sage and Veto on Ascent.
Pacific is a wild place, okay? I know
You can't say that and say vanilla.
In Americas, they go, oh my god, they changed one agent. Wow,
Yeah,
this
that's
is
a
really
big
creative.
deal.
In Pacific, we're picking 3 to 5 duelists sometimes.
We go on strat roulette and we spin a wheel for a
yeah,
duel.
I mean, RRQ. The thing is, RRQ stylistically would probably be considered a bit more of a vanilla team, because I think a lot of people who don't watch the region might regard Pacific as like every team just runs it down. RRQ definitely plays a lot more like a European or an American team. They play a slower pace. They mid-round a lot.
Yeah.
They don't just play 30-second, site exec simulator. They definitely do kind of work the map a little bit. They try to be a bit clever with the calling. They try to have some decent amount of prep. Yeah, I think that's going to be an interesting thing to kind of be tackling stylistically against a team like 100 Thieves. And I think in general, that's kind of my own opinion about why sometimes RRQ might struggle at internationals, because they often try to play, like they're playing a team like Fnatic and they're like playing a slower style. And it's like, we're just kind of doing what you're doing, but maybe a little worse sometimes. Although they have had some very close maps. But in Pacific, I mean, they very much are the team where they do like to slow down the mid-rounding a little bit more. They do like to mix up the pacing as opposed to some of the other teams that are a bit quicker. Your Paper X's, your full sensors, things like that. They like to send it a bit more.
Yeah, I think for 100 Thieves, they've definitely done a good job at balancing both those things. Being able to play somewhat aggressive when they need to be, especially when you're looking at how they were playing versus Loud, which Loud is known to be super phenomenal with their fragging power. Players like Luke Show just going out there, trying to get as many picks as possible, but 100 Thieves were able to shut that down. They're so good at being able to play back when they need to, being able to just be aggressive, and maybe running it down is the strat to do. They've done such a good job, and a really big props to Vora, because his ig.aling, his mid-round has been phenomenal as well. I feel like he's really driven this team to success. And for me, when I'm looking at the coach and ig.al synergy, Vora and his coach have been so good at understanding each other, building these playbooks, building these strats, having such a deep map pool, but seeing that in the server, nobody's actually lost or confused or overwhelmed with what they want to do. So I think for me, from 100 Thieves, that's why I keep talking about their creativity. It goes way beyond through and through the relationships, not just in the server, but also outside of it.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of overlap, honestly. If you just discuss both of these teams and say what their strengths and weaknesses are, you talk about having a strong mid-round caller, you talk about having a bit of a slower paced, maybe baity at times star player that likes to just let the game come to them, evolving a core gradually, incrementally over time. I think that's the same thing for RRQ. They've had a certain core of players. Xfer has been around since literally the inception of Pacific franchising as the centerpiece of RRQ. Then you had Jemkin, you had Crazy Guy come in a little bit more recently than that. Similar to 100 Thieves, you've got some players that have been around since the very beginning, and they've kind of incrementally built the roster around them over time, changing in 1 or 2 players at a time over seasons until they end up with their current iteration. So I think both of these teams, as mentioned before, maybe falling a little shy of some international qualifications. This event is a good opportunity to prove themselves against the global field.
Yeah, and as much as 100 Thieves have these veterans, you've talked about the globals, you've talked about the stages. This is the first time that 100 Thieves, at least this iteration of the roster, has gone to a global, has played on a global stage. So I'm really interested to see how they face up to that. Is there going to be a shift in mentality? Is there going to be a little bit more pressure? I'm looking at a player like Timotino, who's just come up from challengers into this roster. This has been his first time in the VCT. This has been his first roster, and he's performed absolutely phenomenally. It took him a little bit of time to warm up at the beginning of kickoff, but he's done such a good job. He's blossomed into a very well-rounded duelist player, someone who does his job really well, pulling those crosshairs, not necessarily constantly fragging out, but being able to do that job, get the movement in there, open up and make the space for the rest of his team. So it's honestly still a question mark for me how they're going to perform. If I'm thinking of the VCT Americas 100 Thieves, then 100% I understand where they are. I know who they are. I've seen them play. They're so phenomenal. But when it's moving to a different style, it's kind of going to be interesting to see how they do on the global stage. But that being said, we still have a couple more things to work on. And before we jump into the game, we're going to go into a quick break.
play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup 2026. We're here for Valorant, and it's 100 Thieves versus RRQ to kick off the group. Had a few little technical issues, but don't worry, guys. I got my high vis on. I got on the tools.
Yep.
Should be all good now. Joined here by Athena, and we have a Vito graphic here to have a little bit of a look at. We're going to kick things off here on a set picked by RRQ.
Yep, I like this. I think these map pools make a lot of sense for both these teams. The split ban coming in from RRQ, 100 Thieves banning Lotus, but this Ascent, it's going to be really interesting. We did get a sneak peek into the agents earlier. Double duelists on the side of 100 Thieves, and then you have that weird comp of Sage Vito on the side of RRQ. But I think this is a really good round to get us started because both these teams have proven that they have the strats it takes for this map.
Yeah, we'll see which one of them will prevail. You do want to move on. This is a GSL format group. You want to go into that elimination game, or rather into the progression game rather than the elimination game. We do have EDG taking on BBL over there on the A stream right now for much the same kind of result. And so far, looking pretty good for China.
Yep.
I'm pretty happy about that. We'll see if that does continue in that direction.
The quadruple overtime was really fun to watch.
That was, honestly. That was a banger game on Lotus. EDG currently up 1-0 in that series, and I do believe it is ongoing. And of course, over here between RRQ and 100 Thieves, the loser of this game will play the loser of that series. Winner will progress into the progression game for playoffs.
Yeah.
I'd imagine. Yeah, I've seen
that
a few
sounds right.
I've seen a few GSL groups once or twice. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
sure I
as
know
long
what's
as they
going on.
don't lose 2 games, then they make it out. There's 2 games that they... Sorry, I think they play 3 games total if they do make it through.
Okay, cool. Well, hopefully you can make it through in the least amount of games possible, though. But here for these 2 teams, you want a strong start. Both of these teams, although various different changes. Of course, it was a year ago, did play in the Esports World Cup, Valorant last year, and both of them got grouped. And I'll tell you what, it's going to be a lot easier not to get grouped if you just win this opening game for yourself.
That's true. That is how it works. You win this opening game, you can move on and play another. But I think I'm really looking forward... Just win the game. I'm really looking forward to what both these teams have to bring to the table because we talked about this a little bit earlier. But just again to reiterate, we see 100 Thieves that this iteration of a roster has never made it to a global event. Only a couple of the players have. And then you move over to RRQ where they have been to a global event most recently, but they've struggled to make it even out of groups.
Yeah, it's just been bitter disappointment at international events for RRQ, including the Esports World Cup last year.
Yeah.
They show flashes of brilliance. They show their potential in most of the series, but unfortunately they usually end up falling short. So they're hoping for a better run this time around. They've picked up a rookie in Zan. Monya has made his way out of the roster for the time being, although I do think he's at least warming the bench for now, at least what I've seen from the VLR pages and all that kind of stuff. So we'll see how Zan does go for himself. He's been kind of kicking it around in Tier 2 as of recently, coming on fresh off of Motive Esports. Also played over in Ascension for Naus previously, so he's got a little bit of experience under his belt, but only within the APAC scene. This will be his first chance to step up into an international event, and he hasn't even had a run in the VCT yet.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit comparable to Timotino on the other side, who moved up from challengers to play for this squad. He had a really good run there, really proved himself as a duelist, and that's why 100 Thieves picked him up the beginning of this year. But so far, he's proven himself in the server, but he's never been on that global stage. Seeing how the pressure he might handle the pressure, it's going to be really interesting because, again, when you're in that duelist role, when you're constantly kind of feeling that pressure of either fragging out or making sure you're committing to your role, committing to a lot of those hyper-aggressive plays that your team wants to do, it's going to be really interesting to see how they just set him up for success.
Yeah, there you go. Jebkin on your screen. A superstar player coming out of Pacific, often putting up the numbers for his squad. Do believe you'll be seeing plenty of him on the duelist going forward. And Zan will be that more flexible player, similar to what you saw from Monye. I think I might have even seen him on the Sage here, which is not too surprising. I remember watching Motive Esports. They also like to play quite a lot of Sage, and Zam was quite happy to pick that up for them. So that's well and truly within his agent pool, within his wheelhouse. We'll see how they do end up shuffling around the roles on this RRQ team, though, because it's a pretty close 1-for-1 between Monyet and Zan. Zan is definitely a Neon flex guy. Monyet was mostly playing Smokes and Neon. I think Zan might even offer you a little bit more flexibility at times because he does play things like the Sage and other duelists other than Neon a little bit time to time.
He's kind of like the Asuna of 100 Thieves. Flex, the Sage, the duelist, the KO randomly.
Yeah. I mean, when you play for so many years, you just get bored and you start to think, can I complete the game? In Pacific, we have Forsaken doing that. Almost playing every single agent. So, you know, that's just how it goes when you've been playing Valorant, you know.
The older you get, the more roles you tend to master.
Yeah, but Asuna's only like 22 still, right? Like
he's been playing forever. I remember being in the server with this guy when he was like 15 and he was owning me back then.
Yep. So good to see him still competing. Still waiting on the game to start here. Will be a set to kick things off. I do believe RRQ picked this map and they will have to, as a result, as you often see, start out on the attacking side. Do have the agent select here. It is Crazy Guy on the Sage, actually. I'm surprised that they've gone for that particular direction. Seen plenty of Crazy Guy on Omen, but it's not much of a muchness. At the end of the day, the overall compositional difference is pretty stark between these two teams.
Yeah.
You've got a slower double Senti that's going to be a little bit beefier on that defensive side, and the Veto is going to be very tricky. X-Pharaoh is a bit of a specialist on this agent. He loves a Veto. Recently, we've seen some Veto changes in the meta as well. He's going to be a player that loves to go for those picks and use the TPs and get a lot of value as well out of the Interceptor, especially given what you're seeing over on the side of 100 Thieves. I think it's going to be a little bit harder for the Phoenix to break into some of these sites and the Sova as well if the Interceptor's up.
I think also on their defensive side, they're going to have to do a good job of not allowing RRQ to get onto site, get into those post-hunt positions, because the amount of util and delay that you have to deny that retake is going to be so annoying to deal with unless you've baited or at least forced them to use majority of their util before it starts. But of course, I think switching over onto that defensive side and the attacking side, both these teams, they're going to be doing a lot of work because these comps tend to play against each other. A lot of laughs going on the stage here for 100 Thieves, and I think this mentality is pretty good for them. They kind of pushed through whatever was happening earlier.
Yeah, smile through the pain. It's a bit of my life mantra, if I'm honest. But players, once again, you know, having a little bit of a move around, getting a little bit restless. I know everyone wants to get into the game ASAP, so just waiting to iron out a few more of these issues before we can get things kick-started. This is only the opening game of the group stage. Do you have another bit of a banger game later on the B stream? Paper X will be taking on NRG.
That's going to be a good one.
There's also some good action already happening. I can see even just out of the corner of my eye, EDG and BBL is still ongoing. BBL very loud to start that series. They were very pumped up, and EDG put together a gorgeous comeback on Lotus, and I stopped hearing, you know, Turkish players screaming.
The screaming.
Yep.
The yells of joy. As soon as you say that, they start yelling again.
I think they won a round. I could just track the score based on that.
Yeah, looking at this 100 Thieves team, man, like, I'm so biased because I am America's. I am all of America's.
You are. I am America's.
Yeehaw! I am America's.
Freedom!
I think this team has had a really good opportunity, obviously, coming here. They did a really good job in the qualifiers. They 2-0'd Furia, who was literally at the top of Americas for the kickoff stage. And then they come in, they own Loud 3-0, which I think is a little bit expected, but it's kind of crazy that Loud, with that much firepower, just couldn't put up that much of a fight. And now 100 Thieves kind of on this stage trying to prove themselves. Again, we've talked about it a lot, how this is their first international stage in a while. And I think for these players, I'm so interested to see if they can keep up the creativity, especially because we are in the group stage, right? You don't want to show too much. You don't want to kind of give your hand away as often as you can. So I think this makes sense for them to just play kind of the double duelist combo, making sure they're just being hyper aggressive or at least taking those fights and showing that they can just win in terms of firepower before falling back into a lot of those strat heavy plays.
I think you'd have to be pretty confident to take that approach, though. I think you're definitely going to see that from especially the teams that haven't had time to prep, like your Paper Rexes or teams coming fresh off the back of Masters. You know, I do know that sometimes the travel schedule does get a little bit brutal, but there are plenty of teams that You know, even the teams that are on the stage right now here on the B stream that haven't had that same kind of singular focus of a Masters event into something like an EWC. Instead, they have played their way through the qualifiers. You talked about the qualification for 100 Thieves, looking very convincing. I think for RRQ, I mean, they got a 2-0 over KRX, a very strong team in Pacific, and then they beat a Gen G that was pretty hot in that qualifier. Texture in particular was going ballistic. That went all 5 maps, but that's not too surprising to me because RRQ, when they win, they don't win easily.
Yeah,
it's always a bit of a slog. So the fact that they played a whole best of 5 is not very surprising to me at all.
Yeah, I think I remember watching those games and being like, dang, this is really going to 5 maps because it's just kind of crazy how RRQ tends to have a really good understanding of how they want to play when they have so many different structures to their team. It's really interesting to see. That's why I really like this kind of like mirror matchup in terms of a team that's so good at playing the double duelist, a team that's so good at playing the single duelist, but following up and making sure that they have those players in those flex roles just being phenomenal at whatever they're kind of filling into. So it's really funny to see both these teams facing each other, and that's kind of where I'm excited because they're both so good at the mid-round adaptation. And I'm just curious to see if this really falls onto firepower. Is it just going to be who's having a better day in terms of frags, or is it really going to be down to those IGLs mid-rounding, making sure they're pivoting a lot, baiting a lot of util, just being annoying overall?
Only one way to find out. Got to get into the server. You can see some of the agents getting locked in here for 100 Thieves, and that is a very promising sign indeed. We're at least on the loading screen into Ascent. All 10 butts are in seats, but they'll only need the edge of them.
I think you lied, because Crazy Guy stood up.
Oh my god. Kong, man, please. Please.
He actually heard you saying that and stood up on purpose. He actually told me he was
He's that kind of guy.
Yeah.
Expect the unexpected. That's why he's the IGL. Gotta keep him guessing.
Oh man, that's funny. Looking at these teams, Ascent. You know what's crazy too is 100 Thieves, they haven't actually shown their Ascent that much. I feel like in the past couple months, they haven't played it very often. They've just been chilling on it. And I was actually kind of expecting to see a Sage, I'm not going to lie. I thought as soon as I was going to pull out the Sage, kind of have a more similar comp to how RRQ is playing. But the Phoenix makes a lot of sense. He's been really good with those flashes. I think because he plays the KO, him and Timitino have such good energy when it comes to setting up the util, setting up the fights. And I think as well, his Neon has been insane for Asuna. So we know that he can be super aggressive when he needs to be. So I'm really looking forward to him doing that in the server.
Yeah, you're not going to see as much Phoenix, I think, from RRQ. There's certain teams that are comfortable running it, and there's certain teams that aren't. And I don't really look at any of the players on RRQ as being a bit of a Phoenix guy. They're definitely going to more so lean, as we're seeing here, into
I thought Cushy likes to play Phoenix.
Cushy? Yeah, that's true, actually. That was one of the things that did come through in the qualified. Those weren't the broadcasted games, though. So the Cushy Phoenix, you're right. He is a player that has been on the Flash in it before, and then he was on the Phoenix. You know more about Pacific than I do. What am I even here for?
Whoa. I wouldn't say it like that. Don't quiz me on anything, because that would be lost in the sauce.
There was a game where Cushy dropped 30 on Haven on Phoenix, and I was looking at the stats of that and thinking, what is going on here? We're into the game! Let's go! All right, RRQ. Starting on the attacking side here, they do have naturally a bit of a slower comp to start off this game, so they're going to have to really take their time here on the attacking side of this Ascent, but they will be well aware of that. Over on the side of 100 Thieves here, they are piloting the double duelist into this one, so they're definitely going to have to be a little bit more active. There's the progression smoke to A main, and RRQ just walks straight up behind it.
It's kind of crazy how 100 Thieves is just playing off of noise. They have 3 clears towards the spawn here. Asuna's still sitting in the spawn. They're just kind of playing off of that contact with the Omen Paranoia here ready.
Yep. Bunker smoke thrown out by Bang. Reacting to what is a drone. Dash on in for Jemkin to close the door. There's the Paranoia in reaction, but that's a great scan onto Bang. Asuna flooding into the site. The rest of 100 Thieves ready to do so over on tree side as well. Xfero's waiting in the wings towards middle. Asuna finally finds his time, but Zan is well and truly ready for him, and now the spike starts to go down.
This post plan is going to be super important. Xfero getting the pick onto Timitino. Vora following up with Kaji. Now 3v2, but they have the full site here, and they have hold of that tree garden area. That Vito just holding onto it. Cryo creeping up just a little bit. Vora trying to find anything, trying to get these picks, but RQ is so good at not giving it to them. Vora drops, gets the pick onto Zan, but Crazy Guy gets the pick onto Vora. Cryo all of a sudden in a 1v1 versus Crazy Guy.
A bit of a jiggle from Crazy Guy. Cryo well aware of his position, but more time ticking off the spike. Juicy little right quick in on there from Crazy Guy, and he's able to close it out as well. Big pistol for RRQ, especially given the comp that they're playing. That's going to go a long way into helping them build some attacking side rounds.
Yeah, the story of the pistol rounds. The pistol rounds were so important in Masters London. Felt like whichever team was getting the positive end of those pistols were then snowballing so quick. And I think all these teams have such a good fundamental knowledge of how to snowball, making sure their economy is set, making sure that they're snowballing their ultimates as well, making sure they're not using them together at the same time and just staggering them over the round. So really important here for both of these teams. And we're starting just a nice little default anti-eco from RRQ, holding all the way back in mid, but walking up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, this is very vintage RRQ. For those that aren't Pacific enthusiasts, they are one of the slower teams inside of Pacific. They very much play more mid-round heavy than a lot of teams. I know a lot of people think the entire region is just running it down, but that's definitely not the case. As 100 Thieves playing that flood style in from spawn do take some B main control off the back of the dart. Jump spot not quite spotted out there by Xvero, but ready for the peek from Vora. Does give the opening kill to RRQ. In towards B main now. A couple of right clicks, but that's about it. One kill for Cryo, and the rest of 100 Thieves fall as it leaves it up to Bang here over on Catwalk.
Yeah, it was a really nice play, trying to bait out that pick, making sure they could hear the rush, and off of contact, they were just stacking that B main. That's kind of what you want to see when you're playing a comp with the double duelist, just kind of playing on top, making sure that they're going together, grouped up, using that flash for abilities. But of course, this is just a pistol round, so staying grouped is probably your best bet. But Bang here left in a 1v4, trying to get as many exits as possible, just to try to ruin the economy a little bit for the side of RRQ.
I just go down to the spike here. RRQ going to be very happy with this anti-eco, bringing through a lot of these rifles in towards the next gun round. And nice easy kill for Xvero. Barely needed to move his crosshair for the majority of that round, which is very, very much within his wheelhouse. He does like to play very slow, very sharp player, never puts a toe out of line. But time for 100 Thieves to show us what they're going to be doing here on their first gun round. So far, it's been 1-3-1s, quick flood kind of approach in from spawn, reacting to what RRQ's doing. But I'm waiting for the moment where they flip the switch and start contesting the mains a little bit more.
You say that, but it looks like they're actually going to be contesting the mid, that Cypher Cam going down. You have Timotino going to be playing off of that, playing off contact, just trying to break the drone. But RRQ, they've all grouped up towards this B main, slowly using that smoke towards mid just to put a little bit of pressure down. We're going to have Crazy Guy just holding, making sure no one is aggressing too fast. Looks like a little bit more of a contact play here towards that B main, perhaps farming the orb later on, and the drone comes out for this exec.
He does, looking for information. Dash into the trip here for Jemkin, who hasn't been taken out of the equation just yet. Nice entry from Xvero, and it's just Vora in the back of the site. Did tag up Xvero, able to finish him off. In comes the res from Crazy Guy, who's built up quite a lot of orbs, but Vora tucked in the bunker smoke in towards backside is buying a lot of time.
Yeah, really good hold from Vora. Timotino's able to get here too, get that pick, but Xvero and Zan getting those 2 picks. Bang trying to jump on top, get a third for Xvero, and Asuna left in a 1v3. This is not good for 100 Thieves. Losing against this bonus round for RRQ is going to be really detrimental to their economy. Xvero just jiggling, drone tag onto Asuna. It's looking a little bit rough for him.
For sure. Can't find anything. Being given nothing. Another jiggle here for Kushi. Spots him out. Maybe a little bit too wide. Now definitely has a chance with only 6 bullets in the Phantom. And Zan biding his time. He's just run out of bullets and probably run out of time. Diving back out of the site. Dealt with... Oh! Dear God,
wait,
he
has
has
time
for that. Goes looking for Xvero. I didn't even hear how much time had ticked off the spike. That is an incredible clutch from Asuna to pick himself up a runner back and deny the bonus win for RRQ. That is going to be crushing for them.
RRQ was playing that so well. They just weren't giving him the peaks, but all of a sudden that jiggle peek back sight got caught off guard, and Asuna taking instantly whatever 1v1 he could get. Vora, sorry, doing such a good job of holding this site was the main reason why they could hold it down for so long. But of course, the flood retake just wasn't there. RRQ punishing Cryo so early too on that site. Super cool to see them kind of pushing and making sure that bonus round works out for them, but still a lot of guns lost on the side of 100 Thieves.
That's just one of those rounds where you win the round, but economy-wise, you do not have the cash you need to reinvest into it. Xvero with the Outlaw in play, looking to potentially punish some players. Timotino with the dash active, looking for the headshot. Takes a chunk out of Crazy Guy, but allowing RRQ a little bit more space into middle now.
Cat slowly being taken by RRQ. They're going to use that drone to get as much information here. They're going to see Timotino on that. But it's not going to pull too many rotates for 100 Thieves. Again, Asuna playing that rotator role, constantly being in spawn. They're going to hear that stage wall. They're going to know it's a mid to B split.
The trip placement's been excellent. Once again, outside of market, Jemkin going to have a tough time getting in on the entry. Deals with it, but there's a big crossfire here for 100 Thieves. Regardless, RRQ looking to break through it, run it back, dealt with, and now they're going to get into the B site.
This is so crazy. Cushy getting the pick onto Bang, instantly just clearing around that corner. Asuna using as much util as possible to clear. Timotino trying to get a pick, but Xfero's going to shut that down, and Asuna's going to save the only gun that they have left. Man, that's an expensive round again for them, but they should be able to buy this next round for 100 Thieves. RRQ just doing so good. Just staying together, sticking together, using those executes, and making sure their util is all there for the retakes.
Yeah, I think they're pacing themselves very nicely. Work their way up middle in both of the anti-ecos. Sage roll towards top middle and just kick off a nice little mid to B. I think 100 Thieves were in pretty good positions, honestly. You could see all of the players that died there. Log, spawn side, they had all the right pieces where they needed them. The Phoenix was playing for the fast flood in through spawn side with the runner back active. Wonder if Asuna's going to be able to hold on to this gun. I thought he definitely should have been spotted there. But RRQ not quite ready for them. Zan, though, that's exactly what I'm talking about. This is the rookie coming back in for RRQ. He is mechanically been very solid inside of Tier 2. And good reaction there onto Asuna. 100 Thieves now, though, back into another gun round. Unfortunately, without the run it back as Asuna tries to throw it into the eco to have some impact. And doesn't really do much except take one gun away from RRQ.
Yeah, I think the gamble was definitely valid on his part because we do have that Sova online just to kind of delay or make sure that for any post plants, they're able to retake clearing at least tree on A or being able to punish that B main. But I'm really looking at players like Cryo and Bang here to step it up because they're on these anchor sites. And again, Cryo playing really close, but they're going to hear 3 of these players. The Sova is going to be expended, not going to catch anyone, not even a single ounce of information for them as well. But all the players of RRQ are grouped up towards A.
Yeah, I'm not sure that 100 Thieves are necessarily reading this pacing super well for RRQ because a lot of the time they have been hitting in the mid round. Yes, they did 1 or 2 rounds kind of grouped towards B main. But with the steps being made, baiting out the Sova, you're feeling a little bit sheepish as 100 Thieves now. RRQ just have the whole map. As soon as going looking for information, courtesy of the curveball. But they're really trying to look for a fight towards Catwalk here, it looks like.
The drone coming in, going to get some information. This is finally a good ounce of information for them, but Jemkin actually getting a pick onto Timotino on the other side of the map, but the execute is not going to go well. Bang! Beautiful hold on that spray, and now 1v4 all of a sudden for Jemkin. Really well played by 100 Thieves.
Paranoia catches him. Did find a kill on the lurk earlier, but yeah, that mid to A split didn't work particularly well for RRQ. Caught off guard is Jemkin, but the reactions are very fast so far. Would have been on for the ace, but Asuna wrapped around nicely through A main with that chokehold going down as Xfero had already hit the deck, and 100 Thieves, a nice gun round put together, courtesy of, I feel like RRQ honestly trying to force the issue a little bit too much. That wasn't the cleanest spray in for Cushy. Big whiff in from the man. And both of those players over on A main side go down. They see 2 players on A, and as such, don't feel the need to check the corner in Catwalk where Bang is just waiting in the wings.
Yeah, that was definitely a little bit scary. The util, really good timing from 100 Thieves to re-clear, using that Phoenix flash towards the A main and then the drone towards mid. Kind of almost missed the timing, but worked out well for them. But now we're going into this round. Vito alone on this half of the map for RRQ, and they're walking up towards this cat again. Trying to get a pick with those knives from Jemkin. They're ahead because they have these pistols.
Yeah, not much invested in this round for RRQ. Eyes on Cushy and Jemkin to get some one-taps going for the squad. In goes the dart and the Phoenix Molly as one flash is returned from Asuna. Doesn't quite find the right timing he was looking for. Cryo waiting inside of heaven, spraying away, but Jemkin's dealt with him as well, and now Bang is very vulnerable over here on this A side. Good thing that Vora is in for the flood on spawn side. He's dropped the spike now.
Beautiful paranoia from Bang to kind of delay, and Vora getting the pick. Bang and Vora playing really well towards this A heaven, trying to deny it. Timotino in here. The rotations were really nice, really quick from 100 Thieves. But again, it's still so scary seeing players like Cryo and Asuna kind of missing a lot of these frags that they're getting, the easy kills when they're just entering onto their site. I'm really looking at these players to lock it in, make sure they're able to get those, make sure they're able to kind of hold an anchor on their own because it's getting a little bit scary. But of course, really good try from RRQ. I actually think that could have been around for them.
Ops out for Xfero. You see this a lot from him on the Vito. Likes to take his time working the map, using the TPs to be able to try to catch the defense out of position. And as we mentioned, especially with a Phoenix Jet comp, you're expecting 100 Thieves to make some moves. Most of those are in middle right now. Timotino playing some of these off angles, haven't had to activate his dash just yet. Asuna having a little bit of a look into middle, but there it is, the mid walk. Very classic, getting on a deep line and is going to get on that deep B info line and try to cut the map in half. But RQ are wrapping back towards middle now.
Yep, they're going to walk up here. Timotino trying hard not to be spotted. The flash comes in, but Zan gets a pick. Timotino immediately trades, but he's stuck in mid. No one here to help him out. Cryo's creeping up towards mid, but he doesn't need help. A pick onto that top mid, pushing towards Tiles, gets another pick onto Xfero, and Vora just cleaning up with Crazy Kai, leaving Jemkin alone in a 1v4. Gets a pick onto Bang. But can he do it?
Nice little one tap. Spike is dropped towards top middle, and 100 Thieves are well aware of that at this point, set up quite heavily around it. Another Tailwind active, but no one really playing any of these close angles, so it might just elapse before Jem can even really try to take an angle here. Cryo, a little bit of a jiggle, doesn't feel the need to activate the neural theft, or maybe just doesn't have a good angle for it. And it seems like Jemkin is either waiting for a spawn wrap or may just try to hold on to this Vandal going forward here. 100 Thieves, some good recovery. Feels like every single time they're making some great moves in the mid-round and always finding the right angle. And unfortunately for RRQ, they've just handed an op straight into Timotino's hands.
Yeah, I think they've done a good job of adapting, understanding the slow play style that RRQ has now adapted. It feels like maybe RRQ is going to lean back a little bit more towards that B main, because that's where they were finding success. A lot of the B splits or the B main, the first few rounds of this game has found success. And I think the main reason is because they're just punishing Cryo for not having that much support, using and breaking all his utils so early. So definitely need a proper plan in order to get into that site, be able to play those post plans, because it's been almost impossible for 100 Thieves to flood in.
Well, we'll see if there's any adaptations here for RRQ. Do hold on to the one Vandal going forward into the next round, but outside of that, not a lot to bring into it. 100 Thieves haven't quite built any money just yet. They'll look to do so in this round. Try not to take too much damage to the Sheriffs and the single hero Vandal here. Hunter's Fury is at the ready. RRQ almost ready with the res, and it's a bit of quicker of a pacing in towards A main as Kushi uses his Sova ult, goes fishing, not really finding too much though.
Gets a tag onto Asuna, but the run it back has been activated, so it doesn't actually affect him. He clears all of mid, but 3 of these players, 2 of them staying towards A site for 100 Thieves, and all of our RRQ has chosen to just walk back towards B, trying to end it towards there. So I'm looking for 100 Thieves to do some sort of mid-round play here, get some sort of information, and out comes the drone from Vora. I don't think he's going to spot anyone if they just stay behind the wall, but as soon as I say that, he sees all of them.
I'm not sure they heard that in time. Unfortunate. Asuna now on the front foot, looking to try to cut the map in half yet again, not punished on the fallback as he uses that Blaze Wall to be able to deny information to an RRQ who are now looking for a B-split. Vora on the line confirms that they're making their way towards B main. Comes a little bit of a tag through the wall. The drone is dealt with by the Op. Beautiful crosshair placement from Jemkin. Op is dropped on towards top middle, but RRQ, it's quite obvious where they're headed here.
Yeah, Jemkin has been absolutely on fire. That pick's so important. 100 Thieves. Asuna getting a pick. Cryo trying to stay alive on site. The ult comes in. The Sage Res for Zan. Another spam through smoke from Asuna getting the pick. The wall's coming in. They're trying to split over lane, but Fora's here to get a 3K. Gets dropped off, but Asuna follows back with another 3K. 2 3Ks on the board for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, a lot invested into that round, not financially, but a fair few ults thrown at it without too much success from RRQ. Starting to run down the clock a little bit and have to give a lot of credit over to 100 Thieves. Their info gathering in the mid-round has been sublime. They are always taking space in middle in the mid-round, droning to find the team where it's needed and rotating accordingly. It always feels like 100 Thieves know exactly where RRQ are going.
It's been really nice, too, seeing the Vora drone come out. They have these kind of set plays around it, too, whether it was towards mid with the Phoenix Flash or on that retake towards A Heaven. They used the Paranoia from Bang and tried to trade with a little bit of those trap setups. So it's been really nice to watch. But now, if you're RRQ, what are you thinking?
I mean, they've already had quite a deep playbook so far. The pacing has been pretty samey, but they have, thrown a lot of different late rounds in. Whether it be towards B main, they did try to kind of go fishing to catch the A main control in that last round. Does seem like they've gone for attack pause here to kind of discuss their options, give Jovi a chance to get involved in the conversation. I mean, as far as RRQ is concerned, they've already picked up the 3 rounds and picked up the pistol. Yes, you'd love to dominate the attacking half with this Senti comp, but that's just not very realistic most days of the week. So if they can just snag a couple more gun rounds towards the mid to late tail end of this half and go into the defense nice and strong, I don't think they're too concerned just yet.
Yeah, need to not get caught off guard by a lot of the mid-round things that 100 Thieves are doing, and it looks like they've opted to go back towards this B main. Kind of tried and true now in this game so far. We have Zan holding it down. Asuna taking all that space towards A main, but they're still not rotating any of these players. Really sufficient with Cryo and Jet set up on this 100 Thieves side.
This is a classic drop-off. Xfero has been dropped off at the pool. Unfortunately, Timotino has drowned him, and RRQ now trying to kick off a B split that never really got started in the first place. Jemkin trying to employ a little bit more of that contact-heavy style you've seen a couple of times from him, but Timotino is already posted up onto this line. Doesn't tag Jemkin, actually, as the Hunter's Fury comes in from the defense across the other side of the map, trying to make RRQ a little bit more uncomfortable. Nice entry on in from Jemkin, but Bang and Timotino are having impact here.
Zan and Cushing a 2v4. Timotino on site on that stairs, trying to get another pick, but waiting for the rest of his team to come in. The drone is going to come in. 2 shorties facing each other. Timotino with another 3K to secure another round. Make it 4. Just kidding. Asuna gets that pick onto Cushy, and the defuse is online for 100 Thieves. Feels like they're just having so much success here with finding those initial opening picks. I feel like Timotino with the op hasn't really been super aggressive, but just playing passive, playing on site.
Against this comp, there's not you don't need to do anything special at all. They just really don't have much to be able to deal with a defensive operator. Don't have flashes. You've only got the Sova. If you're not hitting a good paranoia timing, or you're not actually able to, contact your way into a decent position before you burst as RRQ, or the aggressive attacking side op they've had a couple of times doesn't find an entry, then you're kind of out of luck, honestly.
2 ults online still for RRQ, the Veto ult. But they're on a little bit of a weird buy. 2 Guardians across the board. They're going to use that towards mid, walking up once again. I think they're trying to beat that timing of a lot of the re-clears, or at least bait out that drone so they could switch it up and go somewhere else. But mid here, Cushy going to use that drone to clear that garden and tree area.
Yeah.
Might just see that trip. But Asuna here ready with the trap play.
They're very much just trying to bait 100 Thieves into a rotation, but the drone is perfectly timed yet again. In comes the curveball from Asuna, catches all of RRQ. Haven't quite dealt with any of them as the paranoia pushing the defense away, but Vora is perfectly positioned here, and once again, 100 Thieves have the better end of the trade.
Vora has been phenomenal this game so far. Feels like he's getting almost every single important frag that there has to be. But the mid-split begins once again. Cushy getting the pick onto Asuna, but Timotino stuck in B main. Vora denying anyone from flanking him, and Timotino turning around, getting the 3K. What an insane round by Timotino.
Let's play with his food at this point. The Jet op on the defense is well and truly taking over the game. There is no recourse here for RRQ, who since picking up the pistol have hit a pretty big dry spell. 100 Thieves, nice adaptations are all over this. They very much understand the pacing that RRQ are bringing into this game. The operator is having ridiculous impact. The drone is always perfectly timed. And now it's up to RRQ to go back onto the Sheriffs and see what they can fashion for themselves. Just try to avoid getting 9-3'd at this point.
Yeah, Asuna now with that 3rd run it back of the half online. He's not going to be using it just yet. They're just going to keep sticking to this default setup because, like you said, Mitch, none of these players have a means of kind of playing around this operator, being able to push it back or at least deny. Asuna using that molly to deny a lot of that map control. The drone's going to come in and tag him, but nothing really to follow from that.
Yeah, once again for RRQ, it's a little bit one-dimensional. Very clear where they're headed, and 100 Thieves are rotating accordingly. They're quite happy to play retake B with the Cypher setup in play. Dash active, in goes the Sage Wall. Paranoia's exchange on both sides to give both teams pause for door, but in comes the run it back and the curveball from Asuna. Bang trying to turtle inside of the site here. Timotino's arrived to the party, and it's another flood and a shutdown from 100 Thieves.
Oh my god, that is a terrifying sight when you're trying to cross into sight and there's 4 players just running at you. 3 of them just rotating in and Timotino just flying in from heaven. I think 100 Thieves man, they're doing a phenomenal job of being able to consistently trade off of each other, being set up in positions where they're holding those crossfires or at least ready to peek off of any set util. And of course, Vora being the main reason behind that. The drone, the ag.aling, all these setups have made so much sense for 100 Thieves.
Back towards B main then. A bit more of a singular approach here. But Timotino straight down the peak in towards Tiles, does get a fair bit of information. In comes the drone, it's a full cypher setup, but once again, 100 Thieves are rotated quite nicely here. Dash on into the side, Jemkin very low on HP, separated from the rest of the team. This is Xfero just running through all of the utilities. He's got his ult active, and the flood actually backfires this time for 100 Thieves. Xfero caught on the cross, now into a 2-on-2.
Bang and Cryo versus Crazy Guy and Kush here, but the two players on RRQ are going to be leaving this site after breaking so much of that Cypher util. They know that they don't have any information here unless they just use their bodies to peek. And now over-rotating into that A, going to go through that cat. But both players from the side of 100 Thieves, they don't know anything yet. It's going to be a 2v2 retake.
Problem is RRQ just don't really have much left over. 10 seconds on the recon bolt. Crazy Guy, if he is given the plant here, will be able to have access to the res, but they just give it over to Cushy. I don't think they're too interested in it for the time being. Does have the Hunter's Fury for this post plant, and bang, bringing at least one dark cover into the retake here as RRQ up to play on site.
Kind of crazy they're playing on site with the Sova ult, not using it as their winning condition, especially because of the time taken by 100 Thieves here. But this 2v2 retake, Crazy Guy spotting, getting the pick onto Bang immediately. And now Cryo in a 1v2. Both these players huddled up, turtled up, bottom side. They get the pick, but Cushy ends it. And RRQ finally another round to end this half.
Yeah, look, a big dry spell. Got to give a lot of credit to 100 Thieves for how clean their defense was looking there. They made a lot of nice mid-round adaptations. It felt like they were always on top of the information game. But RRQ, especially running through a brick wall with that Veto ultimate, were at least able to brawl their way into a winnable 2-on-2. A nice pivot back towards the A side gives them at least 4 rounds on this attacking side. That's not terrible given the comp they're playing. Now they're going on to defense with, you know, this double Senti comp. There's still potential here for RRQ to get this one done, but the pistol will be very important with how far behind they are.
Yeah, interesting to see that they're actually setting up Jemkin here to go for some sort of A main peak with these players. 4-1, Sage on the other side, going to use that wall probably off of noise, off of contact, or just off of a timing. But 4 of these players from 100 Thieves are also grouped up towards this top mid, maybe taking some sort of mid control with Cryo from Tiles here, and it's looking a little bit interesting. Now again, 100 Thieves, they lost that first pistol, but they're still up. If they win this, they could get a pretty big snowball of a lead here.
Saw a couple of frenzies purchased up. That's very North American, is it?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever...
Actually, the North American meta right now is 1 ghost and 4 sheriffs and just no util.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely like a, you know, Fnatic Gen G look from back in the day, just buy like 3 sheriffs on the pistol round. I'm a big fan of that. I haven't seen frenzies in ages, though. I don't think I saw a single frenzy purchase this entire last stage of Pacific, if I'm honest. So that's a bit of a throwback.
Feels like the Bandit has been a lot more prevalent in Americas over the Frenzy. So actually, you're right. I don't think I've seen it that often. But for this team, I feel like they definitely have some sort of really quick strat, really quick push up together where they're just planning on trading and using their firepower to kind of win out these 1v1s instead of trying to play too much into the mind games, into the mid rounds, because they're just so good at understanding a lot of their set plays, understanding their positioning as a team and being able to just play together. So Asuna, and Timotino, really good job, really good synergies when it comes to playing together and pushing a lot. So I'm really looking forward to the synergy duo on attack side.
All right, into the second half then. This is RRQ's map pick, and they are getting battered a little bit, so time to get this defensive half working for yourself. There's the Thieves getting ready for some A main control here. The tension is palpable. I feel like this is a movie trailer as we're kicking off this pistol round. This could be RRQ's run back into this game of Ascent.
Jemkin hearing a lot of that noise towards Cat. He's going to push up, get this A main pick. Zan and Jemkin immediately trading. Really good reactions to take that A main space as they hear them up Cat. But Asuna with a beautiful flash curveball into that A main. And Jemkin now sitting here with Zan trying to get another pick.
Asuna, he's walking up on the line. This is really cinematic stuff as Zan is getting able to get in there with a very nice right click. A 3K for Zan so far, just down to Timotino in a 1-on-2. Very high on the HP, does have the Sheriff to work with. In comes the dark cover. It's incredible. In towards A main. I've got tears in my eyes. Timotino to walk out onto this A main line. He's been able to actually game RRQ a little bit here. So they wrap around towards mid for just a moment, but sliding back onto the line on a nice timing. There is definitely potential here for Timotino. He is waiting. RRQ just playing this cheeky little high-low now that they've cleared out middle, so he's definitely going to have to peek into 2 players here.
1v2, the high-low is not going to get punished. Jemkin getting the pick. And now another pistol going the way of RRQ. They've now won both. But 100 Thieves, they have some rounds to work with here. Beautiful, really good reactions from RRQ. I really love to see that. They knew they lost that tree space. They knew they lost the garden space. Immediate reaction to take into a main. And then they punished as well because that spike got dropped. And all of a sudden that retake was so much harder for 100 Thieves. They didn't really have a plan to go on the flank, just letting Timotino try to go for a pick off that cat. Now into the second round. Pistols on the board for 100 Thieves.
Jemkin on the line, waiting out that Sova dart, at least trying to find the timing straight through it. In comes the paranoia. Oh my god, crazy guy with neutral out. That is a big problem. As Cushy at least able to deal with the Phoenix, who was going for the orb. Xfero finally clears out Bang. That was the biggest spanner in the works thrown in by 100 Thieves, who are now starting to filter into a B site, but Zan is all over it. Bandit does a fair bit of damage. Cushy able to clean up after that. 3 guns taken through for an RRQ, who are chugging along nicely on defense now.
Round going the way that you expect. The anti-eco going the way of RRQ. They've been really good, really disciplined when it comes to these rounds. Not overextending. Little scary for Crazy Guy there with his wall out. Definitely not a position that you want to be in, especially if there were more than one player that were following up, ready to go. But at least the stage wall went down. Unbreakable with those pistols, essentially. But now, 3 of these players for RRQ are looking to be a little bit aggressive towards this B main.
The B main scrap on the cards here. Cushy ready with the shock dart off the back of Zan's contact. Dart doesn't get dealt with because the judge has been able to creep up on the line. In comes the curveball. Zan up close gets nothing. That is a bit outrageous. Timotino with the opening pick, and now the orb on offer for 100 Thieves.
The timing with these 2 duelists is so phenomenal. The flash going in, Timotino taking that wider angle. Asuna being able to hold that close. This is the synergy that I was talking about. Yes, it's a bonus round, but it's still really nice to see a lot of these little micro plays that they're doing now. Just holding, being patient, waiting for some sort of reaggression from RRQ, but it looks like that reaggression is actually towards the other side of the map. Vito sitting in that mid-smoke, trying to hear any information, but 3 RRQ players gambling the wrong side.
Yeah, this is just no-nonsense stuff for 100 Thieves. Minimizing all the risk with a nice drone timing. In comes the dash onto Switch. Timotino posting up on the spawn side. RRQ. Gamble is stacking on the wrong side of the map. But if anything, now on the bonus, just looking for a couple of guns in damage as Xfero closes in on this B main flank.
Trying to get any of these weapons down for 100 Thieves, but looks like they're not going to give it to them. Playing very passive, very disciplined, not going to overextend anywhere, but 3 of these RRQ players playing for exits, actually, towards this spawn side. Xfero trying to play that off angle, try to get a pick, but this is well played by 100 Thieves so far. Just holding, re-hitting, waiting for any aggression. They're all going to be going towards the side of Xfero, and hopefully he can get 1 or 2 of those guns down just to do a dent in their economy.
For sure. I mean, this B site on Ascent is one of the best places to play exits. On the defense. Oh, giving that frag over to Asuna does get himself the runner back online. So that is worst case scenario for an RRQ who don't really get too much done in that bonus round. Zan had a chance to have some impact at close range with the judge in B main, but from there things kind of just a domino effect all kind of fell down. And 100 Thieves now in a very strong position going into the first gun round of their attacking side.
Yeah, lots of rounds to work up, but this right here, that was really nice here. Asuna immediately getting the pick onto Xfero, denying any of those exits was really nice. And then run it back already online for Asuna. He can use this really well to find that operator on the side of Jemkin, who's holding it towards that mid, but he's using that ult towards that A main, getting the pick. Oh, sorry, Bang getting the trade onto Zan. Zan immediately getting the run it back, and the really quick A split coming in from 100 Thieves.
Great cages in from Cryo there. Not able to allow Jemkin any vision at all. Xfero tucking himself in towards Generator, going to TP out of the site, which leaves Cushy high and dry. Crazy Guy at least able to catch one on the cross, healing up his teammate, and now into a 3-on-3 post plant.
Yeah, no smokes there for the side of 100 Thieves to be able to cross that heaven safely, but they do manage to get it down to a 3v3. Jemkin using this tree side to get that pick, trying to walk up, get anything that they can, accompanied by the veto, but Bang here, going to put a smoke down at the right time, walks into the smoke, gets the pick onto Jemkin, but Xfero immediately trades. Crazy Guy trying to go for a pick, and Xfero actually getting 3 through that smoke at tree.
Yeah, evolution off the back of the defuse as well. That's a really nice retake for RRQ here. With only 2 guns kept through in towards this next round. 100 Thieves should definitely go for the reinvestment off the back of that spike plant and have a chance to at least damage or reset the economy here of RRQ. Definitely not done yet. This game very much hanging in the balance.
I think 100 Thieves had a really good idea here, especially speeding up after that first pick, getting that split on lock. But the problem was just crossing into that site. They didn't have anything because they used those cages towards mid to deny Jemkin. And Bang, of course, didn't have any smokes left because he used that initial one towards mid and then another one towards that tree so they could cross. So it's really, really interesting to see how they've managed to abuse that on the side of RRQ, just going out, taking that swing, taking their ones and the timing. But Jemkin going for a B main pick here, but he's not going to find anything because Cryo's just playing super passive.
Got a lot of value out of this Cypher utility, has to be said. Both teams kind of exchanging control of the mains, at least initially. Here comes the wall from Crazy Guy, who will play on top of it. Cryo just biding his time for the time being, while the rest of his team lies in wait inside of A main. 100 Thieves just tickling this A site, still kind of undecided, but they did force out the interceptor there, so that's a very, very nice little dark cover shock dart combo. And it does seem like the offense now heading back to meet up with Cryo, as they know the Sage Wall is going to go down relatively soon.
And this is what we were talking about, where the defensive side, it's going to be so important how they use their util because there's so much delay. And 100 Thieves, they know that, so they're just waiting. Really good timing on the wall, though. You can see all 5 of these players grouped up already. The smoke is going to come down from Zan, but the contact play, there's only one of these players here on the side of RRQ. Sage to hold down sight, and the drone comes out from Vora.
Slow ult from Crazy Guy, but he's very much on his own. Nice pick onto Asuna as he gets tagged. Will he get spammed on through? No, Zan has joined him on the site now, courtesy of the From the Shadows, and they're going to tuck themselves in nicely with that bunker smoke. Paranoia out. One exchange by Zan as 100 Thieves try to close in and clear out backside. Nice pick from Bang. Zan goes down as well, but Cushy at least able to trade one back.
3v3 retake for RRQ. Jemkin with the operator just holding, trying to get a pick on anything. Whips on Cryo. The trade with the headshot is insane. And the evolution ult online for Xfero here. He's going to try to run into that site, but they don't have anything else to clear. And 100 Thieves, they're not giving them any of these peeks. Timotino holding that cross, gets the pick. Xfero gets the pick onto Cryo. 2 gets another one. 1v1 versus Vora.
Creeping up on the line now, Vora, beautiful little jiggle peek to give 100 Thieves double digits. Xfero very dangerous in those clutch situations, and you can see exactly why, especially with the evolution. But 100 Thieves, that is a massive clutch to close. Both teams very low on money, and that will definitely have reset RRQ. Really fought hard in that round, considering the circumstance, honestly. Crazy Guy was very much left on his own. Zan does a good job to try to TP towards the other side of the map with the Omen ult and buy time, but unfortunately, I think the call from 100 Thieves was just a little bit too good. Xfero makes it more interesting than it probably should have been.
Yeah, really nice calls all around. I like the RRQ idea of leaving Sage weak side, teleporting in when they need it. 100 Thieves, Vora just getting a spam through the smoke on Crazy Guy, but this is their eco round. They're thrifty, so it doesn't really matter. Timotino getting a pick onto Jemkin. They're just going to keep overextending here, recycling that Sheriff onto Xfero. They're going to, or sorry, onto Zan. Cushy, I can't speak.
That's
this
okay.
is your team, that's why.
Yeah, that's all right. American names are a little easier. I understand.
Is it? Say Timotino 10 times fast.
Timotino was on his way to A main. Timotino is feeling very good about how this round is going. Timotino, before, he got himself a pick inside of B main. So 100 Thieves looking good. Xfero on the other side of this, though. Sheriff in hand. Yeah, nice little angle for him, but how much can he really do? Let's be honest. Nice opening pick onto Asuna. Interceptor active.
Oh my god.
Timotino to dash straight into the side there. And as such, 100 Thieves a little bit tentative, but they'll get the spike down nonetheless. That's a nice Hunter's Fury for Vora.
Dude, Xfero has been on fire with these picks. His fragging potential is insane, and he's just constantly been getting his 17 and 15 for him. But they've all been really impactful. I think, granted, the last couple of rounds, he's just been alone in a lot of these fights. But it doesn't matter, because 100 Thieves, they've almost secured this round. 4v2, 2 pistols on the line here. Zan trying to get one before he's going to shut it down, and Cryo picking off Cushy. Now 11-7 RRQ. They're going to be back onto those guns. They're going to be back onto that buy round. I'm kind of hoping to see them kind of switch up their setups a little bit. I don't like having so much heavy, understanding that Sage is going to be on that weak side, using that wall a little bit too early for my liking. I'd rather see a little bit more of an aggressive setup. Set up Jemkin somewhere with that Sage and off of contact, putting that wall down, because right now 100 Thieves, they're just abusing the timing on them.
Well, another timeout coming in. Not sure from which team at this point, as 100 Thieves are definitely closing in on the end of the game here. RRQ, well aware that their opponents have retained 4 guns out of that last round. So they've built up a little bit of economy. It's going to take a little bit of elbow grease in here from RRQ to make it inroads back into this game. This is their map pick, so you know that they've got a lot of depth on this defense, especially with this Senti comp. But I have to say, I mean, 100 Thieves, both defensively and offensively, have just been calling an excellent game. This feels like their game on a silver platter, especially because they've got a little bit of cash in the bank.
Yeah, it almost feels like they've anti-stratted this in a sense, where they know a lot of the habits that RRQ is going to be doing. That Sage wall not being a problem for them. And I think it also stems from the fact that you're playing with Asuna. That guy is the Sage god almost. He's been playing that for so long for this team all across Americas for so many years now. And him being on that Sage, understanding the timings, being able to kind of tell his team how to play around that, how to abuse the fact that Sage is not that strong after that wall is down, and using the slow on a timings is the only way to kind of add more to delay. But Jemkin, beautiful spot, getting the pick onto Timotino.
I'm not sure if he even saw him, to be honest. That might have just been pre-fire. Close range here is Zan with the judge. He's got the weapon for the job, that's for sure. Dart up onto the tree. Doesn't quite scan him. I could have sworn it would have at that close range. Asuna just around the corner as the jump comes through from Zam. That might have been obscured by the Odin span coming through from Crazy Guy, and indeed it was. Double up from Zan, and 100 Thieves shut down before this even really gets going. Vora left with too much to do, and that is a good response from an RRQ who needs to start working their way back into this game.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a nicer setup that I like to see from RRQ. Having the Sage be there, playing off contact, baiting for that Omen judge just around the corner. Looking really nice. Of course, Jemkin with that opening pick too contributed to that round. I think it's really interesting to see. But 3 ults online for the round of 100 Thieves. They could use these in order to pretty much cement a round. It is their winning condition at this point. But Crazy Guy with this slow at the start of a main.
Yeah, he's once again all on his own, being thrown a lot of utility to try to safeguard any pressure towards A. He's just going to play retake on the side. Does have the Sage Res to work with, as the rest of the setup for RRQ very much is over towards B. But 100 Thieves just simplifying this round. Big group up into A main. And I think they're just going to send the runner back into Psy, or maybe the drone, and try to see if they can get themselves into a post plant.
Phoenix wall going up for this A execute, but they're going to hear the drone, and no information actually for RRQ. They don't know if these players have walked out onto site, but it doesn't matter because not a single player has rotated off.
They must have a really good retake plan. Spam coming through here from Crazy Guy, who may get caught by the Hunter's Fury. Runner back was chasing him down, even if that didn't finish off the job, and all of A Heaven has been cleared. Timotino now on a very dangerous line, and RRQ are very far out of position, especially given the fact that they had that B main info line right at the start of the round.
Yeah, a little bit slow for those rotations. And of course, Crazy Guy getting picked off didn't help either. The delay wasn't there, but there's only so much you could do when they could have been out on site 10 seconds earlier with that drone. So 100 Thieves now in this post plan. Cryo getting a pick into the smoke. Timotino, everything's just going wrong for RRQ. The flood did not work. All these players are just hiding in these smokes and getting those picks.
Yeah, I mean, you have to have a very, very strong retake plan if you're going to play a setup like that, and it didn't look like they even had the opportunity to really play that. I think that 100 Thieves, the run it back through tree side and getting the jet on such a disruptive angle allowed them to just be one step ahead of this retake coming back in for RRQ, who was so far out of position. Like, it kind of shocks me that they didn't lean at all towards A, given the fact that, like I said, Jemkin had all info on the B side of the map. Regardless, though, 100 Thieves now on map point here. Slow Orb going to slow them down a little bit. It's been good patience on the offense so far from 100 Thieves.
Timotino with that op, trying to get any info towards that mid while his team's working B main. Asuna with that curveball flash. They're going to hear the Sage slow towards that main. Tapping that orb, trying to get that ult online for Asuna because it is not... He is pretty far though, only 2 on the block. But now, 5 of these players for RRQ. 2 of them have weird buys, Bulldog and a Stinger on the side of Crazy Guy and Zan. And they're just playing this passive setup.
It's very slow for 100 Thieves. A minute on the clock as they start to make their way in towards middle. Big setup in towards A main from RRQ. Zan very much baiting for Jemkin, but that may not even be a factor. Drone pressure straight up middle as they spot out the TPs from Xfero. That'll help them read the setup at least a little bit as the drone comes in from the defense, clearing out B main.
Timotino's literally almost into their spawn here. They have some sort of idea based on that util being broken from Vito, but are they going to be ready? They're rotating right into his crosshair.
Big lurk pick from Timotino with the forward dash. Cushy cleans him up as a result, but this is going to be a difficult take from 100 Thieves because A main is so dirty. Zan and Jemkin need to make sure they don't overcook this one with only 20 seconds on the clock. Nice trade back from Jemkin. Xfero from Heaven cleaned up by Asuna with only 13 seconds. 100 Thieves are putting that spike down.
2v2, all of a sudden the spike is down. They know that this player is in A main. Asuna 1v2, but Jemkin gets the pick. 3K to win that round, and all of a sudden 100 Thieves, they're not getting success in the end rounds of these games.
Yeah, it just took a little bit too long to get into the mix there. So denied an opportunity to close this on that point. RRQ, I mean, this is just classic RRQ, honestly. They really like to drag out a game. They really like to struggle to get a gain across the line. Overtime is very much on the cards. This definitely could have been a 100 Thieves game at any point in this offense so far.
Yeah.
I think they just took a little bit too long to get going there. The money is not great for RRQ, though.
No.
They're continually fighting for this game without a whole lot to work with.
Yeah, this round is a must-win for 100 Thieves, too. Not only just to end the game, but if they lose this round, they will be broke the next round. They'll be forced onto that Thrifty. They're going to hear that same Sage wall towards B main, and they're holding these 2 players towards A main, just seeing if there's any aggression. I think they're going to read that this is more of a mid-stack because at this point they have that full line on A. On B, they've heard that Sage wall. They know this player is probably playing towards it. The drone coming in, trying to get some sort of info here for the side of 100 Thieves. They will spot out at least 1 player. It's Cushy on that A Heaven, but they're just playing it slow because, again, they know that Sage wall is down instantly at the start of the round.
Yeah, just trying to bait out the Sage wall, the interceptor from the Vito. Read what the setup is for RRQ, who do not budge an inch. In comes the drone in towards A main from Cushy, but thrown out from Heaven's side, very deep. Doesn't really spot out too much info. He does have a dart to follow that up. Jemkin has taken a lot of space in middle. And 100 Thieves looking to simplify this round yet again. They don't have the drone to work with, though, so it might be a little bit harder to get into this A site.
30 seconds left.
The execute coming in for 100 Thieves. That paranoia going out by Zan. Good defensive util. The smoke on site, but Timotino's going to punish that. Asuna also getting a pick. Timotino pushing into Heaven with that updraft, immediately getting 1.
Crazy Guy and Xfero fighting hard back into this round. Rez comes out onto Cushy. Spike goes down. What a one-shot there from Kong. Absolute gamer coming in from Heaven's side. What is that? The spam through in towards Hell puts it into a winnable 2-on-2. There is no business in this round for RRQ to be coming away with it. Xfero walking up on the tree line. Needs to deal with Bang. We'll catch him with his back turn. This is an illegal retake from RRQ as the spike gets tapped. And they've been able to do it. Massive 4K from the ag.al of RRQ. This game should have been well and truly over already. That was, what, a triple entry into A, no? That was like a 2-on-5.
We literally need to study Crazy Guy's peaks on Heaven because he's gotten one every single time on that angle. And it's been phenomenal. And I think 100 Thieves, they're struggling to deal with this Heaven over and over again. And so it's kind of crazy seeing how these players are just able to get away with so much. Crazy Guy, that third kill on Bora was kind of gross. Just getting that last bullet through that hell spawn. I'd react like that too, honestly.
Legit. Oh my god. Massive play from Crazy Guy to keep RRQ in it. That's just pure entertainment. As we head back into a lull, this may be a tack timeout from 100 Thieves, who feel like this is getting a little bit too hot under the collar. As you mentioned, money wasn't great heading into that round. They probably would have thought it was already done, honestly. When you're in like a 5-on-3, 5-on-2 post plan on that A site, and the other team's playing just this dry Senti comp that doesn't have a lot of business getting back in, you're thinking you've probably wrapped it up at this point, but that one has definitely slipped through 100 Thieves' fingers.
Yeah, they need to clean up those late rounds, late to end round retakes. They're just allowing so many 1v1s to be online for RRQ. And of course, they're taking that and running with it. Feels like they had such a good understanding of how to play this mid-round. They just need to clean it up. I wouldn't say it's sloppy, but just small angles are being missed. And so many 1v1s are being taken for a reason that I'm not really sure of, especially seeing how initially on the first half, these players on 100 Thieves have been so good with their positioning, so good with their trading. The second that someone's going anywhere, they get a pick. But a B main push here for RRQ.
Good ball in from Asuna. Really unsettling the defense here and applying a lot of pressure with the Bandit. They do not want to be tapped at close range, that's for sure. As the Cage and the Cam go up from Cryo, he is denied information to RRQ. He'll join up with the rest of 100 Thieves, who are starting to make some moves towards... Hey, what an entry in from Timotino. Bladestorm active. And once again, we've been forced to put RRQ in a retake scenario.
The Molly going in. Asuna trying to delay Timotino, getting two with the knives on, getting two as well to trade back. That door is closed. 3v3, but pistols on the side of 100 Thieves for this post round. The drone's going to come in, not going to tag anyone. And three of these players going towards that tree side. Cryo gets seen off, delaying as long as possible, gets two with the Bandit. And now all of a sudden, Crazy Guy in a 1v3. Two of these players in hell, unable to trade, gets two for Crazy Guy, and it's a 1v1.
It's at the spike, very much running out of time. Cryo very good in these situations and good enough to win the map for 100 Thieves. 13-10. It's naught but a pistol round to get it done. What a blinder of an entry from Timotino. Straight up tree, rips the Bladestorm, and the rest was history.
I love to see that. The confidence and the aggression going in from Timotino, kind of planning a lot of these things around him. And that's why 100 Thieves has been so phenomenal at setting him up for success, because he is such a beast to be reckoned with. But of course, both these teams putting up such a good fight for this first map of Ascent. I feel like I've seen enough from both these teams to be convinced that they could make it out of this one.
I mean, it's just a classic game from RRQ, really, at the end of the day. They won both pistols, Puckett, and then they lost the map. Like, I guess NA too good. My bad, guys.
Americas, thank you very much.
Americas.
We don't want to hear you.
All right, now I'm up. Yeah, that was a rough one to watch because I have written down 100 Thieves throws round 22, could lose game. True. Then you have Cryo picking up 2 pistol kills and the final 1v1. You can't get it done. What happened in that last round? What were they trying to accomplish for RRQ?
They were trying not to throw the round. Unfortunately, they were just as good as 100 Thieves at throwing the round. So when one team throws, the other team also throws.
They're playing catch.
That is what happened.
Team will win.
Sharing is caring.
Yes.
And everyone took a turn, Athena. I heard you whispering there. Were you afraid that the players were going to listen in to the final calls?
No.
It's just getting a little tense here. here,
just
Athena,
intense,
getting
just
a little
whisper.
tense.
I like to whisper a little bit of ASMR
Yeah,
for
we're
the
building
viewers.
it up. We're
of
building
course.
it up.
Come on.
The suspense was there. Ultimately, your team was not weaker. The
My
Americas
team.
are
Hold
slightly
on.
stronger than the Pacific's weakest team, according
Yes.
to Mitch at the start of the day. Pilsky nails it. And we're going to see RRQ at the bottom of our group for now. On the other side, we have a game 3 that is still brewing.
We still have a series here, Puckett. Don't get ahead of
Yeah,
yourself, man.
yeah.
I know
Why are you
I
talking
know
about
you're
them over
America's
there?
bias, but that was already map 1.
All right, I was told this was 1 and done. I guess we will
Oh,
play the whole best of
Whoa.
3. Gennaro's going to come out with a winner
Okay,
eventually.
I need some official ruling on
Yeah,
that.
I don't
wasn't
want to
told
hear. I
anything,
don't
but I'm
trust
not
him.
sure.
You trust him?
I thought we were playing a best of 3 here, but
We
see.
will continue with Breeze, I'm told.
Yes,
The
thank
match
you.
continues. It's day 0, guys. I'm
Listen.
hearing a lot of things. We're having a lot of fun in the venue.
It's fun. You can just say you're biased for America's.
America's
yeah.
is clearly the best team.
Yeah.
America's is the best team.
The best team, not
Yeah.
region. The
Yeah.
best team.
That's fine.
Sure.
That's an
I
American
agree with
poster
They
that.
right
played
there.
very well.
That's very valid.
I got to give it to 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
I felt like they were definitely the better team there. They lost both pistols, and I felt like in the gun rounds, and especially the calling was a little bit better than
Yeah.
what you saw from RQ. And RQ was getting away with some illegal stuff that game.
Yeah, both teams' mid-roundings were really nice to watch, but it's just so good seeing Under Thieves, their full understanding of the compositions, how they want to play around it, and being able to call a lot of that situational stuff from Vora has been phenomenal. So much information given. It feels like he was one of the star players, even if he wasn't on the scoreboard. But the fact was, my IGL is fragging out too.
Shout out to our producer. I'm told they're putting together the highlight package, and we've got it ready to rip and roll. Here's a look at some of the best frags from this game, but some of the bigger rounds came at the end. What did you think of 100 Thieves' first half compared to the second half? Do they need to increase the pacing? Is it going to fit against RRQ? What do you see, Athena?
I think the way they were playing was very well played. I don't think they need to change anything. I think the problem that they were having was towards those late rounds, those post plants, and those retakes. They just need to clean that up a little bit. The initial early game, the mid-rounding has been phenomenal, I think, for 100 Thieves. Getting the information really well. They struggled the first few rounds, but they immediately picked it up and adapted. So for me, it's more just making sure that they're not taking those useless 1v1s in post plants, giving up map control, or just allowing players to get those free picks.
Pilsky, I was talking to Paper Thin, and he was talking to me a little bit about Jemkin, saying he is an incredible aimer, one of the best brains when it comes to Valorant. If he has any knocks on him, it may be that he's a little bit too brainy, a little too patient when playing the initiators. What do you think about his Jet game in this one?
Yeah, I mean, he's a primary duelist player, but he's a very slow player at times. When you're playing this kind of Sentinel comp, he's forced to kind of be the dive entry on offense. So sometimes that means that he's not going to be able to frag out as heavily as he usually would want to do. So I think that was a bit of a slower game from him, maybe by his standards. And as such, I don't think RRQ were able to go pound for pound against 100 Thieves fragging-wise.
Jemkin's looking pretty good to me. Timotino definitely looking good. Asuna passed all of my tests on the Phoenix. Was there
I told you
was
gotta
there
watch
an
him.
agent issue in here, though? Because the green room was shocked to see a veto out on the board this early in the tournament.
Ooh, I don't know. I don't mind the veto.
No, I don't think there was anything wrong with the comp per se, but I think 100 Thieves knew exactly what to do against it. Like, they actually played
Too
around
easy
it
to read?
perfectly. Yeah, it actually was very easy
Get
for
the
100
Sage
Thieves to
wall
read.
out.
And I think Athena mentioned the fact that they're playing a Sage comp, and I felt like they actually did play around it very well. They baited out the wall a lot of the time. They baited out the util. I felt like that they read those setups super well.
Yeah, I feel like you're playing Sage into Asuna, who's been the Sage player. I've been saying this for so long, but it's true because he's been super creative and really introduces a lot of new ways to play Sage. And I feel like for RRQ, they kind of just put that wall down off of a timing. And I felt like I was struggling to understand kind of how they wanted to change it up for this Sage in order to play against this team. The veto, I didn't mind too much. I actually thought it was fine. I think Xfaro did a phenomenal job just in general. His fragging out too was insane. So not a problem for me in terms of veto, but Sage, we'll see how it is.
Pilsky is a oracle. He knew another game was coming up, and it's going to be on Breeze. Can you tell me, though, about the map selection? Who picked our first map? Whose map choice is it going to be going to Breeze?
RRQ picked our first map. They then lost after winning both pistols, Pocket. And now their stats are not good on Breeze, and 100 Thieves have picked Breeze into them.
Yeah, this
it
is
doesn't
like...
bring me any joy to say that, but that's the facts.
This is literally like one of 100 Thieves' best maps, too. They've had a lot of success on this map, and they play a similar comp with that double duelist, Asuna usually on the Phoenix. So kind of crazy to see how they might just go
That's
into this
what I had in my notes, making sure America's still looking good. USA, all that good stuff. We're going to a break. When we come back, we'll find out if the Pacific can bounce back and steal map 2 to force a game 3. Don't go anywhere.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
I think it's crazy. Our fan base is like really huge in France. I think most of the people like already saw some events we did. So I'm pretty happy to be here. We missed out on Champs Paris last year. It's good for us to have an international event that we can play in front of our crowd, you know. I don't know if it's stress, but it's like, it's a good pressure that we have. We of course want to represent the country of our org. Also, like, I grew up in Paris, like it's a special city for me. So there is a lot of story about it.
We're extremely excited. We cannot wait for this opportunity. Obviously, we need to get out of groups first, but that's like even extra motivation for us to meet them all. It's our organization home country, home city, you know, so that's one of the biggest goals for us for sure.
Feels good to play here, of course, because Vitality French org and we're in France now, so it will be really fun to get into playoffs and share the stage with some of the fans too. I think that will be cool for everyone, one of us and stuff, and for me it will be especially, like, I am playing the French org. For me, like, it's a really exciting tournament, I think.
I moved to Paris when I was 7 years years old, and growing up in Paris, like, I think has been a chance for me because I don't think I would be there today if I didn't, like, if my mom didn't move to France. And as I said, like, yeah, I'm grateful for everything, you know, like, I'm trying to stay humble, like, work hard, prove by what I'm doing every day.
Our group is definitely the strongest, but I don't know, I feel like it's also probably the most exciting to watch. We have a lot of fans here and stuff, so again, it will be cool to play in front of them and just feel the support in person to French fans, especially when I'm watching like different esports and stuff. The crowd is usually like really good. Game by game, we have first Casey, and then we'll see like who will play next. It will just be fun to see it.
I wish it would have been like with the crowds. Unfortunately, the first game there's no crowds, but I wish there was a crowd because there's gonna be Vitality fans against Casey fans. It would have been so good, but it's fine. Still, it's gonna be an amazing match.
Welcome back, all you wonderful humans, and shout out to the West Coasters who woke up to watch 100 Thieves. They're up 1-0 right now over RRQ from the Pacific region, and we're about to find out if they can seal the deal. It's the group stages. On the mic, we got Athena and Pilsky. And Pilsky, I want to talk to you about RRQ. The potential. I feel like the ceiling is very high, but the floor is very low here. How do we, like, ride an escalator
So
back
what
towards
we need
that
to
ceiling?
do is we need to go back into Pacific, because when they play domestically, they're really good.
Okay.
But then when they play at an international event, it's really hard.
Dude, you guys are so mean. They did not play that bad.
That's what I'm saying. The ceiling is very high. The skill ceiling is there.
Okay.
But then you have a few like rounds where Cryo gets 2 with the pistol, and then
I mean,
the
there
third.
have
I do remember that.
as well, to be fair. It's
true.
Yeah, so,
Yeah.
like, you know, things happen.
Yeah.
You move on. You go to Breeze. You see how it goes.
We're going to go to Breeze,
Yeah,
which is
sometimes you just got to go to Breeze.
RRQ's
You just got to go to the beach.
specialty.
Oh.
No, it's not. But whose is it? It is going to be, of course, 100
Yeah.
Thieves. Why do they like this map so much? The home of KO.
They've been really, really good at taking those aggressive fights, both on their defense and their attack side. They've been super good with the double duelist meta, too. We saw it on this Ascent. They've done it on Haven. They're doing it as well on Breeze, using that Phoenix to really take the space that they need to. And I think, too, based on this game that we've just seen, Asuna and Timotino, they've had such good synergy, and their timings have been great with re-clearing a lot of the way that they've been doing towards that defensive side, taking the mains, fighting towards mid, just setting up these small little trap plays. So for me, 100 Thieves, they really do thrive on a map like this. But that being said, Breeze is essentially just a deathmatch map, and I feel like RRQ was kind of on fire as well in terms of firepower.
I mean, I kind of see it playing out in like almost a similar way to Ascent if RRQ sticks to the same comp, because they used to play Harbor KO. So I think you're going to play like a little bit more of a disruptive comp where they're trying to get reads and slow down a double duelist that's being played here by 100 Thieves. I think stylistically there will be some similarities to Ascent, but I think RRQ might be a little bit underrated on this map. I think the stats make it look like they're terrible at the map. And I think a lot of the times, I've seen a lot of games where they're actually more competitive than, you know, just losing every game, to be honest. I think they actually do know their way around this map decently, and I'm hoping for good things. But look, double pistol on Ascent and they're not winning that. That makes me nervous, man.
We're going to continue winning pistol rounds. They're 100% on pistol rounds.
Great.
That's the way we're looking at
Can
it,
we
okay?
win gun rounds, Bucket?
Every third.
Every third?
Every third is
1 in 3.
crazy.
All right, that's not bad. That's not going to be good enough, though, to avoid going to the lower bracket.
I do think, though, going into this, when you're seeing that
We
this
got the
is
veto for the next series.
Hey, we're just showing you guys
Yeah.
what's up for the next match. By the way, this is going to be Paper Rex taking on NRG. That should be a very
Surely we're not
exciting
showing
one
the veto now.
that you guys are just able to get a prediction on. The decider could be on Breeze, which is the map you're about to see for this series in the best of 3. Yeah, that
My
was...
brain can't take that.
You
I'm
don't-
just going to
you don't think
focus
that
on
best
this
of
game.
7 was real? You don't think that?
I don't know, but I can't think about that right now, Puckett. We got a game to watch, man.
Oh, do you? All right, I'll let you play
Hopefully
it.
soon.
I think our guys are locked in. The coaches are smiling. Production's all smiles. Let's hand it over for our agent selection. Can I ask real quick before I go? Are Jet and Sova going to be in every single game today?
Potentially so, honestly, but it depends on some of the other maps. We do have a little bit of a change-up from RRQ, though. They are not playing the KO Harbor anymore. They will stick to what they played on Ascent. However, I'm wondering if they updated the agent select.
game.
I think that
Those are
might
the comps from
not
last
be
game?
real.
That's my guess. It's from last game. It's a little hangover. We're just going to replace those graphics with some fresh agents.
I'm going to need a Bloody Mary right now.
I was going to say, there's no way both these teams play without a Viper or at least a Harbor or some sort of wall controller on this map, because I think it'd be almost near impossible if you play with just the Omen. So definitely a little bit of a slip up there for the agent select, but I'm really wondering if 100 Thieves have stuck to their guns and committed to that double duelist, because again, they've had so much time to prep. They may have made those changes.
Yeah, for sure. I think there's a lot of footage here on RRQ and how they do like to approach Breeze. And when we see the agent select, it is actually what they're playing. They're going to start out on the attacking side.
I thought it was a mistake.
So I guess this just does seem to be the kind of way that they want to be approaching things for the time being. So stylistically, we're going to get very much the same thing as what we saw over on Ascent. Once again, RRQ will have to start out on that attacking side, and it's going to have to take a little bit longer. But I'm seeing Harbor Neon. Yeah, okay, there you go. The HUD has baited me for the 4th time. I'm getting whiplash, man.
I was looking at you trying to be like,
I'm getting whiplash.
You're
okay,
fine.
let's just focus on the task at hand. RRQ dashing on into that A site. They do have a lurk waiting in the wings that takes a little bit of chip damage onto 100 Thieves, who are going for a quick flood onto this A site.
Yep, really nice execute here. Taking that backside space. Jemkin going to get the pick onto Timotino, but Cryo is here to trade. 3 of those players on RQ have dropped to 100 Thieves. Make it 4. And all of a sudden, Crazy Guy left in this 1v3. The spike is already being diffused. He's nowhere near. It's not planning for him. And Vora going to get that final pick onto Crazy Guy. And now that 100% pistol win rate for RQ has gone down.
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting that, honestly. That's a really nice retake from 100 Thieves, though. That's exactly what you want to be doing with the Harbor. Just a quick flood straight through middle, dominated the entirety of the map. They didn't get caught out by the lurk. Throw up the high tide and then just cut out that A side in half. Really helps you kind of simplify what you need to clear. And I don't think that RQ really offered much resistance. They're now back down onto an eco, and unfortunately, they've got to take a little bit of a back seat now on this attacking side of Breeze.
Yeah, the fast flood working really well for 100 Thieves. And for RRQ, I'm just kind of interested to see how they're going to farm these orbs, who they're going to farm them on. The dart going in, just making sure that there's no one close enough. Taking that A main space, the orb is going to be picked up by Cushy. Now looking for another A execute again for this side.
Yep, bang, spamming away straight through the Viper wall. Just going to play for the retake. They're quite happy to allow RRQ to have the site, at least for the time being, while this Viper wall is up. Up goes the Blaze wall as well. Suna looking to, once again, try to isolate some of these players from RRQ, but they're actually connecting a little bit with the pistol. Or silencing that for the time being. He's been tacked up, going to dash back into safety as Cushy cleaned out from the site. It's all onto Clutch Master Xferry himself, but Cryo, with the late lurk on through from middle, will give the round to 100 Thieves.
God, Vora's positioning this last map and this map so far has just been so good. Able to just dance around those pistols, making sure he's not over-aggressing, not over-peeking into those angles that he could get punished by, especially close range. Vora been so good as such a strong kind of rock player for your team. He's not necessarily anchoring, but he's always there. He's always rotating. He's always ready with a plan. And now we're going to see Cryo actually setting up onto this B site. And another, oh, sorry, I was going to say another Thrifty. The HUD almost threw me off again. I almost lost the HUD, but we are going to see a gun round coming in from RRQ. It is currently 2-0 for 100 Thieves. The op online for Jemkin.
Now up on the attacking side. And 100 Thieves have taken A main in the meantime. One way is going to allow Asuna to kind of maneuver his way on through. Something to think about, actually pushing the issue a little bit. RRQ looking for a pick in middle. Just sitting in a 1-3-1. Operator was spotted nicely by the drone, so I think 100 Thieves have got a little bit better of a read at what they're playing against now.
Yep, 2-0 again for 100 Thieves. Slow start for RRQ. Like you said, 100 Thieves understanding, adapting, not taking too many rotations, but still able to get a lot of that mid-round information. Peeking through that nest area, the Neon.
Dirty trip set up there. As the trip wasn't actually caught by the shock. Second one will clean it up. Zan now diving into the site. Catches Cryo, completely hit by that relay bolt. Doubling up there. Jemkin dealing with Asuna. The flood is ensuing, but Timotino is the last one left, and RRQ's done a really good job of just brute forcing their way into B there and pushing this last player for 100 Thieves. Bang, he's in another postcode at this point. He's got a lot of running to do.
It's going to be pretty rough. A Bulldog, though, trying to go for at least one more weapon down, because getting 3 weapons down on their first gun round is a little bit expensive. The jump peak going to get punished just a little bit because she got to spot out Bang. Bang sees just a little bit of that pixel. He's going to go back towards that elbow, trying to catch some sort of exits here. Because again, 3 guns down would be kind of expensive. You're forcing the majority of RRQ to be on some sort of weird buy. So exits going here.
Yep, see what he's able to fashion for himself. Nicely timed peek from Jemkin, denies any chance of catching those players darting back off the site. Nicely done from RRQ. Just a very slow 1-3-1 to open up this attacking side. Gun round, and then a really good B execute just to kind of simplify things. They really dealt well with Cryo there. Like he had the perfect setup there on the Cypher. Cage on the site, really kind of making them guess about what his positioning was. He had double trips to kind of keep himself safe, but it was just perfect utility from RRQ. You had the shock dart dealing with one of the trips and the relay bolt into the back left, and from there it's a little bit easier for RRQ to path their way into B.
Yeah, 100 Thieves, though, switching up their defensive setup, trying to fight for elbow. 3 of these players down. They run it down, run it back, pushing it all the way down towards elbow. Doesn't get a pick, but Timotino's going to punish Cushy. Zahn getting flashed, but it doesn't matter because he gets a pick onto Timotino. All the while, 3 more players have dropped, and now all of a sudden it's a 3v3 versus these 2 teams. 2-1. For 100 Thieves, and they're just going to re-clear towards this mid, but the spike is actually down.
I'm not even sure 100 Thieves are aware of that. I think they're a little bit confused as to why RRQ hasn't kind of pushed the issue a little bit. That is a terrible spot to be leaving the spike in a round like this, and 100 Thieves a little bit, I think they must have seen that. I mean, both, on the outside of the door, and they killed both of those players, so I think they must be well aware that the spike was dropped there. Zan, gonna pick it up. He's done a really good job of pinching that one. Xfro still lurking over towards B. You definitely don't want to get caught on the cross here as Zan. Very risky maneuver, but Vora gets off the line at an inopportune time, and now Crazy Guy can throw one man fake. He walks back. He walks back and get the pick. Okay, back to B now, I guess.
Dude, this is stressing me out, but the orb gonna be a contact point of noise here for 100 Thieves. They don't really hear it because Cryo's not close enough. The spike is gonna go down. They're committing to playing on these trap setups, these traps towards A. But of course, RQ, they know that there's a whole Cypher setup on A. They've ended towards B on purpose. Xfero here, backside, almost going to get a peek into Vora. He doesn't know that he's creeped all the way up yet. Nobody knows, but Xfero gets a pick onto Vora. And now Cryo alone in a 1v3.
Yeah, difficult situation to be walking your way into. And I think at this point, just looking for exits, if anything. Another gun to be saved over for 100 Thieves, who doesn't have much money to buy around it in that next round. RRQ, good 2 gun rounds in a row. Very slow stuff in both of them, and honestly, a pretty awkward situation to navigate their way through. Some good calls in the mid to late round, maybe a little bit of good fortune, to be honest with you. Just a couple of timings, it felt like, where 100 Thieves, if they had just held down that midline for a little bit longer, probably could have ended the round outright. But as it stands, another gun round picked up for RRQ here.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. The start of this round was just this heavy elbow fight from both of these teams. 100 Thieves again trying to do that trap setup. We're off of contact. Phoenix has that flash out in his hands, swinging it around the corner and trying to play for those frags. I think it does work out for them, but it just was crazy how RQ was so quick to get those trades and punish, especially Timotino, who had the op on the other side, was just unable to get anything. But again, another anti-eco, anti-thrifty here for RRQ, and they're walking towards the same main.
Zan up on the line, taps the orb nicely. In comes the curveball and the relay bolt. Counter Hunter's Fury coming in from the attacking side as a gun is dropped in the open. Crazy Guy going to deny Timotino get his hands on it. It's a messy exchange that still seems to go the way of RRQ there. 100 Thieves, definitely some potential shoving their way into A main there, but now they're unfortunately going to be put in a bit of an awkward situation. It's just Cryo on this B site on his lonesome.
Really good read here from Zan to tap the orb, try to bait any of those setups, and they're out onto this B side. Cryo alone on this side isn't able to get one. 100 Thieves have done so good with the bandits so far, but it just didn't work out in his favor. Vora now and Bang in this 2v4, trying to get out on site as fast as possible. But man, this is going to be hard. Both kind of low, 41 and 20 HP total for both of these guys. Using that wall to get some sort of map control, to get that space. Both drones coming out, but Xfero's actually creeping all the way up the side of that wall. Tap on that spike. The dart is down. Another dart coming in. Xfero getting both those picks onto Bang and Vora.
Yeah, he was just waiting, seeing what the rest of the team could kind of bait out, but all of the guns kept on through for RRQ, who are starting to pick up a little bit of momentum on this attacking side now. Have pivoted into the double duelist comp. As I was kind of saying before, with Zan being picked up into this roster, they've kind of been playing around with playing double controller. They were playing Harbor KO for quite a long time. Now they're kind of leaning into Jet Neon because, as I mentioned before, Zan is a very comfortable player on the Neon. It's a bit of a specialist agent for him. And Jemkin quite happy to be back on his signature Jet. As RRQ looking into another gun round here. It's looking like a quick mid to 8.
Super quick split, Zan. Stopping because of that molly, but being able to push all the way up. The drone coming in from a main, but they've put a hold on it because they hear Timotino coming back around through this mid doors, waiting with a judge. Zan gets the pick onto Timotino, gets that off of his hands, and Vora using that Sova, trying to get as much information as possible, but Cryo, he's still set up. He gets the information. He sees that the rest of the team is out on site, so as soon as it's going to go down mid, try to re-clear, try to get that information, and the retake wall has come in from this harbor.
See, RRQ just really slowing this down around down, waiting for some mistakes. In comes the Harbor Ult, though. Arsene has found one. Great spam through from Cryo, making things very difficult for RRQ, and they're just starting to crumble. Crazy Guy trying to pick up the pieces, spotted out by the neural theft, and it's all down to Xfero. They know exactly where he is, and he's been flanked by Asuna. Nice little response there from 100 Thieves. It felt like RRQ were very much in control of that round. They found the first pick. They slowed things down. But credit to 100 Thieves for putting the pieces back together.
Yeah, they did a good job at flipping that site. Phoenix taking that mid control, trying to get a pick onto that Zan while he was falling back. And it just felt like both these players understood the aggression on the site because they took their time. They waited for Asuna to just make some sort of chaos, pull some of that pressure, pull some of that focus, and use the timing there. But of course, also Cryo getting a spam through that harbor wall was kind of crazy too because that was the spike as well. But obviously into this next round, 3-3, both teams able to get full weapons, but it's kind of crazy because if RQ loses this round, they might be forced onto another Thrifty here unless they get those picks.
See how good of a salesman Cushy is. Applies a little bit of util pressure to that B site. Drone goes through elbow, looking to try to fish for a bang here with the paranoia. Blazewalk goes up, and it's a disengage for 100 Thieves.
Really quick rotate, but it gets punished because Cushy, he's walked all the way up mid. Vora unable to get traded by Timotino yet, but RQ doing a good job at just waiting. Both these ops meeting each other. Timotino turning around at the wrong time, but as I say that, he gets the pick onto Jemkin, a 1-for-1 trade, and now all of a sudden, the numbers are equalized.
RQ really having a tough time at finding the clean opportunities and timings that they've been looking for in the mid-round. Once again, slowing things down. 40 seconds on the clock as the spike starts to trend back towards that A site to meet up with Xfero. 100 Thieves are very much in front of this, though. It's just Cryo being left solo retake on that B site yet again here. While the rest of the team is ready with reactive utility, you've got the Storm Surge and the Phoenix Molly. So I'd imagine that they're going to have a really good time dealing with this. Up goes the fast lane. Timotino finding that opening. Big bang inside of the bunker smoke is giving them a lot of problems. Cushy tapping the spike. Timotino able to deal with him, and Crazy Guy is so far out of position here. Panic TP into the site. He will have a little bit of space to plant, but Timotino should be able to just deny that spike. There's no time, even if Crazy Guy gets that pick. And RRQ, unfortunately, again in the mid-round, things are just really not coming together for them.
Yeah, a struggle. It feels like 100 Thieves so quick to collapse. Their rotations have gone a lot quicker here. They're kind of just walking around through mid because it feels like they haven't been pressured enough by RRQ either. So much mid space is given to them to the point where they're comfortable rotating. That being said, Vora did get caught off guard, so we're going to see a little bit of a change maybe towards their clearing that mid properly before they do those full rotates. And now, still able to buy. Getting that operator on the side of Jemkin. They're looking like they're just going to go for another round of these slow peaks, but this time towards elbow.
Runner back secured inside of A main for Asuna. full information for 100 Thieves as Cushy once again looking to try to clear the Cypher trips. One of them dealt with. Up goes the Cage. Inside of the smoke is Timotino, hiding in the opposing team's fast lane, and he's found a decent timing. That's a hell of a trade back from Zan as the Hunter's Fury coming in does deal with Cryo, or at least make him uncomfortable enough for Crazy Guy to do his due diligence, and RQ will take this A site.
That was a really good zoning out from Cushy, just being really annoying, forcing Cryo to get that peek over the wall or take his one. The drone's going to give so much information that these players are on site, but they still don't know where Jemkin is. He has this full flank control. As I say that, he turns around, run it back, down on side. Soon gets the pick onto Cushy, just jumping around. He's able to get it, and Crazy Guy now back site, and Jemkin with the operator in mid.
It's a nice flank timing, but Asuna, they were not sure where he actually completed that run it back from. And now Jemkin being locked out of this round by the High Tide. Asuna's got him marked. Up goes the Blade Storm, but inside of that Cloudburst, Asuna was ready. And this will be a nice little defuse from 100 Thieves to get themselves on a nice streak of rounds here. They've gotten very close the last 3 in a row, but every single one of them has gone the way of 100 Thieves.
Again, it's this post-plant situation for RRQ. The delay is so good on site. They're able to get at least one on the side of 100 Thieves, getting one of those picks and just delaying for long enough that the rotates are here so quick. You can see Asuna and Boras zooming, running and holding W through that side. And of course, the flank, of course. So much pressure on both angles for the side of 100 Thieves. They're able to just be really annoying in that sense, forcing RRQ to kind of take that timeout, because now they've lost a couple of those rounds that they should have won. It feels like they've had a numbers advantage, position advantage, but it's just been kind of throttled by the way that 100 Thieves is reacting.
Yeah, a little bit of a dry spell here for RRQ that they're going to try to digest a little bit with this tack timeout. Start to make some adaptations. They've been mixing up the pace most of the time, playing quite slow. That little bit of a faster pump towards B was one of the faster rounds that we've seen from them, but it's always a little bit telegraphed by the Sova drone and the fact that they have to actually take their time clearing a lot of these Cypher trips. So that's really kind of slowing them down. Even if Cryo's not having the best of fragging impact so far, I think the Cypher utility has been worth its weight in gold so far.
Yeah, and he's been switching it up almost every single round too. When he is on that B, yes, he has a couple of the same trips, but the Cage has just been really annoying. He switched up his position. You never know where he's playing. And then he's also switched over and over again from that A to B site. So it's been working really well for them, but we're obviously jumping back in now. 100 Thieves, Timotino walking all the way down elbow.
Yeah, has a decent timing here onto Zan. It's a very easy pick to kick things off for the defense, and RRQ post-timeout, that's where you just throw all of your plans in the bin. The opposing team already found the opening pick and tagged your jet off the line, forced to defensively dash. So you've got no map control to speak of in a 4-on-5. It's kind of a nightmare scenario for the attackers here.
Really scary. No map control other than this elbow. They're holding this double doors, waiting for some sort of aggression. But again, 100 Thieves not giving it to them. They're not giving them those easy fights anymore. Full A main control here. They're hoping that someone taps the orb or at least walks into their crosshairs with that off angle. Timotino now trying to re-clear towards that mid. Using his op to kind of catch anyone off guard, but he's not going to find anything just yet.
Contact play in towards mid doors, has to find some impact here. Xfero, if he plays this one in first, is in for a rude awakening. That's a brave TP for Crazy Guy. And we'll leave it at that. Vora turtling inside of the side, trying to play the crossfire with Bang. It's a beautiful little recon dart in from the Sova, and even if he's pinned into the corner and dealt with, Jemkin on only 50 HP has not much to do here. Timeout completely ineffective from RRQ, and 100 Thieves slapped them away with 4 alive.
Crazy Guy living up to his name with that TP into Nest, huh?
They didn't have much going for them, you know? If you don't make big plays, you don't get big results, Athena, okay?
Well, I think there also was a really good timing from Timotino's part because he did just cross into Nas. But yes, this opening pick, really nice. I love that Timotino is able to go for those as well without requiring too much support. Bora's on the other side of the map. There's no one really following up with him, which could be a little scary if he does get picked off. But he's just so confident in those peaks that it's kind of rewarded them. And now RRQ forced onto this weird by 3 stringers across the board, 2 sheriffs, and they're going towards this B main.
Oh, that Phoenix Molly is really doing them a number here. As RRQ looking to dive into the site. Beautiful little spray control from Asuna, and the curveball's even better. Up inside of the dark cover. Crazy Guy has TP'd up to try to get something done, but Asuna is all over it. Only 1 bullet left in his Phantom. Xfero's in the back lines. They're very much trying to give Asuna the ace here. Reloads the Phantom and he'll get it done. Beautiful defense there from 100 Thieves. The Phoenix is all that's needed really to shut down that attempt from the Stingers on RRQ's side.
Those are the types of rounds that when I go home, I'm like, maybe I should play on high sense like Asuna does, because he does it so good. He's so consistent with it. It's kind of insane.
It was super important because RRQ with the Stingers here, if they get in the site and get the pit down, that's actually a losable round for 100 Thieves, especially with the comp that they're playing. So cannot understate. You know, there's some anti-eco aces that you're like, yeah, that didn't really matter. But that one actually could have been a bit of a problem for 100 Thieves if he doesn't put some multi-frags together there.
Yeah, he absolutely shut down their winning condition for that round. And we're going to see early double drone from both sides, getting as much information as possible. Vora getting spotted out by the drone. They're not going to get any more information on the 100 Thieves side now, setting up for some sort of mid-fight. 3 players here situated towards here. Vora about to get peeked by the op by Jemkin. He's just holding, playing passive. Who's going to make the first move?
And 10 on the clock here. Very tense stuff. So RRQ are set up in elbow. Down goes the operator. Kushi looking for the trade as the dark cover goes in towards Ness. RRQ putting a lot of pressure on middle. Oh, he's hit him with a little bit of a bouncy dart there. Nicely done by Kushi. Hudson is really going looking for him with the run it back. This is messy stuff. Zan's been able to time him inside of heaven as he comes off the back of the ult, and a big 2K from Crazy Guy to open up B. I cannot believe that RRQ has put themselves in a winning position as the spike gets scooped up by the ag.al.
That's insane. Zan actually getting all the way up into Nest when Timotino was opping through that tons. It's insane how he actually got that timing to get in and punish Asuna. But a bang. In this 1v3, it's not looking too good. We have 3 of these players ready on site, and Sphero ready with that flank peek. Kind of insane that round. I thought it was going to go down in shambles for RQ after that initial pick from Vora. Obviously, the dart, nobody was able to trade Vora, but it didn't matter because they had this mid setup. But it just didn't work. It wasn't there, wasn't flushed out because of the players that were towards elbow.
I think this is just a round where, I mean, I've been praising our 100 Thieves for their patience for the majority of this game. They very much just try to crunch middle, and sometimes that just backfires for you. They really sent it in with the runner back and didn't quite find the right timing that they were looking for. Sometimes that happens. But RQ now on 4 attacking side of rounds, even if the last, however many, I feel like the last 5 or 6 rounds have not looked particularly close, and we still have 4 on the attacking side for RRQ. So they're doing their due diligence at least. Blazewall and Storm Surge going to secure A main control, going for the orb is bang. In goes the relay bolt. RRQ looking to punish, but unable to do so.
The A main fight coming in. Asuna getting that pick onto Zan, and he's going to fall back, not trying to give too much away, give another peek for RRQ, and all of a sudden, that's their neon down, but they still have this op online for Jemkin, but he's been unable to find an opening pick so far, especially towards this B side where Cryo's just playing on site, playing patient on his cam. Vora, though, uses drone early. It's going to have to use that dart at some point to get some sort of information because RRQ, again, slowing it down in their mid-round.
The dart's back up for the attackers as well. Xferro does have the pit for the afterplant. Jemkin looking for a pick over on elbow side, and RRQ kind of waiting for him to get in the mix. As Crazy Guy going to go for an information TP. Asuna, here's that all being picked up. They know that there's at least 1 or 2 players for RRQ. Hold on. They're starting to get some picks. Bang able to trade one back, though, and he rips his ult. Timotino's arrived at the party as well, and that's a great shutdown at the end of the half for 100 Thieves. Just perfection from the Neon and the Harbor to stop RRQ. Any inroads getting into A.
That was such a nice setup from them. Really good positioning. Timotino as well, not being phased by all the pressure coming out of A main. The players knowing that Bang has his back on site, just being able to focus towards that mid doors. These are the kind of the small plays that I really like to see from 100 Thieves. But of course, these are so nice to watch. The 3K for Timotino, and now we've jumped into this halftime. Looking at the scoreboard, 14 and 14 for the double duelists on 100 Thieves.
Yeah, doing quite well for themselves. As we once again have the cinematic music really egging us on in this series.
It sets the tone.
It does.
Another
Yeah.
8-4.
It does what I couldn't. As RRQ, they've got their work cut out for them once again. Down in rounds at the half. Moving on to the defense. Pretty similar to what we saw over on the Ascent side. But 100 Thieves calling has been pretty excellent today. And they're not playing that different of a comp stylistically. Again, double duelist. Couple little different bits and pieces. I'm interested to see actually how they approach this attack side. They're going to have to get a reasonable amount of value out of the fast lane and the cages, I'd imagine, because they're only playing the Harbor as a single controller.
Yeah.
Which is not too common. Usually you're seeing that kind of paired with a Viper or something like that a lot of the time. Or you even have Astra or Omen in the mix.
Yeah, I think for both these teams, they've switched on to the stronger sides. The weaker sides. There we go. Because that Omen on the defensive side is really good at just delaying and using that smoke to block off those choke points instead of using them to actually execute into a site, especially when you're playing with a Viper. Once you put that wall down, it's gone. You can no longer move it. So it's almost impossible to commit to a site like B when your Viper wall is on A, and same vice versa. And then on the other side of 100 Thieves with that double duelist, it's going to be a lot harder to execute because the retakes, once they use a lot of that util on that retake, or at least on the execute, they don't have that harbor wall again for quite a while. They're going to have to cycle, like you said, those Cypher cages or something else that's going to help them through. Maybe the firewall from Phoenix here, but kind of crazy. I'm looking at these two double duelists to kind of keep up the synergy, but for RRQ, they're starting off with 3 players towards the safe side, trying again to get this A main pressure.
Xfero retake on B does have a wall to slow things down if possible. Spots out a couple of players on the side of 100 Thieves, but will just back his way over towards Elbow and play behind the Harbor wall. Cryo trying to keep Jemkin in check. He's having a little bit of a look in towards Elbow. That's fantastic from Cryo to shut the jet down, and now RRQ are very much under the pump.
Post plant here for 100 Thieves. RRQ seeming to decide against the quick flank towards Elbow. They know Crow's holding it, but they're walking up. Timotino pushed all the way up, gets a pick onto Cushy, but Zan gets 2 here, dropping 3 players from 100 Thieves, and all of a sudden a 1v1 Sheriff v Sheriff. Vora versus Xfero, holding it down, tapping the spike, but Vora gets that final pick, and another pistol going the way of 100 Thieves.
It's a good way to start the offense. Dealt with Jemkin inside of Elbow, and despite some heroics from Zan, those were some very nice shots indeed, coming back in on that retake for RRQ. 100 Thieves able to win the 1v1 that was necessary. That's their second pistol here. 2-1 by RRQ at the first map, and 2 by 100 Thieves. Should give them a lot of confidence. They're already up 8-4 in the half. They're switching over to attack now. It's going to force RRQ to once again show their resilience. Something that we know they have. You know, when they're in really good form, they're great at these comebacks, but I don't know, I haven't seen anything too inspiring today from RRQ. I don't get really the sense that they're in fantastic form, but this is a nice B stack at least.
Yep, 5 players from 100 Thieves opting to go for this. They're not holding back. They're just going in together. The trades are all in. Cushy somehow manages to get 3 with the classic, but Crazy Guy left in a 2v1. This is an expensive round here for 100 Thieves, but they're able to get that spike down, not taking any chances, just playing together on that site. High-low towards this Tons. The peek is in, and Cryo gets the pick onto Crazy Guy.
Yeah, nicely navigated at the end of things, but the B stack does get a little bit of damage done.
Yeah.
So that's the first little test passed for RRQ. At least make the economy breakable as you head into your first gun round. See how much 100 Thieves are going to invest kind of buying around these 2 rifles, but you don't feel too bad bringing 2 Phantoms out of things, especially when Asuna has a run it back into the anti-bonus. You're still probably feeling quite confident as 100 Thieves to keep the good times rolling.
Yeah, and they're grouping up once again. I think at this point, they're just taking that double duelist comp and running with it, trying to get aggressive, especially in their post plants, taking a lot of map control because, like we talked about, when you have just the harbor, it's hard to cycle those and prevent the retakes from flooding in. And now an A execute on the lines here. That firewall is going to go up first. The harbor wall is not the initial util that's being used to cross into sight. Asuna with the running back, trying to get one, doesn't find anyone, but Crazy Guy and Jemkin are the ones to stop the execute. I say that, but Cryo and Vora, good for their own.
That going down for 100 Thieves. Man advantage. If they win this bonus, it would be a death sentence for RRQ. That's Cushy working his way in. Drone to try to read the setup here as the site is cut in half by a nice high tide from Bang. They know that the Phoenix inside of A main, but Jemkin has probably got a lot of work to do here, and waiting out the high tide is probably going to really time RRQ out of this round. The Cove will further stall things. Like, this is just a nightmare to retake into for RRQ, and the curveball is where the first move will be made. Hexfero was ready for it, diving in out of the Cove there. RRQ, what a gorgeous little retake as Jemkin puts 3 together. I did not think that they were going to get back into that one. But that was very much necessary to start to close the gap of rounds here on this defense.
That was insane. I mean, every single kill felt like it could have been part of a frag movie because that was kind of crazy. But 100 Thieves, man, they took the site. They made sure that they had the space back site. They just struggled to fight together to trade. I think Asuna here also taking that fight solo was a little bit of a struggle. We were complimenting them on cycling that util, making sure that the harbor util is actually the final piece before they try to do something a little bit too aggressive. And it ended up not working for them. But that being said, both teams with their guns online, and a super aggressive start here for RRQ.
Yeah, Timotino under pressure. Jemkin's dash into the window, and he certainly wasn't ready for that. Bang. Inside of the dark cover as Vora, I think, spraying Crazy Guy straight through it. That's a nice pick back for 100 Thieves that I don't think they necessarily were expecting. And now Arsena taking this space into middle. Drone reply in from Cushy. Trying to push them away. Xfero has been scanned out under a lot of pressure here. The shock darts, the Phoenix Molly. He's pinned into a corner and there's nothing for him to do. The rest of our RQ here just waiting on the other side of the high tide as 100 Thieves start to scramble into 8.
Really quick response from RRQ, trying to collapse immediately to help out Xfero. He did fall, but 3 of these players here towards mid, they just need to make sure that they're clearing it out because Bang here holding that off angle towards doors with Asuna. Nice little crossfire here, gets 2, peeks for the 3rd, but Asuna is there to trade instantly.
That's rough for RRQ. Tried to go for something a little bit aggressive on elbow side, and honestly, it kind of worked out until that spam kill came back through from Vora.
Yeah.
And I think the mid-rounding was excellent from 100 Thieves. As soon as they lost elbow, they took that mid-space. They isolated where that solo A player was playing. And as you can see here on the replay, they dealt with Xfero without really needing to do too much. Great little snake by, Shock Bolt and Phoenix Molly combo. And then just set up a beautiful crossfire across middle. There was not really much RRQ could do there.
The util has been so good, especially when you're looking at a player like Asuna. We've been talking about him a lot, but his flashes have been great for trap setups. His wall being used on their executes, and that molly, of course. It's so nice to see a lot of these small little things, these micro plays that they're using that ends up making them just a tiny bit cleaner, makes everything look a little bit easier for 100 Thieves, like taking map control there and being able to trade and set up those crossfires. Really nice stuff, and I'm so excited to see how Asuna keeps playing on this Phoenix, especially for the rest of this competition.
Jemkin on the op. Not sure it's something 100 Thieves will be expecting. Tailwind active. Cryo, beautiful little peek on in there. That definitely needed to be where RRQ found some success, and the Neural Theft to follow up. They can read this setup nicely. Hunter's Fury comes in. Sand trying to chase them down with the overdrive active, but 100 Thieves are punishing every little aggressive maneuver for RRQ. And now with the high trade across yellow and the spam through from Bang, this is looking like a serious point for 100 Thieves.
They've taken all the space. They have the numbers. They're forcing Crazy Guy and Xfero to fall back. They have to save these weapons. This is not winnable for them. 2v5. They need to buy around these guns, of course, because now 100 Thieves is going to be on match point with this. And man, if I was RQ, I'd be sweating right now because it's looking so hard. They don't have any idea of how to stop this kind of force push by 100 Thieves. They're just running it down at some point. Still doing it with conviction, still doing it with strategy. They're not just holding W all willy-nilly, but they're able to get those picks. They're able to just trade off of each other so well. It feels like they're able to speed up no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, that setup is just a bit of a domino effect. I didn't even mind it. I think the op was something that 100 Thieves running a bit of a slower round were not necessarily ready for, but Jemkin just goes looking for information in the mid-round a little bit too early there and gets caught on the timing. If he finds an op peak, dashes away there, that could be a completely different story, especially with the overdrive and the Hunter's Fury coming in on the retake, which was kind of just used in desperation after that. That is what Cryo does best, though. Just an instant headshot, even onto someone holding an op line, and 100 Thieves now on series point. This has been a very convincing day from them. Breeze in particular, I mean, you could see why they picked this map into this series.
Oh, 100%. They've been performing on a map like Breeze. But Timotino going for that initial pick, demolishing Jemkin, absolutely destroying him. And now 4v5 just like that. RRQ are struggling, so they're trying to take that map control back. They're trying to equalize these numbers, getting the information with that drone. They're going to spot out Asuna here. But Zan unable to do anything with that. The drone coming in answer, and they have all this information just holding for 100 Thieves. They don't need to overpeak anywhere.
Yeah, it's very telegraphed from RRQ, and 100 Thieves are all over it. Great patience. Timotino diving into the site, flushes Crazy Guy into Cryo's angle. Hunter's Fury really zoning the rest of the rotators away, blows up Cushy on double doors, and Timotino up close as the Harbor ult comes through. We'll catch at least Zan on 5 HP. Out comes the shorty, and Xfero is tapping away. That is ridiculous, but Cryo will finally put an end to it. 13-5 for 100 Thieves. They absolutely demolished RRQ.
That makes sense why this is their map pick. They've been so phenomenal on maps like these, just taking their fights. But I think today they've shown that they have all this really good understanding of how they want to play together. The synergy, the way that they're coming up with these strats, and the mid-rounding from Vora, of course, has been phenomenal. Feels like they haven't been punished for a lot of those plays other than a couple of trap setups. And once it hasn't worked, they've still had an answer in the middle of the round of how to recuperate.
Yeah, I felt like for the majority of that series, 100 Thieves, definitely the better team. RRQ, once again, a little bit sleepy, a little bit slow at an international event, given that they are still betting in Zan very recently, picking up this player heading into this event. But I definitely know, especially all of the Pacific fans know that RRQ can play a little bit better than that, and in the lower bracket, they'll only have one more chance to do so.
Makes a lot of sense. I think also coming off of that Masters run as well, they're still a little bit tired, but I still think I see a lot of faith, especially the way that Xfero was playing. Man, he was a beast today on that Veto, playing really, really well, constantly getting those picks on the Viper. His lurk timings were really good, just holding, making sure that the team always has a plan B to fall back into. And then also on his defense, just getting so many of those picks. He's been playing phenomenally. Definitely a player to keep our eyes on for the rest of the tournament.
For sure. And look, Xfero, he's a bit of a Pacific MVP, but he needs a little bit of help from the rest of the boys on RRQ for sure. So we'll see if they can pick up their performance heading forward into that lower bracket. They got a lot of work to do. 100 Thieves, I think that's a good vibe though, having got a clean win in that opening game. Puckett, you know, I'm sure you're happy to see that win for the boys.
Very happy. Very unexpected 2-0 victory. RRQ going to fall down, and they're doing it pretty swiftly. I have to give a big shout out to Xfero. If you're going to lose a game, get a three-piece like that on the way out. He clicking heads, feeling good as you're going into your next matchup. But honestly, this was a grueler. Both of these teams sat out here for a while. They were iced. They were able to get back into the game. And I think ultimately maybe you got to revisit the Phoenix. Is it a mistake not to use the best agent in the game, Pilski?
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have players who can play it, then that makes it hard.
How do you not play Phoenix?
Players that can play it.
Oh, Cushy can play it.
It was part of the beta, bro. How are you not able to play Phoenix at this point in Valorant?
It's going to take a while to explain that because we're going to have to shuffle like 4 players' roles to fit it in the comp. The Info Enit player has to play Phoenix. Then Crazy Guy has to play Info Enit.
Right,
then who plays Omen? Who plays Omen, Puckett? Who plays Omen?
Yeah, Puckett.
Zan can't do both?
Zan can play Omen. That's true.
Right.
Okay, they play solo duelists. All right, you solved it.
Did I just solve the problem?
Thanks,
RRQ, if you need a coach, I work on COD most of the time. Happy to come on over. We got to take a look at our highlights. It's simple stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Tactical shooters can be simplified. When you make moves like this, the headshots are going to pave the way early on as it's 100 Thieves out to an early start. The pistol round in the second half gave RRQ hope again.
Yeah.
Are they the best pistol team here in Group A?
No. Probably not.
Are 100 Thieves the worst pistol team in Group
No.
A?
They went 2 for 2.
They won
did
there.
okay
They
for
won there
themselves.
too. I think
Yeah.
you're baiting us a little bit.
Okay, it's not working.
You're
Yeah.
trying to see if we're
None
paying
of it is going to
attention,
work. All
but-
right, we're looking at some of the highlights here.
Yeah.
Asuna is having the pop-off performance towards the end. The neon's shown quite a bit here on the map. Walk me through what you saw, Athena.
I mean, this was insane. It feels like there were so many 3Ks that happened over and over again. Xfero, obviously one of the players that we were talking about. This by Jemkin was absolutely nasty, absolutely shutting it down. I think we were talking about this Molly combo from Vora and from Asuna. This crossfire just showing how well 100 Thieves were playing together. Again, RQ kind of having the right idea, getting a lot of those picks, but just having either the timing or the trading off almost every single time.
I mean, yeah, I just don't think that they necessarily were showing their best face here. I don't think that they had the right read on 100 Thieves, who I felt like had better fragging and better macro. They were just bigger, faster, stronger today, and RQ didn't show up to play as well as they needed to, as I mentioned before, which is often a problem in some of these international events. In Pacific, they are a very good team, but they're having a little bit of a struggle at the moment. That's why you saw the roster change come through, and yeah, well, hopefully they can pick it up in the lowers.
Who is the best Sentinel that you've seen on the stage so far today?
Xfero.
He's a gamer.
I mean,
maybe best Sentinel in Pacific.
Cryo's done a good job. He's done a good job. He's done his job every single time. He's switched up his setups, but Xfero's just been fragging out the whole time,
And
too.
then on the other side, who was the most impressive duelist? We had 2 stages going. You guys missed the action from Edward Gaming, but I saw quite a few highlights on Stage A. What was the best player or player camera to watch on Stage B?
Timatino
Yeah,
today.
Timatino was
Or
really
Asuna.
good. He really impressed me with the op. I think the way he was kind of maneuvering around, he really helped their setups as well a lot of the time, on a sense. So I was loving Timatino. I don't know if he's got it over Kung Kung, though. Like, I don't think anyone has it over Kung Kung, honestly.
He's a beast.
All right, audio, we are going to be getting into an interview here shortly. I just got the thumbs up from Ginny. She's ready to rock. And it's not Timatino. It's his better half. He goes by the name of Asuna, and he was here since the beginning of the Thieves. Let's go to the main stage.
Thank you, guys. Asuna, congratulations on that win that you got here today. A quick 2-0, just another day in the office. Starting off this year pretty strong for EWC.
Yeah, happy to have a quick win, especially against a tough opponent, I would say. You know, any team from APAC will always give you a run for your money, and it's the first win for Vora and Timatino, so always good to, you know, have a clean win, especially for the international stage, to build some momentum and hopefully top our group.
All right, I'm looking forward to that, but I want to talk about your individual performance as well on the Phoenix, especially. Like, it was pretty good, so talk us through the preparation specifically that came into coming to the tournament.
Not a lot of like preparation in the sense of focusing on the other team, mostly on ourselves. So just, you know, working on our individual game, and we did a small boot camp. Thank you to Gentlemates for lending their gaming house to us. And yeah, we were able to practice for a week in Paris, which led us to have a really good, comfortable showing. And yeah, we're taking this event very seriously and hoping to win.
So when you're talking about the expectations, you're saying topping your group, hoping to win. In general, when it comes to the expectations for this event, of course it is to lift the trophy, but are there any other nuances that come with that?
No, I mean, obviously get experience. I think that's like the biggest thing, but winning this event will be everything.
All right, and when it comes to your next opponent, it's BBL. I do want to say on that last map against EDG, they won 13-3. So are you nervous at all?
No, hopefully, you know, it doesn't come back to bite me, but have to be confident.
All right, well, thank you so much. I'm going to let you go. Appreciate it. And we're going to be heading back over to the desk.
Nailed it. I thought she was going to leave him hanging. I'm not going to lie. Athena, I'm told that you got to go. We're going to be swapping Avril onto the desk for the next match. Before you go, though, what do I need to know about Paper Rex? They're about to take this stage, and everyone says they're in the S tier.
Oh my God, Paper X, they're a phenomenal team. I feel like every single player on that roster has a really good understanding of their role, and the way that they're playing at Masters was insane. They did come second place in Masters, but I still feel like they're going to be up there. And when it comes to Paper X versus NRG, listen, I'm an America's girly at heart, but I think Paper X is going to take that one.
They could be the clear winners in our next group. Stay tuned. It's EWC 2026. We're coming back with more Valorant live from Paris.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
In last year's finals, we were in a tough situation. I think a lot of different words were said, different tactics to wake up, maybe some harsh, maybe some inspirational.
I think all it took was winning that third map to give us that big amount of belief in ourselves that we can do it.
Even though it was so bad, we still inside believe that it's possible. Can't stop believing, because if you stop believing, then that's it.
Brienne's on 78 HP. He did the ultimate, but so is Crashies.
The trophy felt unusual. I mean, it was my first Valorant trophy. I think for all of us as well. Especially, thinking like 2 hours ago we were in the worst position possible. It felt amazing. It felt like a moment of finally.
I think I kind of knew in my head that we would win it just because it's really hard for them to be mentally strong, being 2-0 up and then going to 2-2. Like, there was no way in my head that we were going to lose that last map just based on knowing what mental state they're in and what mental state we're in.
Yeah, I mean, this year, many boys.
I think it's crazy. Our fan base is like really huge in France. I think most of the people like already saw some events we did. So I'm pretty happy to be here. We missed out on Champs Paris last year. It's good for us to have an international event that we can play in front of our crowd, I don't know if it's stress, but it's a good pressure that we have. We of course want to represent the country of our org. Also, I grew up in Paris, it's a special city for me, so there is a lot of story about it.
We're extremely excited. We cannot wait for this opportunity. Obviously, we need to get out of groups first, but that's even extra motivation for us to meet them all. It's our organization home country, home city, so that's one of the biggest goals for us for sure.
Feels good to play here, of course, because Vitality French org, and we're in France now, so it will be really fun to get into playoffs and share the stage with some of the fans too. I think that will be cool for everyone, one of us and stuff, and for me it will be especially, I am playing the French org. For me, it's a really exciting tournament, I think.
I moved to Paris when I was 7 years old, and growing up in Paris, I think has been a chance for me, because I don't think I would be there today if I didn't, if my mom didn't move to France. And as I said, I'm grateful for everything, I'm trying to stay humble, work hard, prove by what I'm doing every day.
Our group is definitely the strongest, but I don't know, I feel like it's also probably the most exciting to watch. We have a lot of fans here and stuff, so again, it will be cool to play in front of them and just feel the support in person to French fans, especially when I'm watching different esports and stuff. The crowd is usually really good. Game by game, we have first KC, and then we'll see who will play next. It will just be fun to see it.
I wish it would have been with the crowds. Unfortunately, the first game there's no crowds, but I wish there was a crowd because there's gonna be Vitality fans against KC fans. It would have been so good, but it's fine. Still, it's gonna be an amazing match.
Welcome back. It's the Esports World Cup. I'm your host, Chris Puckett, alongside two beautiful casters. The first comes from New Zealand. The other one, next door neighbor in Australia. We've got the fantastic dynamic duo. There it is. It's Avril alongside Pilski.
What's up?
Avril, you have been buzzing all day. When everyone's energy was dropping low, you were there to bring us back up. Why have you been so excited about this match since you woke up today?
First of all, I'm very caffeinated. Second of all, guys, I mean, this is a match that is worthy of the grand finals. Paper X, NRG, probably match of the day for the entire opening round.
Yeah.
There's no better game than this.
Yeah, totally agree. Honestly, we saw them both play each other in Santiago earlier in the year. It went one apiece. Paper X knocked them out of the tournament, very deep into the tournament, and then went into the grand finals over there. So, I mean, not quite a grand final. I agree with you. It definitely could be a grand final, but a lower final nonetheless. And these are two of the very finest teams for their regions.
And we got it just in groups. Now, reminder, 2 teams are going to move out of every group. You need 2 wins to do so. 100 Thieves were able to do it. We saw over on the other stage, it was BBL taking it in our opening round. 2 new winners here in our second set of matches, and I got to get your opening thoughts. Pilski, who is the leader in this match when it comes to the predictions? Do you think Paper X has a big lead?
Yeah. I think so, especially fan base wide. They've been so consistent at internationals. NRG have been making it to the internationals at least, but unfortunately just not making it as deep, even though, as we all saw at the end of last year over at Champs, the core of this squad at least very good enough, very much good enough to be able to win the very biggest events in Valorant. So we'll see how good their form is coming here into the Esports World Cup 2026, and I think that starts right from the get-go. They don't have any easy game to start things out. They are playing a world beater right out of the gate.
So Paper X, of course, are our Pacific champions from Stage 1. Over on the other side, we've got NRG, who are the top team to come out of America's qualifiers. But first, let's take a look at the boys rocking the blue and pink. Paper X, Silver Surfers this year, yet to lift the trophy. Can they get it done at EWC? If so, it'll come with a $600,000 paycheck. If you're looking for stars on this squad, who do your eyes go to first, Pilski?
Everyone. Literally every player.
I need one. Simplify it for the new guy.
I could take something here. I mean, he's been phenomenal. We are in a jet meta as well, so he is really just running around doing a lot of damage. Jing if you get a raise map, but I think something is the player that really does kind of tantalize the viewer.
And now we can take a look at a ferocious squad rocking the black tee of comfort. Avril, this squad doesn't need a jersey to make a statement. Are you going with the mullet man? Mullet man number 2. Who is your star to watch on this squad?
There's many mullets on this team. No, I think Brock still is a guy that you have to look out for. Guy is known for the Odin, kind of pirating that. Ethan as well, former world champion and double actually now, given that he's the ag.al on NRG. And I think this is a team led by Ethan that really wants to get back in that form. They've had some good results this year. A couple of third places. You talk about PRX maybe being the bridesmaid second place slot. Well, NRG have kind of had that third place too many times for them, and they're looking to get back to number 1.
No bronzes. They want gold here as well. Of course, both are hoping just to survive the group. If you can win today, that is a huge step forward, knowing the rest of the competition statistically should be easier. Let's take a look, though, at how they should face off here in the best of 3. Last time around, it was in Santiago. That was months ago. So do we have new maps in this map pool that you can expect either team to maybe pull from?
Yeah, I think Pearl was a really important map for NRG, and that's gone from the pool now. So that's going to be very interesting as a map that I think Paper X otherwise probably wouldn't have wanted to play very often. And the fact that we've sort of moved away from that, Sunset being added back in is a bit of an unknown. Obviously, a map that was really famously played by PRX last year as well when they sort of won in Toronto. So looking forward to see how that all sort of shapes out.
Pilski, what about the strengths?
the strengths.
Yeah, what maps could they really just flex like we just saw 100 Thieves do?
I don't think necessarily that, like, both of these teams are so strong that I don't think it's going to be like a slam dunk veto for either of them. And I think both of them have a history playing Sunset with that map coming back into the pool. PRX are famous for playing that wonky comp with the Sage Gecko on that map. They played it many times.
Geckos could be back in the lobby tonight?
Maybe. We'll see. Because Paper X, especially lately, have been the kind of team that's like, I'm not going to change my comp too much, or especially when they haven't had time to prep, they'll just run the same comp. We saw that over on Ascent. For NRG, they did also love to play the Sunset back in the day. I think that was the 5th and final map of the Champs Grand Final that they won. It was very impressive to watch them do so. So I think both of these teams know their way around Sunset. They'd be happy to probably take it there. But I'd imagine a bit of a handshake veto will be going down here. I really wouldn't be surprised to see like a map that's super strong for one team or the other, really.
I would like to see Fracture. I think that was one of the most dominant maps. You saw that in the Grand Finals versus Lev. Paper X dominated on that one. They might want to run that one back and say, look, we have a lot of confidence on this map. We can get a good start here. Get that early 1-0 in the BO3. See where we go from there.
Do you guys feel like giants on this desk? I feel like really, really big right now. Having a great time.
Gotta be big for a big match.
Yeah,
I think.
I just looked behind us, and we've brought in the biggest of our referee bouncers. We have up to 6 referees on the stage right now, and the engineer in charge of the PCs. Everything's looking ready to go. We're just making sure the players are comfortable, and then we'll begin this match. But I just wanted to take a moment and kind of reflect where we're at. This is a brand new building. They are building around us as we are in week 0. We haven't even kicked off the EWC. And shout out to the people behind the scenes who decided this year we're not only going to add $750,000 to the prize pool, we're also going to make sure everything is a best of 3. This is a treat for the fans. You guys are about to be showing it. And the question I have is, who is going to be the flashiest? Like, if I'm new to Valorant and I'm about to watch the best players, what do I need to be looking out for, Pilsky?
Paper X. If you talk about flashiness, that's Paper X in a nutshell. If you want to talk about what this matchup is, this is the flashy, like, aggressive team versus the team that likes to think a lot, likes to make a lot of decisions, likes to kind of play the macro and things like that. So
we hate NRG, we love Paper X if you're ADHD.
I mean, I'm from Pacific, you're from Americas. I think that's about as simple as it gets.
Okay.
I mean, Paper X, Pilsky wasn't wrong when he said earlier, who's the best on Paper X? Who's the one to look out for? All of them. Every single player on this roster has been absolute lights out. But I think NRG have a lot to show here as well. Again, former world champs, something Paper X is still chasing. Paper X themselves been second a number of times. NRG have done it already. They're trying to climb back into that one, and I still have pretty high expectations for this team. We're in the post-SOM era of NRG now as well, so trying to navigate what this team looks like with Kiko. I mean, you could say similar things about Paper X, having Emmy coming in over Batman, so both players making some roster adjustments compared to where we had them last year. Paper X obviously had a much better result at EWC than NRG, and that NRG that we got in 2025 EWC was kind of like the first version of this newly formed with Suba lineup that ended up winning the World Champs at the end of that year.
As you take a look back on the stage, I just noticed the team photographers are still out there. Is that good news for the chat? No, it is not. Why? The referees made sure that the stage has to be clear before all the players can begin. Wow. As long as you see a photographer out there, Pilsky, we're not anywhere close to this map kicking off here. So can you give me a little bit of history? I know you've been in the sport for about 10 years. Have you ever had a crane over your camera?
I have not. This is new stuff for me.
He's 22 feet in the air.
Honestly,
I want to give
you
him
might
a
be
camera.
to hear it. You might be to hear it as well.
I feel like I want to be in a cherry picker casting the game in like a coliseum or something like that, down to the people, like maybe from a balcony and like a theatrical kind of thing. That would be peak.
Would you want like the whole crowd to jump and then like your cherry pickers bouncing a little bit? You good with that?
The whole crowd to jump. I feel like we're getting confused with like a Insane Clown Posse concert and like a theater. Like we're going in two different directions.
Let's just combine them. Let's get them to do halftime. Lots of options for us here in Paris. Everyone wants to come through to one of the world's favorite cities. Of course, we've been eating good, drinking good. What has been the best part of your trip, Avril?
Being in France for the first time. This is the furthest I've traveled. I think the same for you as well. I mean, we come from the opposite side of the planet, literally. So this is about as far as you can go, unless you go like all the way to the UK. So enjoying Paris just in general for me so far. But some nice food.
Pilsky, I heard you brought your partner out here. We're making it a family affair. What are we thinking about, Paris? We loving the city of love?
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice, but I'm here for business. I stand on business, Puckett,
Yeah.
and I'm here for the games. So I'm not even thinking about that right now. Full focus.
Who do you
on
want
this-
to chat about over there? Because he's staring you down. I got eyes on you, young man.
Okay.
He's giving us away. He's giving us away.
We got the
What's up, Invi? He's having a good time. He's having a good time.
We're all
I think you just
vibing.
is this how you make friends in the modern day and age?
You just got to smile at
You just
people.
make eyes across the room.
You,
Hello.
me, hanging out later. Let's do it. Esports, baby. Yeah, you got to keep the relationships for a long time. Photographers have been pushed out of the main center of the stage towards the exit. That is another good sign that this match will be beginning soon. When it does, what do you want to talk about for our opening round? Who is Team A? Who is going to get the advantage of picking our first map?
That's a great question. I have a little bit of a look
Yeah,
at the
we're
video
gonna
here.
check that one real quick.
Usually would be.
I know we
having
throw
a little bit of a
softball
look down
questions.
the-
I asked you about Paris. You didn't want to
Yeah.
talk about food, so we're going to talk a little
We
about
can talk about
the
food.
game.
We
Who's
can
this
talk about
Team
food.
A? Who's this?
We're eating good right now,
Team
Puck. I don't know what
Yeah,
you're talking
Vito.
about.
I mean, I'm sure we'll have a Vito graphic, but the team that did get to pick the first map was Paper X.
Okay.
I think that's great. I mean, they could kind of set the tone in the series. I don't want to spoil the Vito. I'm not sure if we have the graphic or not, and we could talk about it at some point. But
I will have no idea for you either. Sorry.
I don't know how. And then NRG's got to pick a map after that. That's how Vito's work, Puckett.
True.
Just for the layman, I know that I need to kind of, explain things out.
How
a
does it
little
work again? Could you walk me through from the beginning?
I've never heard anyone give the play-by-play of like the stage movements. I honestly applaud you for that. That's, that's a big talent of yours.
You find things and you see things, and what do you see? What do you not
Ooh,
see?
people be moving off.
What do you not
Perhaps?
see? No clickety clacking. No flashing. We're about to begin, ladies and gentlemen, which means that Vito graphic might come up.
It might come up.
And we might also see the agent selections. So can we go there next? You mentioned Gecko might be seen. We've got some
if
weird
we get
comps from
Sunset,
Paper
it'll
X.
be seen. I'd be surprised if we got Sunset, though.
Oh,
I think both
okay.
of these teams, it's a low-risk kind of Vito. We're very early on in the tournament. It's the first time they're playing each other for quite a while, even though there's a little bit of a rivalry and a matchup there. That's mostly gone the way of Paper X, but it's always very competitive. I'd expect a bit of a handshake Vito. I'd expect 3 maps. If we get the graphic, or if we don't, maybe I should just say what it is now. All right. So
Just
Paper
spoil
X, Banning Haven, NRG's band split, and then we're gonna go Fracture, Lotus, and then Breeze is the decider. So you said you wanted to see Paper
That's the
X
thing.
pick and Fracture.
Yeah, I think there's no surprise there, right? You have the Fracture coming out straight away. That was one of their best maps coming when we looked at them in London as well.
Yeah.
Absolutely dominate Lev on that one. Split being taken out is probably no surprise. I think NRG have not been the biggest fans of that one. It's been one of their kind of perma-bans, I guess.
There we go.
So looking at it now, we actually legitimately have the graphics. So
Yes, shout
time
out to
get into it.
production. We've got the bans in. So the first one was Haven, removing the 3-lane fun zone. We've got bans on Split, and now you got the pick. So Fracture was one you wanted to see, Avril. You mentioned why. Who's your player to watch, or what gets you excited about this?
I just think this was, a dominant map from Paper X, and I think they pick it straight out of confidence. They want to get
Clean
off to a
strats.
rolling start, get that 1-0 locked in, put the fair into NRG.
First look at Lotus for us here on Stream B. How do we feel about this map pick for NRG?
I feel good about it. I think at the same time, though, Paper X are very famous for their Lotus. It's a map that they play quite a lot for the last little bit. I think the same can be said for NRG on Fracture as well. I don't think that they're necessarily poor on this map by any stretch of the imagination, and most of the games that they lose are very, very close games. So I think with that and Breeze being the decider, I don't think, as I said before, either one of these teams has necessarily got a massive advantage in the Vito. Paper X has been up and down on Breeze. They've been inconsistent on the map, but if they decide to turn it on here, then they should have a pretty good day at the office.
Yeah, I think Breeze is a nice finisher here. I mean, obviously, that was probably one we expected them to win a little bit more handily in the grand finals, but it got pushed a little bit from Lev. But as it decided, I think overall, I mean, you kind of called it. This is a Vito that does look like a pretty standard one for the teams. Everyone's should be pretty happy with it.
I think so. I think both of these teams are going to be relatively happy with the Vito. I think it's just going to be a low-risk Vito in a best-of-3 where you kind of want to play it out as cleanly as possible. Like, I think this could be a very, very close series. I think these two teams know each other stylistically very, very well at this point. So I think it's good to just have kind of a clean, fair 3 maps to see who's going to be the deserving victor in this best-of-3 and move on to this qualification game.
Would you be willing to put on a wager for your region that Paper X will win this?
Yes, I will. And I'll tell you as well, Puckett, I'll be very sad if I have to come in here tomorrow and Americas have beaten Pacific 2 series in a row and I've had to live through that. That will be very sad.
Because I don't know if you knew this, but this is a pretty good year for USA.
You guys say that every year.
Doing all right in the US in the World Cup. We're looking alive in a lot of other sports potentially coming August, like American football.
The only team alive from Asia Pacific in the World Cup?
No.
Australia. Yep.
Let's go.
All champions or potential champions still here at the desk. How about our friends on the stage? Not ready. Let's keep chatting about football. So this has been... We're going to go to the ads, guys. We're going to take a short break, figure out what is going down with our Fifth Man's PC. Once that is up and running, I promise you, we're kicking off this match. I can't wait for its Paper X taking on your favorite friends, NRG. We'll be right back.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play. Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
It's the biggest event in esports. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup 2026. We're here in week 0. The event hasn't even kicked off, but we're in the group stages already, and we're on to our second match. We've got a team that has been in multiple grand finals this season, looking for another run. It's Paper X. On the other side, one of America's favorites, NRG, the top team to come out of the America's qualifier, has already taken the stage. We have two fantastic casters for this one. We got Pilsky alongside ag.al. ag.al, they just brought us some fans out. We are nice and comfortable. We're ready to rock. It looks like all the players are at their desk with the coaches ready to go. How are you feeling coming into this?
Yeah, fantastic. And do note, fans, we're talking about the actual fans blown air. We'll get the real fans in, the crowd coming in for the playoffs next week.
Once
but
we're done building and you don't have to wear a hard hat.
Exactly. I'm sure the fans, if they were in the venue for this game, though, they'd be going absolutely insane, particularly,
To be honest, this is the game where there would be crazy fans for APAC and things like that. But given that we're in Paris, honestly, the game on the A stream is where the fans would be at right now. Carmine Corps taking on Vitality right now is a bit of a crazy French derby going on.
Do you know if we have any updates over there on the match yet?
It looked like it was close the last time I checked. I can.
They're still getting all hands are on mice, so I think they're still in game late rounds.
Have a look.
Spike went
Looks
down.
like it's close. It's very close in the first map. No one's won it yet.
We got a lot going on here on our main stage. I just checked out here. NRG, all smiles. Hands are up. Everyone's staying off the keyboards, keeping it grease-free.
Yeah.
What is it like in the moments right before the game? Why is everyone in preacher mode?
I feel like, I mean, the thing is,
It's on both sides.
A lot of these teams, they've kind of gotten to the point where they have like performance coaches, or they have like experts who teach the players breathing exercises, who help the players kind of get into the right mindset. You know, different players kind of have different mindsets getting into some of these games. Some people are too excited, they need to calm down a little bit. Some people need to get themselves G'd up a little bit.
I'm looking for the players that are like, you know, lying back, getting a little bit of a nap in there, bit of a snooze in there, like Vora from last game.
We see you, A streamers.
Hey, A streamers.
They're trying to be sneaky.
They're too tall for that.
I find it amusing that we could see Kakuka trying to squeeze past, but big time, he is 5 foot, so he was able to make a pass safely.
It was.
we didn't see big time.
We did not see him. It's a bit of an ironic
There's two people
name
there.
pocket.
Wild. Let's take a look here at your agents as we are locking in. Will I actually see a raise in this time of
Yes.
day?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
absolutely you will. I mean, Paper X, Jing, this is the man you want to be watching on this map in particular. But as we mentioned before, Paper X very well rounded on Fracture. For NRG, having a little bit of a look at a Phoenix comp. They've gone a completely different direction with the Phoenix Waylay. It is still, you know, similar flavors from both of these teams running the double duelist, but not in agreement about how they want to be doing it.
Yeah, I think both teams are just going to be sticking to their guns here. Obviously, like, no one's going to be deviating too far from what they've already kind of shown so far. Fade versus Sky into the mix there as well. One of the few maps you're going to end up seeing something move over to the Brimstone from his usual jet position, which I'm sure for the rest of the BO3, he'll be comfortably moving back on towards the jet. But yeah, you called this one, man. Jing on the Rays, probably one of the few players that you have to be really careful about.
Yeah, for sure. Totally agree. I think for NRG, it's going to be interesting to see how they navigate this one. Fracture is not a map that they've had heavily repped in the last 3 months. You know, they've only had a couple of officials on it, a few of those over in Americas, one in the Swiss stage of Santiago, which is a very, very tight game versus Foot, whereas Paper X, this is a true map for them. They have been picking it a lot, and they've had some pretty good runs on it as of recently. You talked about their game over in Santiago that went quite well for them. We won't talk about the rest of the final. That's not really relevant, Kev. What's relevant is they need this opening group stage win here against NRG here at EWC.
All right, well, we have PRX on the defensive side, NRG on the attacking side, looking over towards the top so far on Arcade. First up will be Jing. Beautiful shot onto Kiko and a follow-up from Devi as well. It's gone pretty damn well for PRX, you would say, minus the fact that Jing does trade his own life. 4 versus 2 in the opening pistol.
Yeah, Brock and Scuba trying to contact their way upstairs. Out comes the guiding light for Forsaken and pushes them away nicely. You had the Sky Smoke invested there for something. Just no opportunities given for NRG to be able to get back into that round.
Should be a pretty tough one here, Scuba. Let's see if he gets something for his money to end this round with, but we're looking over to a PRX first round victory. Low HP here for Scuba as well.
Yep, tapping away with the Bandit. See if he can farm himself up at Neural Theft, but Imbi will put him down. A nice setup there on Arcade from Paper X. Jing in the perfect little off angle, tucked behind the box, and that is a very good way to start your defense.
Comfortable. PRX, a team that we expect to go very far in this tournament, had a decent placing last EWC, but in terms of the Masters so far this year, 2 second places. NRG themselves really competitive from North America. Didn't quite do as well in last year's EWC. I'd like to make sure they hit the top 4 minimum this time, if not taking it all the way.
Soniko here for NRG. Looking to work towards Dish. Paper X on the other side of things have taken a main control. Trailblazer all the way through the south side of the map. They know exactly what's happening on bottom side, and Timmy the Turret has got Dish on lock.
Taking it slow, but waiting to explode here for NRG. Being stalled out by some of the utility coming through from Devi. Grenade from Jing as well. Oh, big damage actually onto Ethan. Put down to 8 HP, but they got to commit to this one. Flash is coming on through. Devi swings into a triple kill. Beautiful stuff. Brock the only one that actually gets the kill. And PRX handling this anti-eco with near perfection.
Yeah, I mean, they cleared out all the bottom side. They had double nanos on Dish. They dropped the nade on that exact position. It felt like they were all over. The information game knew exactly where NRG were coming from and had the perfect utility in the perfect positions. Saying that, though, for NRG, not much in that one. Just a handful of pistols. They've handed 4 more towards the lockdown of Devi going forward, and now Paper X into what looks like a pretty clean bonus round. They've definitely got some punching power here.
Yeah, Devi definitely getting ahead in terms of the kill department. 5-1. 3 away from the lockdown. Let's see what kind of timing we get here first. Round of rifles coming through NRG. Going back over towards the B side. A little bit of information there from Forsaken. A big stack, though, from PRX.
Yeah, progression smoke for NRG over on Arcade. That'll be given to them. They're looking for the lurk here of Scoop as the cam is dealt with. Forsaken looking to push the issue, but cannot find the Cypher. It's a complete disengage. Over on the other side of the site, Envy inside of this Arcade smoke. Doesn't go well for him. Something's found one on the site, picks up the Phantom, and Forsaken's got him covered nicely from Stairs side. What a nice pivot in from Paper Rex. This bonus round looks like it's theirs on a silver platter.
Yeah, I mean, I expected even that Envy was going to get something that he gets found early, but the rest of the players Forsaken ready to be able to trade. And so, you know, a little bit more in terms of damage being done, but mostly while they got up 2 players still alive. You take that bonus, 3-0, NRG, after a bit of a rough one to start with.
Yeah, it's never ideal to be in this position. Having a loss versus the bonus. Paper X, you can see already looking pretty locked in. Smiles on the faces is exactly how you want the opening of this game to go on your map pick. Devi getting close to a lockdown as we head towards the first gun round. Same for a showstopper. All of these big impact ults are very much well within the wheelhouse if they can get towards round 5 here for Paper X.
He got one away as well, but unfortunately just doesn't quite have the equipment, and while he'll earn the ultimate, not to be able to use in this particular round. Stemmed up, Forsaken taking advantage of that one. Not expecting too much here. Rifles versus nothing. Forsaken earns his ultimate, and we're just getting prepped for the next round as well. Ethan taking whatever he can out of this map.
Ching. Flying around as he's often liable to do, and despite a dink in from Ethan, that is a flawless anti-eco for Paper X. They are really running away with this game with a bit of a landslide to kick things off, but can only imagine NRG will only wait so long before they actually start to crack through with a gun round.
Yeah, NRG don't want to suffer the same fate Lev did against PRX on this particular map. For that to happen, we'll need to start seeing some real life come through from NRG soon.
See what they put together. You did mention they earned the runner back at the end of that last eco round. That can really be one of these ults that helps you simplify things a little.
Up online as well. Marta wants to get something done here. You have to really get anything on board.
He will be holding that stairs line. Does seem like Paper X are heading in that direction. Sky Smoke, little satchel up on in, and now you got the showstopper as a result. Does clean up Marta despite the refract. Ethan at least able to take Jing with him, but it's a good start for Paper X nonetheless, and now they're trying to read the position of the rest of the attackers with these Seekers.
Now, Seekers will reveal the bottom side of the map pretty comfortably so far. Scooper kind of gets away, though. He wasn't one of the players that actually got revealed by the Seekers. Still 3 players alive for NRG, so work to be done here. They can get on site pretty comfortably for now, as most of these PRX players have fallen off somewhat, minus something which is in play, and he's going to double. What a unbelievable spray transfer. He'll die for it towards the end, but the rest of the players, no issues there for PRX. 5-0 and something unreal with his ability to get that 2K.
It's disgusting off the back of the breach flash, diving in through the smoke despite being at a man advantage. NRG not quite able to get comfortable. And they will take a timeout as a result. This has been a bit of a battery to kick off this game of Fracture from Paper X, a map that they're very familiar with, and it seems like they're going to run away with another landslide victory over an America's team, unless you start to get some quick adjustments here from NRG.
Well, they certainly are from the north side of America, and that side in this particular game right now, 0-5 is the scoreline. But what a way for PRX to handle that aggression that we saw from potentially Marta setting up a bit of a line there, trying to catch a player up from PRX, and the instant util coming through, the stun, Jing wanted to get in, the showstopper, completely blowing up that setup from NRG.
See what the adaptations start to come through from NRG. You've seen them mostly lean towards that arcade side of the map, and mostly hitting one side. Hasn't really been working out too well for them. I feel like Paper X have often been quite happy to stack that side of the map and play a little bit more retake towards A.
We saw that one round where they had an eco 5-man up dish, completely slowed down by all the utility coming through, particularly from Devi, Nano Swarms, everything else. There we go. Again, a lot required here from NRG. Still waiting for that run it back, which needs to be an important ultimate here, but Nightfall also earned by Ethan.
Towards the dish early on here for Paper X. Once again, it's the guiding light up over the top of Arcade, but that's only really there to condition NRG, who are starting to walk their way into A main and take some map control.
Yeah, first time we're really seeing anything through halls. Let's see what we can sort of find here as PRX wanting to make sure they retain control of Rogue's information found, and okay, decent kills. Marta and Kiko finding their mark here. This is 5 versus 3. The first big opportunity for NRG, I would say so far in this entire half.
Fault line, a jump spot from Envy. NRG finally starting to organize themselves well and punish some of this aggression in the mid-round from Paper X. Puts them at a pretty massive advantage. Spike will be scooped up there by Brock to join up with the rest of NRG to have taken this A main control earlier, but Forsaken and Envy are already on this A side of the map and Device on the rotate.
Yeah, he looks like he wants to move off as well. Does still have plenty of util to relay back it towards B. Nightfall coming on in, taking no risks here. Envy will be spotted. Flash as well. He's got no chance, but a better flash potentially against NRG. And Envy now will be able to at least trade his own life. 1 versus 4 now. Divide with a lot of work to do. No ultimate and all of his util still left over towards B. Was not going to get a single shot in there. Scuba will find his head right out of the smoke.
Yeah, nice adaptation from NRG. Punish all of that mid-round aggression and then just keep things simple. Pivoting back to where they took that A main control earlier on in this round. So a successful timeout. That will help them steady their economy going forward because they're going to have to make their way to a lot of gun rounds against Paper X, who have had a bit of a blinding start here to Fracture.
Smokes there also cutting off a couple of players from PRX, making sure that the breach of Envy was going to be isolated, despite a pretty good flash coming through from him against basically all 5 from NRG, who some around on that board. Nightfall the only ultimate spent as well, so pretty cheap in that ult economy side, you'll say, is... Let's see what we get done from NRG. Back over towards Arcade.
Yep. Forsaken on over here, trying to disrupt this one as the runner back comes in. Gonna throw out his guiding light, but Kiko is all over it as see the dash in from Marta. In comes the orbital from NRG just to try to zone them away, but in the meantime, you've seen Envy be able to at least pick up one and deal with the runner back as something is pressuring the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, okay, what can Scuba do here though? 2 players in front of him. With PRX really off-site, should be a free plant. Scuba, oh, he needed to hit that. Cage should keep him alive for the time being for a little while. No support here for Scuba, so he just needs to be able to hold this on his own.
Oh, instant one-tap from something, though. That does not feel particularly good for an NRG, who are now getting ulti dumped on the side. Out comes both the breach ult and the Brim ult. Kiko's been able to find one, but that's a nice flash to set up something. Talk inside a tower. Very low here. The lion's share of the work has to be done by Kiko as the Brim Molly tries to delay the plan for a little longer.
Workable. 2 versus 2 now. Operator have a divide. Maybe not the best in terms of weaponry for this. First tap on the spike. All fades. Device looking for targets. Something on the Brock. It's just Kiko left alive, and he just can't quite hit. And something doesn't even matter that he's not on a duelist. He'll find the aim. He's got the sharpness of it. Saw how sharp that was up against Scuba. He'll make sure he'll finish up the last 2 players of NRG. And despite the spike being planted there, no dice for the round.
Yeah, very nicely navigated by Paper X. He pushed bottom side through A main right from the get-go. I think this opener was fantastic from Kiko, using the runner back just to be able to set up NRG for success, but Paper X mid-rounding their way out of a bad situation. The ulti combo on that site really helped them kind of narrow down where NRG were playing the post plant from. And then something 9 and 2, just a phenomenal multi-frag from him.
And even the utility usage, I mean, you look at the orbital strike, completely isolating Ethan. You had the nade coming through, paint shells from Jing, followed up by a flash as well. Now something. Just going to fire a couple of shots into holes, but here come the rest of the players. Almost had a collateral there. No theft now from Scuba to reveal the rest of the members. The rest of the members are coming in nice and quick for PRX.
Scuba inside of the cage. NRG fighting hard in towards Sandside, and they punish the flood so nicely. Read it with the neural theft, and they knew that Paper X really wanted to try to get in and take that fight before the spike even went down. It's all down to something, and he wasn't ready for Scuba to have slipped through already onto the A site. A second round for NRG.
Seems like the 2 rounds NRG have gone so far have come through from the fact that they can find some punish early, particularly over towards, you know, that's A side of the map. Find those early picks, handle the flood coming in through from PRX, and sort of twice in a row for the 2 successful rounds. That seemed to work out for them. B, on the other hand, has been a bit more of a worrisome part of the map. But they've recovered 2 here. They can at least get 4 to 5. You'll say it's an okay half for them, but otherwise PRX looking for that 7 to finish up our first half to make sure they're in the lead.
Be a big round for NRG. Money is starting to get a little bit dry for Paper X after their landslide of victories to open up this half. Starting to run out of cash here. Op picked up by Marta. Hasn't really had a chance to get involved in this game. He's often just been dashing in and refracting in on the entry. Ethan's taking dish here. A lot of moves being made on the map by an NRG, who is just waiting for a reaction from Paper X. Forsaken looking for information with the Trailblazer.
We'll see just the one. Kiko, not really too much information there so far. A lot more movements starting to flow over from both of the teams, you'd say. Well, Forsaken wanted to make that play happen. Not going to be the case now. As time starts to run out, that smoke comes down just as Marta had the line of the op.
Jing v Scuba on the bottom of the map does not go well for the Rays, unfortunately. Scuba really keeping that A main push in check, and I dare say that this is going to prompt a little bit more aggression for a Paper Rex, who just don't really have any info on what's happening on the map. They've got the A info line, but that's about it.
I mean, that's his huge kill, because now PRX have to commit a little bit more over to the A side, something waiting. But as time starts to dwindle, it looks like Energy will be finishing over towards A, just something to slow this one down. Rest of PRX wanting to stack over towards B. And there's the first spot. Okay, Molly to slow it down. Haunt will spot him, and they already knew he was going to be there. Conversion pass, you shouldn't expect too much from something here. A little bit more aggression, though, from Energy, because they got to get the spike down. Time is running out here, and Forsaken's causing problems. Devi is still there as well. Stops the plant from coming on through, and that just isn't enough.
Yeah, Kiko really needed to win that last duel. Lockdown invested there from Devi just to be able to keep things interesting, and if he was able to win enough of those duels, could have really created some magic for Paper X. But as it stands, unfortunately, NRG capitalizing on that nice opening advantage that they had, grouping up together, and even with the clock running down, they've thrown the kitchen sink at that round. They understand just how battered and bruised Paper X's economy was, and winning that round is phenomenal for them to start to make a bit more of a resurgence into this first half.
Barely any time left, and they have to get that last kill, and Devi falls just in the nick of time here, so still trying to rescue the scoreline a little bit is going to be NRG in first. Time, we're going to see PRX really in the eco. Haven't really seen their money run dry just yet, as they want to get aggressive over towards the bottom side of the map. 3 players stacked up so far, and NRG walking to the turret.
Yeah, just Devi here. Doesn't have too much help. Mollied out of position, not much for him to do. Over on the bottom side of the map, though, that's a nice opener from something. Trips now down. Rifle looking to be picked up. Guiding Light will enable that, and Paint Shells even to push Ethan away. NRG set up on the side, but haven't got the spike down just yet.
Okay, well, here it comes now. One go to Jane, guess what? That's ultimate ready to go. Be sure that that could be a big one for this round as well. Something's also one away, but might even be playing for exits here if they're going to play this one slowly.
Soaking up on the line, tapping away. He knows kind of where Kiko is, but not quite able to deal with him. The Seize is going to slow him down. Paper X not really making too many moves elsewhere. Aggressive play punished. They're very much keeping NRG pinned into this site. In goes the showstopper. Molly on the spike from the attackers, just trying to buy time and time Paper X out of this round. Showstopper invested. Envy is on the defuse. Something up inside of the smoke. Wrap around there from Ethan, and Marta closes it out with 2 outlaw shots. Spike goes off. How many NRG players will survive at the end of that round? I couldn't tell you. But that definitely would have gotten expensive for them.
Showstopper kind of gave away false info there as well, because I think Jane thought he had cleared tower, but not to be the case. Throw that one in there. Dealt a bunch of damage, but no kill actually coming on through. You can see how slowly PRX ended up playing that round. The fact that they were even in position to actually make a play for the defuse, though, that's got to show that they have the capability. Yeah. But 4 now found for NRG.
Very patient there. Money not fantastic for NRG. But they've definitely made a big dent in this round deficit that they accrued early on. Slow things down on towards the bottom side. Once again, Ethan trying to create a little bit of pressure towards Dish on his lonesome.
Devi back on A. Helped a little bit by Forsaken. Both teams not wanting to make any early moves. Last 2 rounds of this half as well. NRG looking to scoop them both if possible. Still plenty of decent ultimates on the side of NRG. First bit of information now finally coming through. Does Marta have the patience to get the shot?
Now comes the Seeker's going to layer in a guiding light there and recognize that there's at least a couple of players over here. Saturate goes on in. Very tight line for Forsaken. Gets legged out by the op as the Prowler pushes in back.
Okay, Nightfall coming on through. He'll catch maybe one player, not quite perhaps Forsaken, but he managed to dodge that one out in time, and the rest of PRX now slowly moving on in. First duel, Forsaken wins it, Scuba down. Onto site now, Devi trying to hold this one. Brock on as well. That's a spike on the floor, by the way. Doesn't look going down. Tomato, some damage come through from the orbital, and NRG is still pulling through a decent number of kills. 2 versus 2. The runner back is gone.
Careful here.
Ethan needs to scoop up the spike here. 20 seconds on the clock. Molly going down. Kiko with the late wrap over through onto Sand. Deals with something. It's just Jing by himself. He knows the spike hasn't gone down. It's an awkward exchange here for NRG, who are investing all of the Phoenix util just to be able to cross. Jing up close to the Blaze Wall here. Satchel trying to cancel the plan, not quite able to do it. That's going to go down for NRG. Now they're just playing this crossfire off of Ethan.
Yeah, this is going to be so hard to do. 1 versus 2 through the wall, double swing, and Jing doesn't even get a shot off. Dangerous situation, and we sort of remember the round where Devi ends up going down just before the time runs out, and Jing has to be very careful we're not just delivering his own life away before the plant comes on through. But a difficult 1v2, but yeah, we're really getting into the weeds of NRG's comeback on this first half now, because they were down by quite a few rounds.
Yeah. Look at that, 4 in a row. Very good resurgence after the tactical timeout. Got to give a lot of credit to NRG there. Paper X now really being made to sweat here on Fracture. Keiko has got the Outlaw, juggling that with the Vandal. Maybe kind of rethought his purchase there as they're really trying to isolate Scooper on top side. He's made it out of dodge though, investing the cage, and now you're seeing NRG speeding up on the other side of the map.
Yeah, Scooper's going to get crunched on, and NRG will make some moves now after hearing all of that noise. Still, look at Forsaken. He wants to go for the chase. Scuba's about to make his way onto B, but the Spike and the rest of NRG looking over towards A. A big flank, though, from both Jing and Forsaken that NRG have to be a little bit careful about. First up, Marta versus something. Smoke starting to fade, and something will get that shot in first. Ethan, no response.
It's very tense here. Forsaken's found another one. It's a bit of a landslide of frags for Paper X coming back in on this retake. Brock still alive inside of the site. Gonna drop the orbital. Hits 2 players from Paper X, but unfortunately Devi with the last second shot, and Jing ready for the flank of Scuba. It's a 7-5 here. Paper X with their nose out in front at the half.
Yeah, well, unfortunate. Thought the orbital might have done a little bit more, but Devi too quick on the trigger finger. As we close out the half there, this will still be PRX.
Yeah, doing quite well for themselves, but you've got to give a lot of credit to NRG. I mean, that's what we know them for. Got great leadership, great coaching staff, so post-attack timeout, after they made the adjustments that were necessary, is a much more competitive half from there. They are not scared of Paper X's fracture here. Yeah. They're quite happy to leave it in the veto.
And handling the aggression well as well, in terms of knowing that, okay, well, the first 2 rounds NRG won largely came off the back of Paper X wanting to explore the map, wanting to take some angles, wanting to sort of fight for positions on the map, and NRG all too happy to receive that and punish.
I think NRG is the kind of team that stylistically we see a lot of the times when they play each other. They often force Paper X to slow down a little bit sometimes. Quite happy to just sit back, hold some of the angles, and wait for Paper X to make the move in the early to mid round that they're looking to punish. You saw a lot of that from NRG. Scuba given a lot of space to kind of work on his lonesome. Marta with the offensive operator.
Would love to have seen a little bit more out of that op, unfortunately. You sort of mentioned that, but Marta didn't quite have as much impact on that first half as we would have liked. Particularly on the op side of things. I mean, the first round that we saw the op, he instantly got util pushed out.
Yeah. That's just attacking side waylay things, though. You know, you're not really going to be the fragging duelist on the waylay often. When you're playing, you know, Phoenix is definitely the one to be doing the majority of the fragging, to often be following up what is a dash refract a lot of the time offensively. Definitely want Keiko in this comp to be the heavy hitter, the one farming up all of the run-it-backs. But NRG, I think they're quite happy with what they've done, especially given the start in that opening half. Yeah. Kind of halted the momentum of Paper X as they head into their defensive half now.
Hopefully a bit better showing from America's team against PRX on this particular map. NRG the confidence to move forward and start to get the lead in the second half if possible. That should be underway fairly soon.
Let's see what we're going to get here from NRG on their defense. Expecting a lot of waylay getting on this info line. Wouldn't be surprised if they start to mix in the op yet again. Here we go into the second half here. Paper X mostly set up on bottom side. Forsaken, I'd imagine, will just be applying a little bit of pressure here. He's got full utility on the Sky. Breach on the other side of things as Marta on the line with the Sheriff Refract active. Ethan opens up the door. He's going to jiggle away. Does at least spot out Devi, and there's Marta. Oh, that is such a quick shot from Devi to get the opener.
Yeah, we've seen that from Devi before. And Marta finds out. 5 versus 4 early on, calling over Ethan and also Brock.
Stomping away. Ethan almost caught on the cross.
Okay. Smoke to try and slow things down. Stun to cause a couple of problems. When do we get the explode? Finally it comes on through, but just into the meat grinder. Both Ethan and scooping all the kills. Brock likes dink into the kill as well. Not just Divide. He has the capability to get those kills. He got the first one of this potential clutch, and he's got another as well. Divide versus Kiko, and Divide's got the hot hands. And I'm not talking about Phoenix here. Kiko's the one playing that. Has he got the capability?
Spike hasn't been tapped yet. Kiko knows he could take his time with this one. He's looking like a little bit of a raid boss with the bandit and armor. He's got a lot of util to work with as well. Curveball and a molly. Divide really waiting for a mistake, but he's the one who has to make the first move here. Turret's back up. I think that's what he must have been waiting for.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds. Spike will be easy here. He doesn't know it, but he doesn't quite know where Kiko is standing and waiting. Kiko just waiting for Plant at this stage. Turret will be the one spotting him out first.
Spike planted.
As the molly comes on through, and Divide with the 4K and the clutch. Instant headshot. He started out with that one on Tomato. He'll finish it onto Kiko for another pistol for PRX.
Yeah, you're kicking yourselves as NRG. They rotated so well despite losing that opener on Tomato inside of A main. They were ready for Paper X's execute. They had a big crossfire on the side, but Divide very sneakily able to construct himself a 1v3 on that A side. He opens up the round for Paper X and he gets it done by himself.
The smoke coming down from Brock, and then the meat grinder, Scuba and Ethan just doing work, but Divide coming on through and just diffusing the scenario. We get another early pick. It's martyred down again. Unfortunately, something is just going to make mincemeat of him. Ethan will at least get the orb away. That's all that NRG will get so far.
Trailblazer was at least fun to buy onto Scuba. 2 players spotted out over on that B side of the map, so you're going to get the pivot back across. Something quite happy to sit in dish side. The rest of Paper X relocating to the bottom side to meet up with Kiko.
He's going to have to hide there, and that should be a little bit of info, but do they know it's the exact corner? They absolutely do. They see the hands. This will be easy. Yeah, shouldn't even lose a single player to Kiko despite the wonky shots from Jing. Now the crunch over on towards A. Brock to try and hold on to this one, but pistol not going to do you too much good. Easy 9th round here for PRX, 5 versus 2.
One enemy remaining.
Might not even lose a gun. Indeed, they don't. 5 rifles brought through into the bonus is a very, very good position to be in as Paper X. NRG, once again, going to have to play the opening part of this half from behind. So we'll have a look at how their first defensive gun round does look. But, I mean, they were quite resilient in the first half, so have to give them the benefit of the doubt for sure.
The real worrying thing was the fact that PRX did convert the bonus, which is, and then that ended up being 5 rounds in a row for PRX in that first half, and for NRG, wouldn't want that to be the case again. An opportunity here, potentially for Kiko to at least drop one gun down. But honestly, when you just have the classics there, it's a little tough. Let's see what the bonus looks like for PRX this time around. NRG really wanted to win the first gun round of this half. Prowlers will get their mark.
Know that there's at least one player hanging around outside of A main. That's a molly being prepped for tower. I do think that they're just going to try to drop off Jing up there with the Trailblazer. Keiko under a lot of pressure, pushed out by the utility, and that's an opener for Divide inside of A main. He's punished the push from NRG on the other side of the map when the pressure was coming through into tower, and now NRG are reeling in their first gun round here.
PRX, they can just abandon B at this time as well if they want to go towards A, but they'll slow things down. They'll say, let's recommit. Force the rotations from NRG first. Divide can even go for a little bit more if he wants to, but on the other side of the map is Envy and Jing. Yeah, they've just completely dominated. So we're seeing the first half Groundhog Day here for NRG. Just can't win that third round.
Yeah, it's rough. I mean, they were well aware that there was a player hanging around outside of A, confirmed by the Prowler, but Divide has just been on one. He's having one of these games. Been in some excellent form as of late. And when he takes over a game for Paper X, there's just really not much he can do. Brock last alive, trying to hold onto his rifle. Not spotted out by the guiding light.
Just wants to save. My man just wants to stay alive.
Down and out.
He's been spotted. Divide, he's going to go for a little bit more. And, well, just saw the back of the player. Brock at least shuts him down. Divide's got locked down either way. He'll be happy with that one. Brock's going to convert another kill.
Yeah, don't feed him an orbital. He's only one off at this point. If he's able to get one more kill, he'll have it. And I think his respect has been earned here as Paper X hitting double digits. Not able to bring as many guns out of that round, but when you win the bonus, I don't think you really care too much.
Yeah, I mean, you got so many rounds in the bank at the moment in terms of where this lead is going. You got Ultimate Stun to come online as well. You got Divide winning a 1v2. Oh my god, that just cannot happen if you are NRG. Would love to see if we can get a POV of that one, but NRG taking their second timeout now, and I think they need it.
Yeah, and see what they're going to construct here around this singular save Phantom. Got to be some level of investment here for NRG to try to keep things interesting. They did manage to take some guns away from Paper Rex. They'd love to do some more economic damage, if not give themselves an outside shot of winning this round, but if things go the way they're expected, Paper Rex will be up 11-5 here on Fracture, and it's going to be a difficult position to come back from if you're NRG, given just how strong Paper Rex have been looking on this map lately.
And there's the PRX off out of the starting gates and into the immediate sprint we saw them take in London in the grand finals, just dominating on the opening map. But this one is definitely more competitive, but at the same time as well, PRX are here for a reason. They know they can just take this map away and get that immediate 1-0 in this BO3. NRG looking for answers.
Can't have a slow start for either one of these teams. You would be honestly a little bit upset that this is the opening game of EWC. It's a very stacked tournament, of course, but Paper Rex and NRG would probably be a game we'd be expecting pretty deep into the playoff bracket.
Couple of half buys coming on through. Obviously, Brock did save over that one rifle. See if he can be the hero for this particular round.
Main taken again by NRG.
Okay.
Lockdown being invested on this B side of the map. Paper Rex playing it very slowly. Not quite rushing into B by any stretch of the imagination. Showstopper now picked up by Jing.
We'll see what they still have to clear once the lockdown has concluded. Obviously, we can see that NRG are going to be late to the party here a little bit as Jing wants to start that party. He'll go down, though. Doesn't hit anyone. The Showstopper again. It's Marta and Ethan getting on the board here. PRX are left hurting. They're the ones with the guns. And still NRG coming out ahead on that one. Not Scuba, though, because Devi is still managing to land these clean shots.
They isolated him nicely. Utility invested. In comes the Nightfall, though. From NRG, trying to complete this retake in from Gen side. Envy disrupting. He's got a nice crossfire in with Devi, but that player on the site has gone down. Devi now knows something on the wraparound. Could have a really good flank timing here as we head into a 2-on-2. Kiko, that's a huge pick to be able to get across to the side. They know exactly where something is, but the movement is a little bit too good. Clutch needed for Paper Rex, and NRG will be kicking themselves, Kev. They put themselves in an excellent position there post-timeout.
And they barely had any equipment. They came through with the lesser money, just came out of the timeout, start with a 5 versus 3, ends up being a 2 versus 1. But unfortunately, NRG just didn't quite have eyes on where something was. So 2 players looking in opposite directions and no ability to trade something fast enough to once again dragging that crosshair over, transferring onto the secondary, cleaning up the 1 versus 2. And these are the moments that will just set PRX aside ahead of the others. And far ahead of NRG so far on this map.
Put a dent in the economy of Paper Rex, though. It was only a half buy for NRG, who now have a follow-up gun round with some ults to work with. Out comes the C's there in combination with the Orbital. I think that's just going to kill one player outright. Ethan following up super nicely. And again, it's a 2-man advantage for NRG.
So this time, you're hoping the NRG will be able to navigate this 5v3 a little bit cleaner, but Devi is still alive. Something's still alive as well. 2 of the biggest fraggers so far that we've seen in this particular map, particularly Devi. So the opportunity is still there. You can start seeing some clean rounds.
Jump spot, curveball to follow up. Everything going the way of NRG until something steps into the limelight, which is a very similar story to what we saw in that last round. Paper Rex volleyed off. Too much fire in the way, and they're going to pivot across the sand.
They burn some defensive utility away from NRG, but they themselves on the PRX side is still left wanting here. It's something going to cause a little bit of noise. It might cause a little bit more. You start to see Forsaken take the spike away, so it might end over towards me, but for the time being, something wanting to sell this one. Won't sell it for very long because of Neuro Theft. As NRG themselves will start to make their way onto the opposite side of the map. Still going to get past this trip.
Forsaken. Still with the trip nicely. This is a winnable 2-on-3 for Paper Rex. Ethan in a great position in a crossfire with Scuba over on Heaven's side. Ethan very low, but Scuba playing off him nicely. Out comes the run it back from Kiko, but it's not even needed. Scuba getting it done himself, and NRG capitalizing on a 2-man advantage that they weren't quite able to in the round previous.
Still a dangerous amount of players end up going down there for NRG, which goes to say that, you know, even with 3 for Paper Rex, still very highly capable. 5 versus 3, and 2 will survive for NRG, but they get the round, importantly.
Yeah. Let's see what we're going to get here. NRG have got a lot of work to be doing, and you can see that the money's starting to get a little bit battered and bruised for Paper Rex. Couple of rifles to mix on in here. Orbital and Seekers at the ready as well.
Rolling Thunder one away. It's a big round for ultimates for PRX, but not much else at the moment.
PaperX grouping their way in towards A main, joined up by Forsaken here. We'll see how many ults they're going to throw at this round. Try to make their lives a little bit easier. You can see that NRG are well and truly ready for the flood. Even the B players are playing retake, leaning in spawn side.
Doors open. Kiko on the Jing first. A lot of pressure coming through from Robes, and looks like PRX still want to challenge this one, but they're just challenging into their own deaths. At least Envy is going to make his way over towards the site and get this plant. You'd imagine if he goes for it in a timely manner, but currently 1 versus 4, NRG will be able to pick up another round.
You can see the elbow. One off the Rolling Thunder. Peppered away through those smokes on spawn side, and Saturate doesn't quite connect. That gives him an opportunity onto Ethan, but the crouch peak is a little bit faster. That is 4 alive for NRG. And 11-7, honestly, is not that crazy of a scoreline to overturn here for an NRG who is confidently finding their way into advantageous situations round on round on round. Last 3 rounds in a row, they've been up in numbers quite substantially.
Yeah. Could have been a dangerous round as well. I mean, we saw the trap set up over towards Ropes, but an opportunity for PRX if they were able to make their way into sight. Well, they do nibble on that hook that was put out there, wanting to really challenge for Ropes as we get into the timeout here for PRX. Seeing what ways they can just buckle up for these last 2 rounds that they need to finish up map 1.
Feels like they're in very good form right now. Even the rounds where they're behind in numbers, they're keeping things kind of on a knife's edge. The individual players looking very sharp. I mean, that's a given when you get PaperX. But still need to close here against the NRG that can be quite troublesome once they get on a little bit of a roll, especially with this kind of comp. I feel like Keiko's in quite good form on the Phoenix. If he starts chaining the run-it-backs together, that's going to be a little bit of a difficult prospect.
See, it's about breaking that early chain of rounds that PRX have, and you see what happened in what we'll call the second quarter here, but the second half of that first half where NRG start to get it together. That time might just happen again now. 2 in a row here. Economy is starting to look a little bit safer. PRX were the ones that actually had a slightly broken economy, but those ultimates I talked about in that last round are still available now.
Absolutely. That's what I got my eyes on as well, and they're already prepping themselves for a BXQ. Mata looking to disrupt. What an excellent guiding light, though. And NRG are just bumping into each other. Curveball, as well as the Prowlers, just trying to zone PaperX away. So a little bit of a standstill in the mid-round here as PaperX look to pivot back to 8.
So a lot of youth being thrown back and forth, plenty of flashes, and Mata will be the one that ends up falling there. As Forsaken will keep things busy over on the B side of things, including the Seekers. Wants to really sell this one, but slowly Scuba's making his way over. Brock's sniffing something through here as well. Not too sure where the direction is, but will just cover drop for the time being. Rolling Thunder clears the sight. Scuba's first down, trying to dodge away from the ult, but running to the hands of Devi.
Yeah, he felt like he had a timing there. Brock spamming away as PaperX have done a really good job this round. Kiko, though, applying some pressure from the flank could start to cause some problems and throw a spanner in the works for PaperX.
It could have been really dangerous if something was still alive here, but now A-main control being taken away. NRG working their way up, still have Forsaken to clear on the top side as well.
Great stun. Honestly, still peeking down for Brock. Just jiggling away. Honestly, that's a decent haunt. They know where PaperX are playing from, but killing them is another story. 1v1 here for Kiko.
Kiko versus Forsaken again, the player that was unknown for the time being, and Forsaken will run the clock down. He's going to start making some moves away, but as the spike starts to get diffused here, he's almost looking to just stick this one, but that's going to be half so far. Time is running out. Forsaken's just going to run down the clock and still gets a headshot anyway. NRG put that one close, but the 12 is still found regardless.
Every single one of these rounds, even if it's like a 3-on-5, every XVX is so incredibly close. Felt like Scuba definitely had a decent time. He dodged the Rolling Thunder so nicely, peeking through the sky smokes. I'm surprised he doesn't even get one there, and that is courtesy of Devi just being able to hold every angle, playing patiently exactly when it's needed. 22 kills for Devi. He's got a lot of help from the rest of the boys. I mean, whenever Jing is on the raise, that's who my eyes are on, but honestly, he's not needed to do a whole lot this game.
Yeah, I mean, when Devi's killing everybody, everyone else is just kind of scrambling to see what pieces they can still get in there. Speaking of which, Mata would like one of those pieces on his side of things, Operator on the defensive side.
Yeah, it's a similar kind of story here for PaperX. A lot of pressure in tower. What a util combo onto Ethan. Not much he could have done there. And that's an opening pick for a Paper X who have a little bit of control towards A main. Kiko once again has to overturn this round in the favor of NRG, pushing Forsaken off the line straight into the open arms of Marta.
Marta's in there. Kiko's in a little bit deeper as well. Burns his ultimate, the runner back nice and early, but guess what? PRX are gone. Nobody's home. On the other side of the map now is where we got to play.
Marta scaled in. Orbital won't catch Scuba if he's going to play in that little corner there. He's dodged it nicely. This has to be hard cleared here by Paper X.
Yeah, Scuba's in a great spot. Do they see him? They do, but they don't quite get the kill just yet. Jing, though, wants to send out the rocket. He'll find Scuba. Still, though, players looking down for PRX and NRG. 3 versus 1. Jing has a lot of work to do here, and this is looking like it should be a good round for NRG now.
Anticipating a flank on top side, but he won't be given any reward for his patience. It's one off the paint shells with the satchel to work with here,
30
and
seconds left.
this is very winnable. Both Brock and Marta are a little bit worse for wear. If anything, it looks like he's saving.
Economy's not good. Look at the money. 200 in the bank for Jing. Most of the players
I would have expected him to go for it. I'm not going to lie. It's Jing.
He does have a good round leading. You know, it's 12-7, but
That's
I think
that's very sensible for
10
Jing.
seconds left.
sensible and Jing, something we'll have to get used to. Or maybe not. We'll see how the future rounds go. NRG claw one back.
Another lockdown for Paper X in the back pocket, though. 4 more needed to push us through into overtime. Definitely doable for NRG. Marta's having a tough time getting into the game, though. I feel like he's taking this arcade line a lot of the time, and he's constantly getting pushed away.
Yeah.
I think this tower side play has been very successful for Paper X. Either they're catching the waylay. Last round, they caught Ethan with just utility. I'm surprised that, honestly, NRG was able to recover from that. It was courtesy of a great hold from Scuba. Pixel perfect positioning. Doesn't get caught by the orbital. That's what you want to be seeing from your anchoring Cypher on defensive fracture.
Talk about arcade. I mean, that's where NRG want to put the pressure again. It's Marta once again on that line, but Tree is where PRX will start moving out from. That Prowler didn't get to see much, so good information for Ethan.
As he execute over towards Bi Ching. Straight on in towards Canteen. I'm surprised he's even alive. Brock has found Envy in the meantime. This is just not going well for Paper X, and Kiko was undiscovered. Nice reaction onto Devi, honestly, and Brock has got him back. This is just going nowhere fast for Paper X.
Yeah, Jing had no HP to work with there. Now Forsaken has to do a lot, and he couldn't land the shots or something. Doesn't have the gun. So he's here to just maybe get a couple of shots in there.
He just wants one gun. He's just jiggling in the corner. Mollied out of position. Nicely done for NRG. A great anti-eco to give them their 9th.
Chipping away at it. 3 more to go. NRG getting a string of an hours. PRX desperate to find this last map. Will take the final timeout. It does seem like it just keeps slipping away from them.
Yeah. You know, all 4 timeouts used in regulation. Giving NRG the respect that they deserve. These two teams relatively familiar with each other, even if it's been a little while since they last played.
Goes to show that NRG not out of it, despite how behind they were on the rounds.
Totally.
Both halves.
I mean,
really.
Paper X have had phenomenal starts to both halves, and yeah, I totally agree. I think NRG have been pretty good.
Puckett's just handed me a drawing of the US flag, so he's feeling it right now. He's back in NRG all the way, and well, 3 more rounds. Puckett might just be right.
Yeah, maybe. The, I guess, onus is on Paper X to close out this opening map of Fracture. It is their map pick. Left in the veto by NRG. Will have known that Paper X will be liable to be picking that, especially with how good. That will be the timeout elapsing. Let's see what Paper X have drawn up here. Do still think that they have the lockdown in the back pocket.
Yep.
So that's going to have to be something that they're considering for NRG. I mean, they have the orbital to potentially cancel that later on in the round. I will find. Don't think that's something they necessarily want to have to do, but if it comes down to it.
Last time we saw the lockdown, Devi used it quite aggressively on B side, just from the tunnel.
Again, pressure on the bottom side of the map for NRG, and conversely for Paper X, very much just trying to make some noise over towards Arcade. Cypher Cam dealt with, and Forsaken going to make his way into unders.
Marta patiently waiting for Devi as well, who, as a reminder, Devi got a double kill here not too long ago. And in fact, a couple of pings going on towards A-holes. This could get dangerous for PRX.
Marta changing up his angle of approach. He is very much on his lonesome here. There's a couple of kill trips on the side, but that's about it. Jump spot out from Devi. fault line onto the line is perfection. He's just being given nothing.
Yeah. Has to think about saturating that one potentially, but he has to exit regardless and throwing a shot out there, but still low HP. Nightfall coming in defensively. Ethan arriving to help out the fellas of NRG on this defense. Overall as well being dropped into smoke.
Something in the meantime. The players in Sand are starting to get in the mix. Envy has cleared Marta out of the side. Scuba stepping through the smoke. Checked nicely there by Forsaken. Even if something goes down, and this will be the lockdown, just trying to zone Kiko away. Make sure he doesn't even have any chance in hell at closing out this round, and he'll have to respect it.
Yeah, minimum. He's going to have to wait this one out. And then he's got to clear absolutely everything. Turret in Sand. Alarm bot in Hall. Obviously, Kiko doesn't have to worry about that part. But he does have to worry about walking to the high-low. Envy and Forsaken ready to go. They know the positioning now, and 3 of them will swing at the same time. No chance for Kiko, and Paper X will take map 1.
Yeah, nicely done. I mean, credit to NRG trying to overturn 2 pretty big deficits at the half. They put together some good rounds of their own, but Paper X have been really, really hot on this map as of late. I think NRG putting up more of a fight than we even saw in the recent Masters Grand Final. And Paper X, I mean, map pick win for them, but we do still have Lotus up next for NRG. Honestly, I would really expect this series to go to distance. If this is just a 2-0,
Sure.
I think that would be the unexpected outcome, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, if this was a more dominant showing from Paper X, I'd be a little bit more worried for NRG, but just the resilience, the tenacity of NRG to keep that one competitive and really pushing it to a potential OT. I mean, we got close, despite the deficit that NRG were at one point in that map.
I knew it.
Speak
you
up,
got
Bucket.
me again.
Come on, man.
Got me again. Sneaky audio, man. Let's talk a little bit about this matchup from Paper X's side of things. Smooth sailing bright and early. You're up 6-1, 6-2, and then all of a sudden NRG came back. Can we talk about that first half? What did you see early on from NRG? Was it simply winning one round? How did they draw their opponent break?
I think it was a tack timeout. Like, NRG's known to have really good leadership, not only in the ag.al slot, but also in the coaching booth as well. And I think since they took that tack timeout, they actually made the adaptations that were needed to be able to deal with Paper X. They were able to slow the game down a lot. So I think that helped them out a lot.
That was part of it. I mean, we're sort of talking about the fact that the 2 first rounds that NRG got was playing it slowly, punishing the aggression coming through from PRX, players wanting to take positioning, and then just playing the player advantage after that.
And as we take a look at some of the highlights, I think the big round, it was Kiko, who already had 3, looking for a 4th in a 1v1, but he was bested. Paper X goes on to win the economy and win the rest of the game. As we take a look back at some of the key frags early, what do you see?
I mean, this is a key round for sure. Yeah, Divide, this clutch definitely changed the trajectory of this game, especially because we talked about NRG having slow starts to both of these halves, and with how close this game was already, you know, a 13-10, I believe it was. That pistol definitely could have made the difference for NRG to get them going a little bit quicker on the defense.
I mean, it's a lot of pistol and then into 2 more rounds for PRX. The fact that they got both their bonuses on both halves is kind of insane. That is really what contributes to the deficit that NRG found themselves at, leading to, it was a 11-5 lead, I remember at one stage. So yeah, really, really tough to come back from.
Yeah, I think the NRG, honestly, if they had won even one pistol, could have definitely had a better shot at winning this game. Paper X are no slouches on this map by any stretch of the imagination, but I think that the scoreline isn't really a good representation of just how good of a crack NRG gave this map.
I think one of the highlights for me is the Cypher knowing the perfect corner to hide in, avoiding the Brim ult, and of course, getting a big kill or 2. As we close things out, though, we know NRG was close. They had missed opportunities. They will not have a second opportunity if you lose this next map, and it's going to be your map pick, right? So you just played Paper X's. This was okay. How do you excel? Where do you want to go next? And what are the expectations as Lotus is on the horizon?
I think they just need to win a pistol, honestly. They need to not have a slow start on both halves, because Lotus is a great map for Paper X. They kind of invented that double duelist style on that map in particular. So it's up to NRG to show why they picked Lotus into this series and come in confidently.
Could be a big Brock Odin map as well. We know he likes to bring that one out. On the Vice as well, but running into double duelist, we saw how deadly something was on the Brim. Now he's going to go probably on the Jet, so this is going to get wild.
Scumbags with Odins. You'll love to see it. I'm one of them. Come see me in matchmaking. In the meantime, let's talk a little bit about the Paper X player to watch, because for me, it's always Jing. He's going to be on the Rays, jumping in and going down to 1 health, still making it fun to watch. Can he continue to go this negative, though? He was 11-17. The man was aggro from start to finish in that game.
I mean, he's going to be on the raise on Lotus again, so I honestly would expect him to have a better game, but you can see from the Paper X system, they got a lot of value out of the slower players on the team. They got Something and Divide both having a lot of impact for them. I think Forsaken was right in the middle of the pack, often just getting involved in the mid-round with the guiding lights and things like that. He loves to play the Sky as kind of like a pseudo-duelist at times.
Scuba, Brock, and Kiko all putting up some big numbers. Which one of those three do you have eyes on? Final question before the break.
Yeah, I mean, Brock, again, he's the guy that's going to be bringing the Odin out on the Vice here, but I need to see a step up from Mara because I think he underperformed on that fracture. This needs to be a better map from him.
Final thoughts. Will Waylay ever grace our stage again tonight?
Yeah. No, tonight? No, tonight, no.
Tomorrow?
Yeah, for sure. At some point in this event. Yeah,
Saturday?
for sure. Yeah, Saturday.
And Sunday?
Sunday? Monday?
Not Monday.
Not Monday.
No games on
We'll
Monday.
be back after this. There's no games on Monday. Mark the calendar. Game 2 after this. At time.
How long was it? It was like 10 minutes last time.
9 minutes and 30 seconds. Best of luck.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion. This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
I think it's crazy. Our fan base is like really huge in France. I think most of the people like already saw some events we did. So I'm pretty happy to be here. We missed out on Champs Paris last year. It's good for us to have an international event that we can play in front of our crowd, you know. I don't know if it's stress, but it's a good pressure that we have. We of course want to represent the country of our org. Also, like, I grew up in Paris, like it's a special city for me, so there is a lot of story about it.
We're extremely excited. We cannot wait for this opportunity. Obviously, we need to get out of groups first, but that's like even extra motivation for us to meet them all. It's our organization home country, home city, you know, so that's one of the biggest goals for us for sure.
Feels good to play here, of course, because Vitality French org and we're in France now, so it will be really fun to get into playoffs and share the stage with some of the fans too. I think that will be cool for everyone, one of us and stuff, and for me it will be especially, like, I am playing the French org. For me, like, it's a really exciting tournament, I think.
I moved to Paris when I was 7 years old, and growing up in Paris, like, I think has been a chance for me, because I don't think I would be there today if I didn't, like, if my mom didn't move to France. And as I say that, like, yeah, I'm grateful for everything, you know, like, I'm trying to stay humble, like, work hard, prove by what I'm doing every day.
Our group is definitely the strongest, but I don't know, I feel like it's also probably the most exciting to watch. We have a lot of fans here and stuff, so again, it will be cool to play in front of them and just feel the support in person to French fans, especially when I'm watching like different esports and stuff. The crowd is usually like really good. Game by game, we have first Casey, and then we'll see like who will play next. It will just be fun to see it.
I wish it would have been like with the crowds. Unfortunately, the first game there's no crowds, but I wish there was a crowd, because there's gonna be Vitality fans against Casey fans. It would have been so good, but it's fine. Still, it's gonna be an amazing match.
Welcome back. As the war wages on here in Group B, we see an early start for Paper Rex, but now it's time for NRG to get their map pick. We welcome Avril and Pilsky back on the show. Pilsky, I want to start with you. You just saw NRG fall, but bring it close.
Yeah.
How can you blow out Paper X on this map, Lotus? Is there a way to do such thing?
No chance, buddy. No chance. But I expect all three of the maps to be close. Okay. I got to be honest. And I have faith NRG can turn this series around. I think that we should be in for a 3-mapper. I will say, though, Paper X are one of the teams that has had some of the best streaks on Lotus. They've kind of, invented the double duelist vice on this map that a lot of people copied. So they know their way around this map.
Do you think we'll see the double duelist on both sides of the ball tonight?
Not for this map. I think this is going to be another slow look coming through from NRG. They typically like to play the Vice and double controller in this map as well. So this is not going to be double duelist from them. They will have that one raise. So it's going to be a much faster look, I think, from Paper X compared to what NRG will show.
What are you excited about going into this one?
What am I excited about? I'm honestly I'm always excited for Paper X. I'm just always excited to see Paper X play. I'm excited for Jing to have a little bit better of a map on the raise, to be honest, because I think it was just kind of a role player on Fracture in that last map. I don't think he really was necessarily tasked with doing too much. And honestly, just for this matchup, like, this is a bloody barn burner of a matchup between Paper X and NRG every time we see it.
Just excited for this match in general, this group in general.
Yes,
we got the
you heard
two
from
French
Vitality
teams
saying this is the group of death without a doubt.
100%.
Vitality may be on match point right now. I can only see like 22% of the left side of the screen, and I saw an 11 about 15 seconds ago. So I'm thinking they're in the final 2 rounds potentially here for Vitality. Would that be an upset at all, or an expected result with a 2-0?
I think it's the expected result. I think Vitality is kind of one of the better teams in EMEA at the moment. Carmine Core is a decent team. They kind of be on struggle street. They did pretty well to be able to qualify for this event. There's a lot of EMEA representatives, thankfully, for Heretics coming through from winning the last year's EWC Valorant. So that really helps the region get a couple more of the boys over here.
And then after seeing what you have so far, it's just been one game. But are these your two teams to make it out of the group? Or do you think it's the winner of this and the winner of that match?
Oh, man. Vitality, Paper X on paper might end up being the two teams, but I think NRG have a good shot in it. Honestly, this is the group of death because all 4 teams have a decent run of maybe having a look at getting into the top 2.
Yeah.
But whatever 2 teams don't make it out of here, they understand, like, this was an extremely tough group to win.
Honestly, like, this group has 3 teams that could win this whole event in it.
Sure.
Honestly,
Right.
I think Vitality, NRG, or Paper X could all win EWC, to be honest.
That's pretty amazing. And we're going to see all of these matches. If you're just joining us, we are in group stages. To win, you really just need to win 2 matches. You advance to our top 8 in the playoff bracket. You lose 2, you're done. You don't want to start your tournament off with a slow start, and NRG wants to at least take this to a game number 3. Lotus is just a few moments away, and I'm sure we're going to be getting into this game. Agent selection, if you could prioritize 2, what are the most impactful agents you can bring onto this map? Starting with you, Pilsky.
I'm just going to say the double duelist from Paper X, honestly.
Which duelist in particular? Do you still have to run
Raise
a Phoenix?
Jet, something.
Raise Jet?
Yeah, Raise Jet. I don't think you're going to see them running Phoenix. And this is just kind of their quintessential comp. This is what they play all the time. As you called it, Kev, the stylistic difference between these two teams is the double controller. NRG playing a bit slower of a comp here.
It's also going to be Envy coming through with the Fade as well. I mean, typically we've seen on the Paper X side, they've also played the Sky, so this time that's going to be a bit of a swap up from the Paper X side, but otherwise, double duelist from Paper X as expected, just the one duelist coming through from NRG.
Yeah. I actually like the Fade better as a solo init, to be honest. I think it gives you a little bit more flexibility in the Sky. Of course, you kind of got to be lacking flashes a little bit in the comp, and yeah, that's how I feel about the Initiator. Yeah, no one's distracting me right now. It's
I think
fine.
Fade has been a little bit more common. Out of all the Lotus games I've seen over time, different metas, Fade has been quite at home on this particular map.
It is kind of the vintage duelist on this map. The Sky is kind of the off pick. I think, mixing flashes in. And I think in particular, Paper X is probably the kind of team that wants to play the Sky a little bit more. They do like to play faster. Even back in the day, they loved playing the Sky on this map. I remember screwing them on this map and just getting bombarded by guiding lights and things like that. But I think the Fade, on the balance of probabilities for most teams, is probably a better inclusion. And I think I like the fact that they're playing it here, particularly into the Vice Viper, where you're going to be kind of denied a lot of info and you're going to have to be put through your paceless work in the map a little bit more.
Well, let's kick this one off. Lotus map 2, obviously lots of pressure over towards B as expected. It's NRG on the attacking side of things, something waiting on the other side, plenty of teammates.
Oh, there are 8 people in front B right now. Prowler and Paranoia going forward. Marta straight into the side. What a disgusting right click, but Jing able to at least trade back the raise, so no smokes now for the defense, and NRG will slow this one down.
That was a crazy shot. I mean, I think a lot of the times you probably don't make that one. You just sort of die in that moment, but not here, not today. Marta, like I said it in the pre-show for this map, he needs to step up here, and he has, at least for that opening pick. But what are we going to get over here with something versus 2, Kiko? And also Brock taking, or he already had a little bit of damage taken from a little bit earlier on.
NRG going back for second helpings. This is a bait setup for the player behind the double stack, as something is just diving and dancing around the mound right now, trying to tap down some of these players with the Ghost. Starting to run out of ammo here and dealt with by Kiko, but can Envy be the savior of this round here for Paper X?
Yeah, he's hearing a lot of stuff right now. He's got one backstab kill, catches Kiko out with his hands on the smokes, but it's Brock and Scuba with the door open, able to get those trades. Just Divide left alone now in the 1v3. Low HP for Brock and also Scuba, so fairly winnable. We've seen Divide already get a clutch on that previous round, a map of Fracture rather.
You cannot lose another 1v3 pistol to Divide. He's just going to be living rent-free in your head as NRG. 2 of these players are one tap to the Sheriff. Spike going down courtesy of Ethan, yet Arkrose is back up as Divide. Not sure if that's something you might want to place to try to find some information here. Ethan, first up to bat, does try to pepper down Divide, but he's been allowed to cross into the site, completely surrounded. You can see Brock wrapping around through Waterfall side. It's probably not something you'd be expecting. Arkrose has been invested onto the site. Divide creeping forward, but surely should get caught on the cross here by Brock. Not quite.
He's still in it for now. First tap on the spike. Arkrose already used. Positioning pretty open here. Double peek from NRG would be strong. Time running out is a problem, and A double peek will, in fact, come through Ethan for that kill. No clutch this time. Marta happy with that opening.
Yeah, perfection there for NRG, just giving Devi absolutely nothing. I mean, his respect has been earned well and truly by that 1v3 he put together in the second half. Pistol of Fracture. Explosive start to this round. Forsaken.
Still can't
not
get
going to be
over that
happy
kill.
with that one. But look, NRG, they win themselves a pistol, and we said they needed to start these halves a little bit quicker, and that's a good way to do it here.
Kind of bad for something there, as he saw a lot of heads, couldn't quite connect those shots over towards Mound, and Envy probably would have liked to have gotten one more kill than just the shot he found at Kiko. Rubble side, all 5 up for NRG. And PRX here to match as well, just about 4 members. The first kill onto Forsaken. Okay, Marta, once again, first blood, 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, dealt with over on Rubble side, picking in with the Horde, similar to what you saw from Ethan in that last round, but none of these classics are having any impact. NRG doing a really good job just pushing this anti-eco away. Devi with a Sheriff in hand, rotating in through spawn side, wants to try to trim down the numbers.
Oh my god, you cannot be doing that. Okay, that's a problem. Especially if he gets another one here, but disgusting shot so far, and something in there as well. They've just turned this one around.
Player standing.
Good pick from Broad, or something.
timing,
That's a very good
timing.
timing. Something. That's ridiculous with the Bandit. Paper X are committing daylight robbery right now to complete an eco win in what? That was a 2-on-5.
Yep.
That was a 2-on-5, Kev.
I cannot believe that. Oh, the stars lined up. Couldn't have had a more perfect situation. Something receives the last 2 players who have no idea that he's there. I mean, he was about to get 1 freebie, and the second freebie was like, yeah, thank you, yes, I will.
That is just brutal, man. I feel bad for reacting because we're right in front of the players. I'm sure they probably...
Mate, we are the only audience they've got. I mean, I just about lost myself with dividing those 2 shots in a row.
I almost fell to my knees, I'm not going to lie. Regardless, though, Forcebyte does come in here for NRG. Prowler going forward, and Paper X are very much fighting for this mount control.
2 casters falling to their knees in the EWC arena right now. The only audience that these 2 teams have got themselves. A nice TP in. Oh, Envy, you should have hit that one. That was almost free. 5 versus 4. He'll want that kill back. And Jing might just be able to get that kill back. Sees players, sees a spike on the floor, and Jing, okay, looking for number 3, and he's got it. Oh, PRX styling on him.
Looking to continue pushing the issue. Jing is now on for the ace. Showstopper earned. And Kiko, who opened up this round so nicely with the little bit of a shrouded step, crouch jiggle into V, has got far too much work to do. Spike dropped outside of Mount. NRG trying to throw a little bit of a Hail Mary force buy into round number 3 after a shocking eco defeat. Or anti-eco defeat, rather. But I just don't know there's anything that Kiko can really get done here. Paper X with a gorgeous shutdown, and this is what we were talking about. We wanted to see a little bit more from Jing on the race
We
compared
also
to
said
Fracture.
sensible Jing. He's not just running knee-deep in to try and get the
30
ace.
seconds left.
Respecting the fact that still early days here. I want to secure the economy, not do anything too silly.
Yeah.
Kiko just wants to save the rifle, and the hunt is on for what it's worth. So maybe Jing will, in fact, get the ace.
We'll see if he's able to do that. Making a lot of noise coming over here towards Heavenside. He is the player in the position to do it. Kiko, this is just such a favorable angle for the Omen, though. There's no way you check this as Jing.
Their head, okay. Kiko probably dies anyway, but Jing would have loved to have been the one getting that kill.
Paranoia out, but Forsaken jumps straight on top of him. 2-1 for Paper X. Another great start to a half here. Money will be broken for NRG.
Yeah.
I'm sure they will have had a sigh of relief after winning the pistol, but this is unfortunately going to be an emotional roller coaster for them.
Look at this again. The opening 3 coming on through. Marta just couldn't quite land it. And Jing ends up getting 4 off the back of this. Pretty gross, but more so than that.
That was a gorgeous arc rose from Devi, by the way. Blinds 2 players after they make contact with Jing and sets him up so beautifully.
Team play, perfect. And instantly shutting down the pistol even more so. Okay, getting into a nice hot territory here. Something Judge in hand. Plenty of NRG players in front. All on pistols, so let's see where the cleanup happens.
Aggressive dash on in. Something very much just kicking his feet, running around with the Judge, trying to get a bit of an anti-eco on. Envy inside of the site has a dark cover for safety. He knows that NRG are kind of halted up in tree for the time being, and the attackers once again will slow this one down. Not much to work with. Just classics and abandoned on Scuba.
Low HP on Marta as well. Paper X, happy to chill. See what Energy are going to do here. Share covering over towards Mound. B is mostly open, but Devi will be checking that one in terms of his own contact.
A deep sheer wall over towards C Mount, as well as a one-way. Paper X, even if they don't have anyone invested over on that side of the map, are quite happy to just lean towards B and A until it at least gets tripped here. Wall goes back up for NRG.
And through the wall is going to be Forsaken, spamming his way in.
I'll find you.
And whereas you find one, you shall find more. You know, with all the classics in the eco, that all of NRG are just going to be waiting around the corner. Forsaken gobbles all of them up. One away from the ultimate. And a nice clean round.
Yeah, Paper X, excellent position now, taking no economic damage on this defensive side. Going to start running away with things. NRG, once again, going to have to take the hard road here. And just gun round by gun round, work their way into this attacking half of Lotus. This is their map pick, though.
And the real disappointing thing is, you know, you would have liked to have seen NRG get off to a bit of a rolling start. Pistol, anti-eco. Maybe you lose the round 3. Maybe you don't. I've always seen PRX on Fracture. Multiple rounds in a row to start things out with post-pistol and see what happens over the B side again for NRG.
Front B cleared out. They want to try to sandwich Mal, but Paper X are already playing around that towards front B. Prowler does confirm that the raise is over towards the door side. Rocket pulled out, not judged well enough by Forsaken, who goes down and something pushed away. In goes Jing with his own rocket, looking for Ethan, but denied outright. Ethan doubling up nicely. And this is looking very good for NRG.
Jing doesn't even get a shot in there. That could have been at least one kill coming on through, a little something more for PRX to work with. NRG now should be able to get themselves onto site. Still something to deal with here as the pink shells will just push them off. Haven't even had a chance to talk about the fact that something is playing on the operator here, and at some stage with the numbers in 2 versus 5, how badly does PRX want this retake with the op?
Think you just want to min-max the money. It's only early days, a lot more legs left in this half. NRG's money hasn't built up too heavily just yet, but they're looking pretty good, honestly. Spikes down, Scuba on the off angle. Might have a good timing here onto something, and if he could take the operator away, that's going to make this one a little bit more expensive for Paper X, honestly.
Yeah, I don't think something really wants to walk too far forward, though. Wants to hide away a little bit deeper on site if possible. So 2 teams will handshake this one away, I believe, as you're not even really playing for exits here for your PRX. You just want to hold on to what guns you hand. I say that, but Devi and Brock and Ethan will meet.
That trade actually gives 2 ults over to NRG. Both Brock and Ethan were one off. Brock goes down, gets him the Steel Garden. Ethan earns himself the Nightfall and will unfortunately fall to the spike at the end of that round. Not ideal, but still good enough from NRG, who now go into yet another gun round, knowing that they put a pretty big dent in Paper X's economy, and they've got great ults to work with.
It's a showstopper trade that goes in the favor of Marta and not quite in the favor of Jingers. Ethan will be able to get 3 kills in that particular round. Really put the pain on to PRX. I mean, that's the 3 kills that puts PRX on just the 2 members, including Op, which something this time around.
This is going to be fun.
Well,
is ready for NRG coming through pillars.
Yeah, over on front B, that has been a pretty big point of contention here. You're going to have to have a Prowler and a Paranoid to push something off the line here. Rubble has been kind of soft cleared by Paper X, who will play the Vice over with a deep wall on 8. Something on the line here. The Fade is over towards main, so they don't actually have a Prowler to push him away. They're trying to throw out a dark cover. A Prowler will set him up on the line, courtesy of Envy, and NRG just going to respect it.
Heading over towards the A side of things. Only Devi here. Sheer wall being played in as well. As it's a big group up for PRX over towards Mound. Still yet to see where NRG want to really seriously start to make some moves.
Yeah, just playing retake A here. They still have the sheer wall, so they're quite happy to lean towards C and the front B info line. Door gets tickled by NRG. Does that give Paper X a little bit of pause for thought where their setup is concerned? 45 seconds, and the attackers are not really budging an inch. Kicking off the B split now. No scope misses from something. He's able to pick up Brook, hit by the Paranoia and traded out by Kiko.
Would have been gross if you got Kiko, but Kiko is happy with that kill. 4 versus 4 now. B is going to be the ending of where the site plant is going to take place. The rest of PRX coming through the door. Left. And a big TP as well. Forsaken gonna have the off-angle potential here. Now he doesn't actually commit to the TP. Ethan onto Forsaken as he gets taken down from that door location. And it's been difficult for PRX to buy themselves into the retake so far.
Yeah, Devi needs to get involved in this round over from Heaven's side. Only marked by Ethan. Pico continues to jiggle here. Jing gonna find a pick onto Scuba. And they're taking a long time to get back into the site, but PaperX have at least got some trades on in.
Well, Jingle, if we hear the sounds of victory, and we do from Arda. Big shots in. Ray's going well. Celebratory paint shells. We lock in 3-3 now. Finding some real success on to B, where, hey, PRX have also been wanting to place more of their own resources on that side of the map. Something trying really hard to find value in this operator. And the no-scope just is, unfortunately not, it still gets the kill, mind you.
Well, it's just a bit of an awkward exchange at the end of the day, unfortunately. And Brock, even though he does go down, I think you're happy with the 1-for-1 onto something, especially because you've already been able to dump the Steel Garden. Wrap around from Marta was perfection. PaperX, it just felt like they had too many different angles to deal with running back into that B side on the post plant.
See if this ends up being a timeout here, but not getting into the next round too quickly yet. But NRG not feeling too rough from that second round so far has been the one to talk about, with the eco win coming through from PRX really setting the table. NRG saying, it's fine, lose that one. On our way back on the future rounds and not going to let this one go as far into a deficit, or a deficit at all compared to where Fracture was.
I think they're doing quite well for themselves, working their way through this attacking side despite a massive slip-up in round 2. Honestly, they've just picked themselves back up by their bootstraps, and it's only courtesy of the eco being one that PaperX can even continue to buy here on the defense.
We can't afford an operator for something. That'll be one thing gone off the table. Brock Odin is back in play. A lot of util being exchanged here. Forsaken tucked away. Has to get, unfortunately, revealed the fact that he shoots the Haunt, but Jing's the one that actually gets the kill through the smoke. Martyred down.
Great open up for PaperX, who dominate that mound control. PaperX going to be put through, NRG going to be put through their paces. They don't have any more Prowlers to deal with any of these aggressive plays for PaperX.
Oh,
Box spam onto something. Does at least equalize the numbers.
Wow.
And Scuba ready for the follow-up peek from Jingnet.
It's a crazy read, Ethan. Understanding that something or somebody will be behind that box and rewarded. But now look at this. Forsaken nearly had the secondary. Ethan a little bit too sharp. For PaperX, Envy still in play though. 2 versus 2. Nightfall ready to go, and he wants to rip that one through. No issues. Brock now behind that same box, and he's going to take him down by Devi and Envy. Doubling up here for PRX's 4th.
Yeah, good recovery from PaperX there. NRG not quite able to keep the streak of rounds going there. See Mount fight. Well navigated by PaperX. Had a lot of cheeky positions. You saw Forsaken up close towards that dark cover. Good turnaround for Ethan and Scuba when they were down in a 4-on-5. They were ready for that mid-round aggression. Honestly, if Forsaken doubles up there, the round would have been done outright, but the rest of PaperX pick up the pieces. It's just a very back and forth game of Lotus here.
Close margins as well. Obviously went down to a 2v2. Nightfall doing some work there, and Nightfall nearly ready again, but a Scuba onto something who doesn't get anything with the blades. Very unfortunate there.
Not ideal. Envy pushed off by the Viper wall. Well aware that he does have Odin in hand, and I don't think NRG are scared of it. Maybe they should be. Nice off angle. Paint shells and the paranoia not really connecting too much, but at least making Envy uncomfortable enough for NRG to claim the site.
Trying to do some damage on a Brock, or even get a kill, but not quite there as Marta converts onto Forsaken. 2 left alive. Now look, we've seen PRX win a 2v5 before, but Devi and Jing gonna have to do a little bit more than that. It's only Devi left, 1v4 ultimate in hand, but what can he really do here? We know he can certainly get some shots in, but look at the money situation.
Yeah. NRG being very disciplined here. Both teams a little bit lower on the cash, so they want to maximize the guns and not give Devi any chances of completing this clutch, let alone taking more guns here.
Does Devi even want to go for it? That's my question, because it just doesn't have the money to play with.
Yeah, fall back into spawn side. Hold on to the Vandal, but consequently, NRG, who are also quite light on the cash, will get through this round with 4 guns surviving. It's a very nice clap back to even things up 4 apiece.
Early shut down against something's Blade Storm. Everyone winning their ones. And a well-handled 4 versus 2 there, making sure the clutch is not going to be possible. So once again, we find ourselves all evened up 4-4 on Lotus. by the only gun in hand. See what the rest of the economy looks like for mibr.los after this.
Too much for Envy to do that, especially after something goes down right at the start of the round.
Oh, that is not the economy look you want to see for mibr.los.
Yeah.
Quite a bit better for NRG. No blades for something, obviously, and a TP that could have been a death and will end up still being a death for Forsaken.
Yeah, I mean, he wanted to go for the progression smoke play with the Hort to try to scan somebody going across to Rebel. It is a mibr.los classic to throw out those dark covers and try to dive into them with the Omen or the Raze. In this case, though, as mentioned before, NRG very, very familiar with mibr.los and all of their antics and quite happy to play around them.
Desperate to find that gun there, dropped by Forsaken. And the hand-me-down will not be passed over.
This is going to be a very, very good half for NRG, especially after they get E-Code round 2. Like, they're going to go up 5-4 with massive economy. A lot of ults coming off online here towards the tail end of the half. Like, I'm very, very impressed that they've been able to actually put themselves in a winning position on this attacking side of Lotus, given how this started.
I mean, the same situation on Fracture would have led mibr.los to quite the lead, but here in NRG, they're about to find the 5-4 here, especially with that kill into Envy, and still one gun left in the hands of Devi, and at the end of this one, he has to start asking the question again. Does he just go for the save?
30 seconds left.
Potentially so. Not much for something to do there. NRG starting to really condition this A side. They've been kind of battering down the door in this part of the map a couple of rounds in a row here. Seen mibr.los with a very, very quick opening towards A that has been pretty unsuccessful 2 rounds in a row. Something's Blade Storm, and then you saw that cheeky little play trying to go for the Haunt scan. Have to maybe try to rethink the approach, maybe, especially with the Steel Garden, move the Vice over to play retake A. It's definitely a viable option. mibr.los have had a fair bit of success kind of fighting in the middle of the map and dominating C Mound.
That'd be an okay time for a timeout for mibr.los as well, as they will recover some of their economy for that next round, and a couple of ultimates to play in there. Showstopper I'm looking at. Both of Vices looking at Steel Garden here. Contact found, Devi. Okay, he's happy with that one. How much of a chase did NRG want to go on?
They've got really great money, so honestly, they can throw as many guns at this as they want to. So, as it stands, don't want to go through all of the effort and the trouble of digging for Devi out of a fully set up C site. And NRG claimed the lead here, 5-4. Only a couple of rounds left to play, and NRG have got plenty of money. They've got plenty of ults to play with. Really, the onus is back on mibr.los to try to conjure a little bit more magic, because they've been falling flat in the last couple.
Yeah, a couple of opportunities there. Something, like you said, not much to do, but maybe a cheeky headshot would have landed in a kill. So no timeout, but mibr.los still, again, really needs something out of this. Their economy is in the dumps and something back on the up. Half armors across the board for everybody. Can't even quite afford everything now. There's something would like a shot here. Dash ready to go, but NRG do not bite on the hook.
Forsaken peppering down at least one player outside of A there. Scuba a little worse for wear, but the regen shield will help him come back up to a little bit more of a healthy status, as NRG looking to pick up the pace towards C here with the Nightfall.
Haven't seen much out of C for NRG so far, so this time they're going to really commit into it. Shit will slow things down. With the Nightfall in play, mibr.los fully respecting something is ready once again. Paranoia will be pushing players off slightly, but just no one in the sightlines. He will reveal the operator once more.
Yeah, Steel Garden's getting traded, waiting for the Raze ult to kick this one off in combination with the Paranoia. In goes the Viper's Pit from NRG. It's a pretty deep one to try to zone Waterfall away and make things difficult for mibr.los.
Here we go, Showstopper Jing. That's the opening he was looking for, but doesn't see Marta. Despite being flashed out, Marta gets the kill, Devi gets the trade, so there is still a 4 versus 4 and against something. He wanted that operator kill for so long, gets it onto Kiko. Opportunity now, Envy onto Brock. 2 left, Scuba and Ethan to hold on, and they can't do it. Scuba needs to do a lot of work here, but something's got his number. We're back to evens, 5-5.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised mibr.los was able to put that retake together, given that the Showstopper had 0 impact on the retake there. The pit ends up kind of working against NRG. I understand they were really trying to dig their heels into Waterfall and give themselves an avenue to play towards long, but unfortunately, it just ends up being a big smoke to obscure the fact that mibr.los are on the spike.
Marta flash here is on, makes it easy for Devi to be able to get that trade.
Good stuff inside of the pit from something. It's not easy to retake into a pit with an operator, I'll tell you that.
Like I said earlier, PRX needed to make that one work, and okay, let's just get this one underway, because Jing already wants to take some early control, playing off that smoke.
That's a classic set play from Paper X. Going fishing for a pick outside of C, but unfortunately not able to get it. Scuba lurking outside of A here. Has Defiant something to contend with. Not sure if something caught a whiff of it. Indeed, you see the ping come out, but with the wall going up for Scuba, he's going to be able to skulk away as NRG start to work mound control.
Okay, here, clearing rather, and Forsaken doesn't TP out in time. PRX dropping their members over towards C. Now the long rotate has to happen, Jing. Late to the party, unfortunately. All his Vice Util stuck on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, Paper X are so far out of position here. Have to take a long way back on into it. That is ridiculous from Jing. Waits till the last minute, and Mata not respecting the boom bot.
Yeah, if he shoots the boom bot, unfortunately he just dies to Jing's swing there, so lose-lose scenario, and perfectly played by Jing. Makes the retake a little bit easier now. 4 versus 4, no ultimates though. On either side, Prowler in first. CT clear so far. And Scuba, like you said, on for the long flank. Wait for that activation, but he needs to get in position. Something. Big shot onto Ethan. Divide. Gets a kill to Brock as well. Okay. 1 versus 1. Does he have the shot? Oh, Scuba's got to come in. Door's closing. Door is closing, brother. No, he's just got to give that one up, I'm afraid. He's gone. Can't even leave the site. That door timing's wild.
It's perfectly played there by Scuba. Just tapping the door. Divide just endlessly waiting for him to peek, but never quite gets the peek that he was looking for. And NRG, nice open plant for them. I think Scuba was so far away, I was getting a little bit concerned he wouldn't have a chance to get involved in the round, but plays it perfectly in the 1v1. Forsaken, fortunately, out on an island there. I mean, yeah, that was fantastic from Jing. Honestly, Paper X, it's crazy that they keep making some of these rounds so competitive because they were so far behind positionally after they lost Forsaken there. NRG was basically given a free C site.
Here we go, once again, making similar plays here, but this time it's Mata going in on the 1 HP, he survives. Takes down Forsaken once again. Big trades happening still on Mount 3 versus 4. Paranoia doesn't get as much as he would have liked, but Kiko will find Divide regardless. Now something has to find this next shot. Dash is about to fade away, and 3 members from NRG is too many for him to handle.
Not much for EMB to do there. Well traded by NRG. What a resurgence to get 7 rounds on the attacking side, given the fact that they get eco'd after the pistol. Really, really nicely worked. Can see why they picked Lotus into this series. And I'm feeling good for them, man. They're going on to defense now. They're playing Senti double controller. I'd imagine that they're going to be quite pleased with themselves.
Starting to really win things over towards that mound side of things as well. These last 2 rounds, winning these controls. And something, he had a couple of the op kills, but not really dominating the map or controlling the spaces he would have wanted to. Like you said, the big recovery from that second round is really the story for NRG. And we already saw their ability to recover on Fracture. Unfortunately, the deficit ended up being a little bit too big for them, despite the fact that it took a couple extra timeouts from the PRX side to even dig in for that 13th round here on Lotus. Finished that first half with the lead. Feeling a lot better about their chances. Feeling like we can definitely go to a map 3.
It's up to Paper X here. Another pretty close half. More than serviceable, swapping back over onto this attacking side. But they have had a change of Enit. I think that does kind of help them in some regard. The fade over the sky will help them, as I mentioned before, kind of work the map. It's why it's a very, very popular choice of initiator on Lotus in particular, on a lot of 3-lane maps, because you can just solve any question mark that you need to by throwing a Prowler. You need to take B main, throw a Prowler. You need to take C mount, throw a Prowler. Clear rubble, throw a Prowler at it. Use the Haunt on cooldown. The sky will allow you to be a little bit more explosive, you know, which is how often, I mean, Paper X do like to play. And I think a lot of teams like to play that mimic this kind of Raze Jet burst comp, because the guiding light just gives you more burst potential. You go from contacting, making no noise at all, to guiding light, satchel dash straight into the site. It's very much faster than a fade will actually offer you.
Sounds a lot more like PRX's traditional playstyle as well. Double duelist, explode on with some flashes coming through from your sky.
I mean, the problem is, though, that as you kind of mentioned before, they're playing into a slower comp from NRG that has a lot more stall and a lot more util. You're fighting into a Vice that's going to give you some problems on the dive, less problems than if you're running something like a Neon. But even, you know, Viper Omen, going to be troublesome. Regardless, though, we're going to have fisticuffs here over A-Rubble right off the bat.
We'll see how PRX manages this situation. 4 members for NRG on their side, and one scan already out onto Martis. That location has been revealed. Wall's going to slow things down somewhat, and Martis is taking util damage from all angles. So is Brock.
Paper X not liking the way that A is feeling right now. They've taken a little bit of a chunk out of Brock and Marta, as mentioned, so I feel like they kind of win that exchange to some regard. Marta taking a little bit of a risk, looking for information, punished by something to give Paper X the opener.
And Paper X slowed down, walked back a little bit, then re-entered. Now NRG are interested once more again, so the wall to play off. Door tagged as well. Brock, reminder, one of the low HP members.
All of NRG are here, though. Paper X ready for the swing, but the Paranoia is excellent to make them very uncomfortable. Paranoia back in response for Paper X. Very much fighting for control of Rubble here. This will definitely decide the pistol round. Scuba with 2 into a 1v1. Can Divide clutch yet another pistol for Paper X. Swing in from Scuba is beautiful, and a 3K to give NRG yet another great start to a half.
A big celebration from NRG as well from their side of the stage. Second pistol picked up in this map, and question now will be, can they actually convert that into a string of wins? That second round eco from the first half still in the back of everyone's mind here. But obviously, massive trades back and forth over towards Rubble, the re-entry from PRX as well. But a 1v1, Scuba takes away from Divine, who's been so sharp today in the series, and Scuba showing, okay, I'm still good.
Paper X with a couple of upgraded pistols here on the eco. Divide can't do much against an outlaw on an angle like that. Up inside of the progression dark cover here. Paper X wait for the door to close before they make their next move.
Yeah, Marta's already basically cleared over towards Mound, relieves pressure away. NRG starting to rotate. Now the opening coming through. That is going to be Paranoia. Dodged out. Kiko would like to hit some of these shots, get some damage in there. Forsaken on 1 HP. And now they're just waiting for Kiko to see if that can be a kill. Ethan looking over towards the left, but doesn't quite manage to get a shot into play. Jing cleans up. Scuba gets Jing down, and now over towards the drop. Just back and forth. 2 versus 3 now. Still plenty of damage, even if PRX lose the round. But will they lose the round?
Player standing.
Now they probably will.
Yeah, brute flank from Brock and Scuba. It's coming in tandem. I mean, the Lemmings made it into the site, and they had teeth, man. Actually took a couple of guns away from NRG. They were in pretty good positions to just shut that down outright, especially with the easy opening peek over on Mount side. But well, Paper X do a good job keeping it interesting. Put themselves in very annoying positions. I mean, you can see them kind of tucked in under drop here. That's not easy for Ethan to clear.
Yeah, frustrating death for Ethan on that one. Well, the rest of the players in a good position to finish things out. No shenanigans from Forsaken or anybody else. This last couple of plays alive for PRX. This is one of the biggest deficits that PRX has seen for quite a little bit.
Very close on the C's late there. Almost had multiple players caught on the side of NRG. They dodge it nicely up behind their Viper wall, and now an immediate pivot back towards Mount for Paper X, but that's where I'm having a look at this Vice wall. Going to be a little bit harder to break through that.
So Boombot Prowler Claire coming through from NRG. Make sure no one was there on Rubble. That allows now Kiko to move over.
Nice orb. They've got the Paranoia in the right position here, but Brock's only got a Spectre and a lot of work to do. There's the burst into the site that I was talking about, the TP up on top. Not necessarily ideal for Forsaken, and these are some awkward duels being taken. A lot of players here for NRG, but Paper X finally break through.
Okay, Ethan and Marta. Okay, they're really getting some good damage in. There's something on basically 1 HP here. Just a big flank. PRX weren't ready for it. And now something is just going to end up potentially saving this one. He's just... Well, he's a 1 versus 2, but the HP situation is rough. He's going to go for a potential long flank. Still got just barely enough time.
I mean, that could seriously work out. I don't know how tucked behind the box Marta is. Ethan's ready for it, though. Very much clued on. And that's a 10th round for NRG. Bonus converted. They are running away with Lotus right now.
Yeah, this is looking fantastic for NRG. As honestly, before the flank from Marta and Co came on through onto door, it was looking PRX's way for quite some time.
But that's where you look at NRG, not only the Vice tech with the wall, but also just how annoying they were being for Paper X to kind of isolate and hunt down inside of the site is exactly what allows for that door open to be so impactful on the flank. If Paper X had made it safely into the site like 5 seconds sooner, that's probably their round.
Well, PRX facing the pressure now, will be taking a timeout. They are quite in the hole in terms of the round deficit so far. And a 1v2, that's something Really would have taken a lot for him to win that one, and heads up play by Ethan to consider the fact that he might be getting long flanked. And as these rounds go by, it's looking more and more comfortable for NRG, and the likelihood of us going to a map 3 is starting to look really real.
Expect nothing less from this series. Paper X have very much dug themselves a hole here, though. Coming out of this timeout will be on a half buy on this attacking side, where it feels like they're getting shut down more often than not by NRG, who are playing an excellent game here. Very well-rounded performance from pretty much everyone in the server as well. Like, no one is really lagging behind.
From both teams, really. No one's, as you say, really running super far ahead like Devi was on Fracture. Odin out for Brock this time around. Something feeling himself on the Marshall. Seen him do some magic on that before, but here we go. Omen versus Open first and foremost. Does that Prowl actually get a bit of a sightline? Maybe.
Nah, Forsaken tried to dodge it, and Kiko saw his cape going inside of the dark cover. Unfortunate. Disgusting off angle here from Brock. This is what we know him for.
And that Prowler certainly will be able to see Devi revealing the Odin through that wall as well. Bit of a clear coming through. The rubble side from Envy.
Marta. Outlaw out yet again, looking to farm himself up a showstopper. He's halfway to it. Little taps on in will make a big difference in getting a rocket going a little earlier on. Something over on the other side of the map. Sees the sheer wall. Dash active.
You can tell that shot put the fear into PRX as well. Okay. Tap the wall.
I have the spike.
Trigger the orb as well. Just wait this one out. Slow things down. 40 seconds left to play through. End on C. Playing pretty far back is going to be Scuba and Rock.
Yeah. Quite happy to let Paper X come to them. Only Sheriffs and Marshals in the mix here as the Paint Shells tries to clear out Pillar side. They will be able to at least make it up onto the site and maybe even get a plant here, but how much more success can you really conjure as Paper X?
Well, they got to go for that plant sooner rather than later. Big damage! Brock finds his mark onto something inside the smoke. No problem. Scuba on the Devi as well. Now Jing. Yeah, just see if we can get a kill here or two. Help the economy.
Nice tap. Also building himself up a showstopper. One off now, courtesy of those two Sheriff shots, but NRG will complete the retake nonetheless.
11 found. Remember that 11-5 that we saw on Fracture the other way around? Well, PRX on the 5 end of things. NRG was able to make a little bit of a comeback. PRX, after that tack timeout, we'll need to think about where this gun round's gonna go.
Going into their attack timeout, there definitely would have been more so chatting about the adaptation and heading into this gun round. So let's see what they've prepped up here. The half buy is one thing. Plans may have changed, especially when you're considering the orb control. You're now one off two pretty big ults here for Paper X.
Yep.
It's up to NRG to kind of deny those orbs.
Operator in hand. Something. Really keen for it. And Kiko a little bit more. Good spot on a Forsaken. Knows his tricks. Knows where he's going to end up being with that TP.
Just a flick one tap. Devastating to lose your smokes on the attacking side 5 seconds into the round. Just a disgusting shot from Kiko. And anything that you discuss on Paper X is very quickly getting much more difficult for you.
Yeah, it's going to have to end up being relying on the Cloudburst smokes or relying on that Nightfall now. His Devi is under pressure. Oh, he's lucky to survive that scenario. In fact, he was looking for that kill.
I'm surprised he almost got Marta there. Honestly, had no business doing anything at that point. 3-on-5 here for Paper X. Off angle from Scuba is looking pretty dirty.
This round is
a dumpster
fire. I hate to say it, but kind of in the bin at the moment. As Scuba just drops something from behind his neck.
Yeah.
I mean, what can you do here now? 2 versus 5. You don't feel good about giving up the round. It's about to be 12 for NRG. PRX kind of in the bin at the moment. This was terrible for them.
Yep. Only thinking about Breeze at this point. Picked up by Envy. 30 seconds on the clock. I feel like I'm watching the Masters Grand Final all over again, like a stop map for Paper X. Oh no, we're so back. We're so done. Hopefully on Breeze we're so back.
We just speed ran Fracture straight into Lotus from that Grand Final, really. We skipped the other 3 maps in the middle. Time this one out. PRX, it sucks to be in a position where you got to save on this round to give the 12 over to NRG.
Especially after your attack timeout. Brock entering with the Odin. A little bit of a jiggle for Ethan there. They're well aware of where Envy is, and he won't make it away with the operator, so something will be a little bit more empty-handed. And Paper X, they've got all of the ults, but none of the money up against map point here for NRG.
That round went from bad to worse with no recovery on the op. It just starts, like you said, you lose Forsaken like 5 seconds in, smoke's gone, something trying to make something happen over on towards B and just gets dropped from behind, no chance to recover there. And they're basically on 5 ults.
I mean, that's the kind of round that NRG does, though. I remember that America's lower final, I think it was, against mibr, where every round just feels hopeless. You get spammed.
Okay.
In goes that showstopper for Jing.
Let's see if we can find some hope. Jing really looking for it, just gonna have to throw that rocket out. Lots of ultimates being played in, and something again just doesn't really add anything as Ethan drops him almost immediately. Brock on the other side of that door, spamming on through. Jing made his way onto site, but they're just losing members. They're just continually losing more. NRG are gonna make this one look easy. 2 left, down to 1. Forsaken versus the world. And despite the rocket going sideways, NRG is the world. Forsaken can't even run. 13 and 5. NRG clap back.
Yeah. Really, really nice recovery from NRG. I felt like they were definitely competitive in that first map, but rough starts to both of the halves. I think they very much showed their quality here on Lotus. Both halves definitely look like the better team, and Paper X, a little bit sheepish, unfortunately, showing some of that map-to-map inconsistency that we just saw over at Masters London.
A second half, they were gone. I don't think they won a single round there, right? And multiple opportunities where they're trying to find anything to work with. Operator not getting anything done for something, sadly. That second to last round, like I said, was just heartbreaking watching them have to save.
Yeah.
Giving the 12 over. You hate to see that. Howdy doody.
Hi, Bucket. You want to use mine?
Hand signs. Sign language.
Yeah. I'm just enjoying this, honestly.
Hey, game worker, bro.
There we go. Hey, bro.
My producer's like, you're live. Just talk. I was trying. We're going to go to some highlights. Let's take a look at some of the best moments from this game, shall we, gentlemen? Because you told me you cannot blow out Paper X on Lotus.
Oh, sorry. My bad.
I just witnessed a blowout.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm a fraud.
Yeah, let's take a look at why my guys were able to step up for the great USA. Pistols galore. The raises out of the gates. You love to see the satchel fights. The team shots were able to go in NRG's direction. I mean, this was a crazy round, though.
This was like the best round, but after this, it just gets bad for PRX. You start out so strong. Insane Divide plus something moments into this Jing 4K that nearly ended an ace.
This is where the Paper X highlights end.
That's what I'm saying. After this, it's all NRG highlights.
We got judges coming out, headshots galore. Who had the biggest impact as this game swung back in favor of NRG?
Literally everyone. Like they might have had like 1 or 2 kills between them. It was a very well-rounded performance for NRG. Honestly, I felt like everyone had their moments. Everyone had a fair degree of impact. And like I said, like NRG, when they're this well drilled, on their defense in particular, they make your life a nightmare. We saw it in that second to last round for Paper X, where you're just losing 1 or 2 players before you've even kind of made it through the opening parts of the map.
I was quite impressed with Ethan, honestly. I mean, we saw some really smart plays there, able to just sniff out members, not losing to random flanks. 2 versus 1 against something, just understanding, okay, a big flank is going to be there, finding him behind the box as well. Ethan just had eyes all over the map.
Is Fade a happy way to play if you're an NRG fan?
Is Fade a happy way to play? Yeah.
You bring her out every map?
Yeah. Well, not every map. You know, she's good on some maps. She's you'll play other things on other maps. But Fade, I mean, they're pretty good on the Fade. Ethan is a very flexible player. He can kind of play any initiator that you really need to be playing. And I think, honestly, I was surprised that Fade came out for Paper X, and it doesn't seem to have gone particularly well for them, particularly on that attacking side. Like, I understand why they went for that, especially against double controller Vice. Like, they really want to work the map a little bit more. They want to have more kind of answers to just simplify the map control. But I felt like they probably just needed to burst more, and I would have probably liked to see a Sky.
Which, you know, like I said, maybe a stylistic difference there and a mismatch in terms of what they would normally do. Double duelist Sky, a bit more bursting, explosivity with the flashes and your 2 duelists getting into the mix.
Especially playing into a Viper. Like, just flash to the Viper wall, bro. Yeah.
The Viper causing problems. We'll see if the controllers continue to crush. 13-5 is a nice score. Can we do it again, or are we going to go to ultra overtime? We're already overtime here on the set, but I'm happy to stay here all day with you two gentlemen. I don't think we're going to breaks. We're just hanging out for a minute. Avril, how are you feeling?
I mean, we're going to full 3 maps in the BO3 between PRX and NRG. This is what we wanted. We might be staying extra. The fans might be watching a little bit extra here, but this is the game that people were waiting for, and it's delivering. We're going to all 3.
Absolutely, and I didn't even write down our third map because you were so confident in PRX. So talk to me about how this map was decided through the bans and protects, the veto process, and who should have the edge statistically coming in.
I feel like it's an up and down map for Paper X, but if they're kind of clicking today, then they should be reasonably confident on it. Like I said, both of these teams can kind of play all 3 maps in the veto. As far as I'm concerned, I'm just hoping for a third map gigabanger.
Yeah, I'd like to see, obviously I think the Jet's definitely coming back for something, back on the Operator. Found like kind of mid-success on Lotus, so getting the opportunity for him to take over the map would be pretty big for PRX.
Solid stuff all around. Both teams taking 1 map. We've got a third map potentially loading up, and as you can see, the players are not on the stage, so we're going to go to a short break. When we come back, the players will be in their seats, and we'll be jumping right into the action. Stay tuned. It's EWC.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We really appreciate about this event because it's very huge event and we can compete with really great opponent in the world. We will do our best, but one of our main roster player cannot be here because of some surgery he had. So I'm not sure we can be really good. We will do our best.
我觉得不是很坏吧，但还没有达到我们理想的成绩。圣地亚哥的话，其实就是输掉了嘛。然后伦敦的话，其实我们本来有非常大的信心去拿下冠军的，那最后可惜就是自己没有把握住嘛，没有达到最好吧，但也还可以接受。我觉得当时是奥特曼来到之后，在磨合，我们在适应教练的风格吧。教练组的分工其实也比较不明确，就大家团队那边都比较混乱，感觉。 最后还是差一点吧，尤其是打勒维坦，就是第3张图的时候，指挥的时候我没有扛住，我觉得可能会有点难，但我相信我们可以做到。
I'm very happy that we managed to qualify to EWC because it's a very big step for us. We don't really care about the enemies we're playing against. There's PaperX who were top 2 in Masters and also Vitality top 4. Of course, they're insane teams, but if we manage to get out of this group, then we have a high chance winning the whole tournament.
He's got a teammate.
It was 2v5. It was Narrate and Lewan. They were alive. I see them both in insane positions, and I thought we could actually win this round. And then they got kill after kill after kill. Then it's 1v1. And my heartbeat is like 180, and I cannot do anything about it. He won it, and then I'm relieved. Going into playoffs is like my biggest dream I did back then in KCX, so it was very insane. There was 30k people just rooting for us, playing against Koi. It was the best moment of my life. No matter how good is the specs of the headset, you're still gonna hear if it's a big crowd, so they're gonna give us other momentum for sure. During stage 1, we had it was the worst place of my career, and I think for everyone in my team, and it was just super sad that we hard worked the whole year just to win something and we cannot. It was a good learning lesson for all of us, and it showed actually in EWC how well we learned from it. I think we had some issues with our momentum, I would say. We're getting overconfident, we're doing so many mistakes, and then once we do these mistakes, we get low confidence, and then it turns from up to high, and then it's very hard to play like this. It was my rookie split as an ag.al, so this was for sure a part of it because I did so many mistakes, but I learned from it. That's the most important, and yeah, I'm looking forward for EWC. I think Zeech worked a lot in our mental aspect more than in-game because we were all super sad. We went in a really bad rough times, and he worked into this, he tried to make us stay alive again. In-game stuff is not as important as the connection between the players. The team has to be loving each other so they can be able to perform. If we manage to get out of this group, as I said, we're gonna for sure win the tournament. We might be the underdogs, but we're here to prove we're not.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. It's Chris Puckett here on your screen, and we are about to jump into the final fight of the night. PaperX taking on NRG, and as these two predicted, we're going to a Game 3. Last map, though, much more of a convincing win than expected at 100 Thieves. I want to start with you, Avril. What do you see from the boys from Americas?
Yeah, NRG, the recovery after that brutal second round as well, losing the anti-eco. And we saw what happened on Fracture, where you just get this PRX string of a massive amount of rounds, 11-5. They had the lead. Opposite thing happens on Lotus. It's 11-5 the other way around. And NRG not only recovered, kept that spree going. Massive punishes on the Paper X side. And unfortunately for a player like Forsaken on PRX as well, he went like 0-9 in terms of first kills, first death. He died first like 9 times.
Some of the TVs are pretty ludicrous, I'm not going to lie. But I'm impressed by NRG. Not only the kind of resilience to be able to come back from losing that opening map. They got eco'd in the second round, as I kind of mentioned, but they also blew out Paper X on a map that they know their way around very well.
Yeah.
I saw a request in the chat to see your back. Would you mind showcasing the dog? It's got flowers with it.
Yeah.
Who are we giving flowers to at the end of
for?
this fight? I was going to say something if he plays like he does in game number 1. On the other side, I'm eyeing Kiko. Let's go back to when you were popping off. I want to see a little bit more
You picked the only
aggression.
non-American player on the team. You picked the Brit.
Well, everyone loves a Brit. Have you met Big Time yet? This kid's amazing.
I've seen way too much of Big Time.
I would hang out with him every day, bunk beds and everything.
No, that's what I literally do. I live with him for the last 2
in
years.
bunk beds.
It's sometimes in bunk beds. Hey.
Interesting.
Yeah, you got to grind.
I mean, we're on the hustle.
Big Time's one of the only people I know that can fit in a bunk bed, so.
That's true.
As a grown adult.
Was he on the top bunk or the bottom bunk?
Yeah,
you feel safe with him on top. Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Yeah. Sure.
We take a look here at that man, though. I would not feel comfortable with Mata above me. If you're looking at the agents, what are we locking in? Gentlemen, I am going to exit. Take it away. This is the decider. Who is going to jump to the top of the group? NRG or Paper Rex?
I'll tell you what, Pilsky, the Harbor map comes on through for Breeze and NRG. I think one of the only teams that's still really keen to play this KO in there. Most teams I'm seeing are not really that down for it anymore. Double Enets coming on through for NRG versus the double duelist look of Paper X.
That's a pretty popular comp in Pacific, honestly. Both T1 and RRQ had been running this during the regular Pacific season, so I think that this is going to be a comp that Paper X are very familiar with. I know it says RRQ down there, but this is the third map between Paper X and NRG, and stylistically, this is going to be double Enet versus double duelist, the Something Jet and Forsaken Neon that they have been running a lot on this map. It's a map they've been very up and down of, but their last streak of maps, you look at them cutting their teeth on the very best teams in the world, and you can feel some degree of confidence here for Paper X that they can close out this series. On the other side of things, NRG playing a lot of very strong teams over in Americas, but they haven't had as many international reps in the last 3 months on Breeze specifically.
Yeah, but overall, I mean, still looking at the things here, like Breeze has been a reasonable good map for both of these teams. Breeze was, unfortunately, one of the maps that NRG dropped allowed in the qualifier coming into this one. As we also remember the PRX side of things, Breeze was a map that they did beat Liv on in the grand final for London. However, bit of rough waters on that, actually. Not a very clear-cut victory for them. We'll see if they can make this one a lot more clear-cut now. Again, don't mind the fact that it says RRQ on the top. That is, in fact, Paper X defensive side first, NRG attacking. Kick it off over towards Shops.
Is it the third and decider map here, opening up the group? Winner will go on to take Vitality, I believe, in a qualification game for the playoffs. Loser will play Carmine Core in the elimination. NRG creeping their way in towards A main. Viper wall goes up, dash on in, and they've been given an open A site here. Divide trying to spam one down before the plant goes down, but NRG with the forward high tide will take all control here, including Yellow.
Massive coverage. It's going to be Divide hiding behind the high tide and seeing a couple of shots come through on the opposite end as well. The rest of NRG, rather, Paper X finally arrive.
Kiko up close and personal here. Not too much utility left over. Just the pistols here for NRG as Paper X start to make their moves.
Envy took a little bit of damage early on. Hiding away is going to be Kiko, and he's completely shuts down 2 members of PRX. As soon as they spot in, 4 versus 3 now, Brock. All the way in the back, Forsaken doesn't even get to move, and Jing, nothing in response either. Falling apart as Paper X, NRG, another pistol, 3 pistols in a row going their way.
Yeah, really nicely worked there from NRG, just keeping things simple. Creep up in towards A main, throw up the Viper wall, Sova Dart, and the dash on in, and when they recognize that it's a retake setup for Paper X, they choose to even take a step forward. That is a big strength of the Harbor in combination with the Viper. Originally, we used to see this over on Icebox, where you're kind of segmenting the walls, but the Harbor gives you a little bit more flexibility in terms of where you actually want to control in terms of the site. So being able to kind of further extend that control gave Paper Rex a few more troubles on the retake going forward.
All right, Nightfall probably getting for on 2 players. Forsaken and something is potentially got the sniper out, actually.
Yeah, 2 marshals. I mean, this is pretty common on Breeze, but Paper X in particular here do have a couple of upgrades to try to keep this one interesting.
Okay, Kiko there as well. Moving up through mid, walking into something. He's been waiting for this opportunity.
Yep.
Buying up as well, given that what was the pistol going towards the NRG side of things? Very slow around. Look at the trappers well on the door side of things. Jing and Envy dodging out from the Viper Molly as well. This could be very interesting. Should get checked though. 2 players there. Envy is the only one that actually gets somebody from the Paper X side of things.
Yeah, both of the marshals here. Devi on the rotation over. Something not really able to do too much as the Viper Wall goes up. Takes a chunk out of Kiko.
Unfortunate.
But look, not much to be done here as the wall gets dropped on Paper Rex. And Devi not even able to take one more with him. Only Marta to go down here for NRG. And a pretty nice anti-eco.
Yeah, but Paper X would have liked to see a little bit more coming through from the marshals. No one really biting over towards mid. The trap setup. Now the mid doors. Only delivering the 1 kill. That's after the fact that they dodged out from that molly as well. Once more, Ethan, the rest of NRG, defusing that situation. A device body shot on Kiko, not landing a kill either.
Fair bit invested in that round for Paper X. He's going to hamstring the opening gun round a little bit. A couple of sets of light armor. Full buy up for NRG, who were kind of cutting corners there. Initial contact. Going the way of either one of these teams. Forsaken well aware that there's a couple of players over towards B main. That's the 2nd time that Kiko has picked Forsaken on the jump spot. And this is a landslide for NRG.
Yeah, Forsaken's first deaths just keep going up, unfortunately, as the light armor gets a little bit lighter now, not in a good way for Paper Rex. 5 versus 2. You know, a map and a half ago, I would have said maybe still winnable for Paper Rex. Devi can certainly do it, but now the way this is going, looking like 3 in a row for NRG.
Yeah, they are all over this. Just keeping things pretty simple here, using the double init just to be able to take control of the mains and springboard into these quicker executes. Paper X having a really tough time dealing with it.
So those first deaths, man. No trades either. Heavy investment on that 2nd round. Double marshals being brought in. Doesn't allow every single member on your team to have a full buy on this round 3 rifle. Now you have to walk out tail tucked between your legs for Paper X. They even hold on to a couple of rifles here.
It's the best possible start for NRG, honestly. Like, the cash is already like 2+K on all of these players. They're about to win the bonus round, up 3-0 on the attacking side of Breeze. This is going to be a bit of a nightmare to navigate for Paper X.
Similar to what we saw in Fracture, but the opposite side around, right? I mean, we just saw the fact that you get those 5 in a row, bonus converted as well. After Paper X wins the pistol, they got both the pistols on Fracture now. 3 pistols in a row. Haven't seen anything come through from PRX's. The timeout coming through super early.
See what they want to kind of construct around these 2 rifles that have been kept through from the opening gun round. Might be some marshals or sheriffs to be invested in. Maybe throw a shotty in the mix, especially if they want to contest a main or something like that. Up to Paper X to kind of pick themselves up. This has been a false start here on Breeze so far. NRG are looking pretty locked in, really running through with all of the momentum they garnered from stomping Paper X on Lotus, and Breeze looks like it's heading in much the same direction.
I mean, it really did say it earlier on, but it kind of feels like we're speedrunning the London finals in a way where get a very resounding win on Fracture that this time around actually kind of gets a lot more competitive, and then slowly but surely throughout the rest of the series, and this time just in a BO3, losing momentum from PRX. Confidence seems down as well. Some of those magic moments you get out of Fracture, you're just not getting anymore.
I'll see what they come up with here. Got a lot of work to do. I think the objective starts to move, especially when you have this good of a start on the attacking side from, you know, being able to string rounds together, being able to break the money to how many can we kind of chip in early on here. You got to kind of adjust your expectations. Forsaken really going to go for a Guardian here. Down to $400. Indeed, he is investing quite a lot in this round. He feels like Paper X have a good chance to win it.
2 players with just the pistols out there as well, including something who's super far away from the Blade Storm. And PRX getting nice and active early on. A couple players wanting to move a little bit deeper into the mid. As NRG, full respect, they want to be prepared for the potential PRX doing something here.
Yeah, something very much saving for an operator heading in towards the next round. Ethan jiggling for the mid push. And it's courtesy, really, of this deep wall from Paper X. Makes NRG a little bit nervous that they will be taking some space over there. And sometimes they even just throw down that wall and then just play towards the mains. In this case, NRG really doing their due diligence, working their way through the map up. Elbow drone goes into middle.
Drone sees nothing. Smoke ends up being pretty useful there for PRX just to hide inside the cove. They don't see anything on the opposite end either. Time is running out, and NRG have barely made moves. It's confusing Paper X a little bit.
I think they're making the right call here, though. Just dropping off Scooper in middle for the late lurk. He's able to play in front of this Viper wall, so it's not really troubling NRG too much as they group back up towards this A site. Similar to the pistol, it's just going to be Devi retake. The rest of Paper X have cleared all of B, but the Execute's going to go in a little bit faster.
Oh, full flash, and Devi isn't able to get anything. Forsaken once again, first death. Very unfortunate. Brock will convert onto that lone player, Devi, who can't respond at all. And Devi had one of the only rifles.
Yeah. Something with naught but a classic. Oh, there you go. He's picked up the Vandal. Wants to try to make this one a little bit more interesting. 2 players cripplingly low on the side of NRG.
3 players off-site here as well. They do get smoked off. Gives a little bit of opportunity for PRX, who with their guns available, 2, 1 being picked up by something. It's playable, but it's not anymore. They're just leaving, aren't they?
Yeah, they got to save. You really got to min-max your money when NRG has this much cash. Like, you've got to be able to guarantee yourself as many gun rounds as you can get access to, because there's no breaking the attacking side economy anymore. Forsaken looking for some damage here at the end. Oh, sorry, Jing. For some damage here at the end of the round. Stand out by the KO knife. I do imagine he's probably just going to go down to the spike. Doesn't feel the need to force the issue. He's trying to keep NRG interested so that maybe one of them died to the spike. But as it stands, NRG really just passing the test with flying colors. 5 alive heading into round 5. They're going to have like 7K on each of these players, something like that. It's going to be a ridiculous amount of cash for the attackers.
And they played that round so slowly as well that PRX, like I sort of mentioned, they got really confused towards the end. Didn't really know where to go. Leaving Devi just to anchor A alone, and we'll see what happens with that, and just couldn't even trade 1 for 1 there. Leaves Martyr, I believe, on 5 HP.
I think this changes plans for Paper X as well. I was pretty sure that something was saving for an operator, but as he picks up a Vandal to save into the next round, instead, it's going to be rifle-centric gameplay for Paper X.
Oh, okay, hang on.
Opener with the utility here. Keiko gets sent in, then wrapped back into middle here for NRG. Not going particularly well so far. They've really tried to cause a little bit of a reaction and a rotation in the early round for Paper X, but they still end up a man down.
Haven't seen PRX get in the first blood in some time now over the course of these rounds. It's Keiko trying to dive on in on A and being punished for it. Devi onto Brock as well. Okay, numbers starting to look really comfortable for Paper X. Will still be a plant coming on through, but a 2 versus 4 now. No ultimates in play. Plenty of money, though, so NRG happy to get it done.
Scuba on the front foot. Nice placement of the Viper Orb here. Ethan could set him up with a nicely timed flash to try to start to even up the numbers. Scuba going for a little bit of a play here. Something well and truly ready for it. Just down to Ethan. Trying to do some damage to the economy of Paper X. Fragment. Got to keep something at arm's length. Forsaken's made it up onto the site, and Forsaken just pushing straight into the fragment. Paper X getting themselves their first gun round here. One of many that'll be needed.
You're welcome.
Until Ethan wasn't ready for that. Something pushing into the fragment. Leaves with 6 HP. One of the few times now that we're really starting to see Paper X getting that first blood, converting onto secondary kill, getting really heavy numbers in their favor. Starting to bite their way back into this map a little bit.
Be a long road back in, but that round was fantastic, really. NRG trying to go for one of these set plays where they set up the jet for success in the early round with a little bit of the double unit utility and have a wrap into middle in the mid round to catch some of those rotations.
Well, you want to see the op come through for something. That will now be the case. Back over towards mid. Has to be a little bit concerned about the dart.
Same for Keiko, though, and he's holding this line nicely. Paper X punished in the opening kills department yet again, and NRG with a man advantage.
Really expensive there, unfortunately, for PRX. Jing now playing off a Forsaken together. Hey, main's good. Null command is going to cause a little bit of issues here. Jing really would like a kill. He's got one, but instantly Keiko responds with more flashes. Decent, but Keiko doesn't care. That's going to be A taken care of. 4 versus 2 again. Once again, you have to look at the money side. Devi and Envy, how much do they want this?
It's locked out of it, really. The high tide only just went down. Envy's going to give it a little bit of a sniff, but Devi is just sitting in nest. I don't think he's interested in this 2-on-4 at all.
Just got around for Paper X. It's already going the wrong way now. Not a bad shot from Envy.
Really just going for damage, though. I don't think he's particularly interested. Dart on in to keep NRG at arm's length. And
Save
nicely
the
done.
op, actually, not bad.
That's what he was going for the whole time. Really, really well worked. Heads-up play from Envy. He'll be able to hand that to something in the next round. And with 2 guns saved over, Paper X will be able to put together another buy here.
It's well played by Kiko at the start of that one. Out-dueling something and then converting a little bit later on as well.
Wouldn't be surprised to see NRG go for this quick mid to A yet again here. They do have some good ults to be doing it. You see often Keiko has been wielding the operator in the last round or so, but he could rip the Bladestone here, pick up the pace. You can get the Hunter's Fury on through with the dart up over the top. Something that could go quite well for NRG. They did just condition the mid to A though with the pick on mid doors and the null command. So we'll see what they want to go going for here. It does seem like they are going to choose to go to the other side of things. Back to B.
B's open. Nobody home. Late Storm, you called it. Will be popped this round as well for Kiko. And yep, full retake on B, I'm afraid, for Paper X. Something might catch a little bit of a whiff of a player. Oh, it doesn't quite land the shot, though. That would have been a hard one to land for sure. Oh, Kiko on the other side would just completely rip away Envy. 5v4.
Yeah, awkward exchange. Tried to go for the drone. Envy under a little bit too much pressure there. Drone from Brock does spot out that the flank will be coming through from Paper X as he meets up with the rest of the team on site. And NRG have flipped the map. They are in defense spawn. It's going to be a very difficult retake for Paper X.
Paper X now got to execute like they're the attacking side instead. At least their smokes are still online. Brock has a decent line and a decent shot onto Devi. Numbers are now looking sad. And something is just going to peel off in a 1v1. Marta, nice, okay. Makes things slightly better for them. Maybe just playing for the exits now.
Yeah, 100%. Trying to hold on to these 3 rifles, but at some point you've got to stop saving and start getting some rounds. Jing covers that smoke push from Scuba well, but that's where the good news really ends. 6-1 for NRG. What a brutal start to this map for the Pacific fans.
Yeah. NRG can just close out the one more round. They get the 7, and I think for PRX, recovering up to 4 would be pretty good for them at this stage. Because this kind of deficit is rough to make a comeback from. They are still going to have the weapons to play through, but I hear you, man. At some stage, you gotta stop saving. And I think this next round coming up might just be that one. Another timeout coming on through. Plenty to talk about for Paper X to recover in this half.
Yeah, second timeout for them. And just as many rounds here on Breeze have not had an answer for what NRG's been throwing at them so far. This has been a very well-constructed attacking side of Breeze. The double E-Knit Harbor is something that can be really difficult to play around, especially when the other team is so well organized. The attacking side op has been having some pretty serious impact. Like Keiko has been finding opening picks like it's nothing on the Jet, causing a big problem for Paper X thus far. Needs Forsaken to start to turn things around here. He hasn't had any impact on the Neon.
Yeah.
It's usually a pretty good agent, pretty good map for him.
It's been a rough couple of maps. Like I said, that first death stat line is a bit haunting. When you look at a guy like Forsaken, you certainly expect more. And a massive turnaround for everyone on NRG. I mean, Marta had a rough go of Fracture, but now that's feels like such a long time ago. For NRG winning this the way they are is pretty shocking for Paper X and a shocking day for Pacific in general if they can't pull through.
Deep ball on mid here once again for Paper X. One way thrown into A main, very much trying to play disruptive. And there you go, wall dropped on Kiko and something gets the opener. Marta replying with the operator picked up from the Jet though. He is pretty good at wielding this gun himself.
Yep. I've seen him on the Jet before. Familiar territory, the op for Marta. Reckoning available here as NRG will play this one quietly. Let's take a look at Elbow. How much does PRX want to move up?
Yeah, NV knows he's kind of just in the Goldilocks spot. Not too hot, not too cold. He's just sitting tight. Ready to disrupt this pivot to B if necessary. Something on the other side of things has still got this A main info line with the operator. And Ethan got to spot that out. Well aware that the Jet is sitting right there. Drone goes into middle here for NRG. courtesy of that wall being put up by Devi, it's drawing out a lot of utility, but NRG just kind of simplifying things back towards A main.
Well, they got info that something is there based on the knife coming through from Ethan. How do they want to defuse the scenario? They have still util to play through. Box got recon in there as well. Okay, there it is. Just play the ultimate. That'll be enough, more than enough to push off our jet from the line, but Devi will so clean Ethan up. Something wanted more of that Blade Storm. Smarter and Brock. The operator changes hands once again. High Tide coming on in. 3 versus 2. 17 seconds left to play through 2v1. Envy, he's not been spotted just yet. Might have brilliant timing here, but needs to be able to get through undetected. And he can't do so. NRG again. Big celebration from their side of the stage. Collecting that 2v1 victory, extending their lead even further.
Yeah, nicely worked there for NRG. Finally, when PaperX are able to find an opener, immediate reply from Marta. And NRG just able to simplify a lot of these rounds and use the double E-Nit to the best of its abilities. The KO knife spotting out where the operator is, and then they just place in the utility right where it's needed. They got to put themselves into a winnable post plant.
7-1, massive difference in rounds, and PRX have already burned through their timeouts as well. All alone now. They got to figure this one out. Back over towards mid. Something and Devi playing together. That is big information. Ethan, they're looking for him. They want him. Devi's got it. Secondary as well. Onto Scuba. Not too bad. Sphere was used in that exchange as well. Kiko onto Devi. For the exchange, 3 versus 4 now as Rifle will be recovered by Kiko.
Yeah, drone out onto the middle line. Hunter's Fury ripped by Envy, looking to try to further extend the numbers, but dodged out nicely there by NRG. The rest of PaperX all swinging into middle. Kiko and Brock hitting the deck. And it's all on Marta. Spike in hand. Gonna throw out a cove towards B to try to draw attention away from PaperX. Jing cutting the map in half.
Jing onto Marta. Yeah, he sees him, but he doesn't land the shots. Marta cleans him up. Well, at least they know where Marta is now. That's the good news. 30 HP as well. Something up next. Doesn't get the opportunity to make the shot happen, and this is unbelievable. Marta is still able to get 2.
He's in the Matrix. He just pre-fired that so perfectly onto Forsaken. Avoided something with the perfect high tide.
Yep.
I mean, if he had a little bit more HP, I thought he would have put together a 1v4 there.
Starting to look dangerous, that's for sure. I mean, he hit low HP, but just the ability to get past the early 2 players and get those kills.
I mean, we're past dangerous for PaperX. They're getting cooked here.
Considering that was a 4v1, that's still rough for PaperX. Dropping 2 members in that 4v1.
Yeah. Makes their money quite breakable here. Couple ults to work with, though. Overdrive and the Pit ready to go here for PaperX. It's a slow round. Again. I mean, 2-1-2 here for NRG. Deep wall across middle. Kiko on the line.
Should be an easy one, but I don't think Forsaken's got a bite. Something has been playing through mid multiple times now, using that Viper's wall to tuck himself in, and I lied about Forsaken. He does want to do something here, or perhaps that's actually just Kiko pushing in himself. In either case, another first death for Forsaken doesn't help PaperX yet.
Something's pretty deep in middle, though. Could be a great position to be leveraging in towards the mid to late round, but with that deep wall again, I mean, you just continue using the initiator utility. Something able to actually dash out nicely. Updraft dash with the Cloud Burst keeps himself alive.
Might have pulled that through a little early. Didn't even see the drone yet. Just kind of preempted the drone. Assumed the drone was going to spot him, but in the case, the drone did its job. As the rest of NRG grouped together, ready to finish on B. It's going to be essentially playing for a retake here. Envy already back in terms of his positioning on site.
Yeah, he pushed back into the site. Dart just came back up off cooldown, but at the end of the day, it's a Sova by himself against an entirety of a B execute, and they're really kind of narrowing down the options. They know his front side sight, flash flying on through, and he only goes 1-for-1. TP towards the back side of the site. Paranoia out from Jing, but they're more than ready for it.
I saw the lineup there for Envy, but unfortunately just couldn't land the second kill. Would have been pretty insane. 4 versus 2, Pit down. PaperX's chances dwindling here as something sees just a little bit of a shoulder of a player. And that shoulder converts into a Brock kill. Devi will be good for 1, but not good enough to do anything else.
Kiko's all over it. Another 3K. Having a blinder of a game on the Jet. Fantastic attacking side here for NRG. Really putting PaperX under the pump. If they want any chance of picking up Breeze here, they need probably both of the next 2 rounds, let's be honest.
Don't need that. They'll need to win the pistol anti-eco in the second half. I mean, the fact that Emmy gets 1 here, look at the possible lineup. Nearly had the secondary, but just couldn't quite get the head of Brock.
There's just too much to do though. Like you're playing as a Sova against a full execute.
Yeah. Look at the double outlaw into the operator here as well. Just trying to clean up these low HP Sheriff players coming through PRX, but Forsaken overdriving his way through to victory. That'll make things hurt a little bit for NRG, who, okay, numbers actually going the way of Paper X here, and they've recovered at least one outlaw.
Brock still on the line here. If the wall gets dropped, something would have gone down, but he's able to slip back through onto that nice off angle. Drone through towards Elbow, confirming that NRG are still kind of hanging around in spawn side. Paper X will definitely want to be slowing this round down, not giving away this man advantage. With a minute on the clock, though, NRG need to get a bit of a wriggle on.
The other thing is, like, if you abandon this position, start giving away the guns, something Divide looking for those pickups. Oh, and Brock eats a shot. That is gross. 10 HP left.
Yeah, something sliding out onto the line. One share of shots, all that's needed to catch him on the cross, and down goes the spike. Ethan now trying to pick up the pieces, and something completes the thrifty for Paper X. That is a classic from them. The elbow play with the paranoia overdrive ripped. It's a recipe for success when you have no money to work with. Now if they could just pick up this gun round towards the end of the half, it's at least doable.
So Sheriff's in charge of this town. Forsaken overdriving through, delivering a couple of nice early kills, starting to give some weapons over, putting Brock on 10 HP, and no numbers at all for NRG to play. That is a well put together round for Paper X to start this campaign of a potential comeback back in again, but really shot now. By the way, something did steal away that operator, but it's pushed off the line.
Drone at least spotting out where the op is playing. In goes the Harbor roll, as well as the null command, but something still picks one on the cross straight through the Viper wall. That is illegal. Divide out, waiting for further aggression, and he's going to find it as well. Nice multi-frag on in. Ethan trading one back. The high tide zoning Paper X away for now.
Ethan looking for more with this null command, but Marta's the one that will actually find this kill. There's not a lot of members left to play through. Just one, just Ethan. Taps the spike. Reels in the last three members. Forsaken is the one that bites, but Jing is the one that actually gets to chew up the last player. And now suddenly 2 rounds in a row, Paper X building back the confidence, building back the economy, building up the potential of a comeback.
Big whiff of the Hong Tai at the end of things there. For Envy, that's the SEA power right there. So we head into half-time. He's going to need all of the energy possible. No pun intended. That's a really nice hold from Paper X, though. Something, despite 2 ults being thrown at him, and a Viper Wall still finds a pick, and Devi, who has only had a couple of little moments so far in this game of Breeze, that's a very key multi-frag. Like I said, Paper X needed both of those rounds towards the end of the half.
Yep.
And now it's at least doable, but I think NRG are still going to be feeling confident here.
Paper X still in it to win it. Need to see those magical moments. Saw the kind of insane rounds, insane kills that Devi got in the first 2 maps. Clutches he had on Fracture. Insane Sheriff shots he had. On top of A on Lotus as well. And now late in the day, what an incredible eco they win. With only a couple rounds left to play through. Forsaken showing up when it counts as well.
Yeah.
Overdrive and play to sort of deliver that one over. But otherwise, NRG in full control of this map and in the position to win the entire series.
A little bit of momentum in towards the tail end of that last half, though, for Paper X. They need to really embody that. They'd love a pistol here. Start to close the gap in towards this second half. Start kicking things off on the attacking side. This is where, particularly playing into the comp that NRG is piloting here on Breeze, you're really going to be put through your paces. Harbor, KO, very disruptive comp. It's going to be coves, you know, one-ways, things like that. The Storm Searcher try to deny that kind of A main space. The KO Knife really directing the flow of traffic and gathering information. Ethan is a bit of a master on this agent.
He's thinking deep. Man, the screen there, leading the charge for NRG. After a rough start in the series, game is in their hands, ball is in their court. Did say, though, for Paper X, they would like to finish the first half with at least 4. They got that, and now I think pistol basically required here.
Yeah, here on the B stream, We've already had one victory for Americas over Pacific. We are staring down the barrel of another. It's up to Paper X to change that narrative. Both teams kind of peppering shots down range in middle, and I'm surprised no one walks away dead from that.
Yeah,
so
a little bit.
Complete disengage, and Paper X pick up the pace into 8.
Some damage done to players, something, and Marta, the ones that actually get shot there, and Brock. See if he can find somebody through that smoke. Not going to be the case, but everyone's basically arriving now. Just waiting for Scuba to come through from spawn as well. Something up first. He's half HP, but it's Envy and Jing on Marta and Brock. Numbers good for Paper X. Spike plant to come on through. Now NRG. Let's see what else they can do. Nothing so far. 5 versus 2 now. Kiko doesn't even get Divide either.
Planted.
Scuba. A little bit late to the party here. Never even got a chance to get involved. A flawless pistol for Paper X. Full momentum coming in from the end of that last half, and they are very much in this game of Breeze now.
Get that anti-eco in there. That's another round. 6 and 8 now starts to feel, if they get that round, a lot more doable. Then we're seeing the danger they can have on the bonus as well based on what Fracture is. Let's see if NRG has anything to say about it, though. This round, though, happy to just let it go economy-wise. Classics abroad. Something is potentially also making that save towards the op as well. Let's see what that looks like.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it is just pistols with the Outlaw Divide. Notice that NRG have taken that A main space courtesy of the KO knife from early. Kiko jiggling around. Scuba maybe found the side of Forsaken for a moment, but it's all down to Marta to see if he can fashion even one kill. Nicely timed Storm Surge, but that's where it ends. Another flawless back-to-back for Paper X as they win their 4th round in a row.
Kiko showing off his dance moves there as Paper X walks in. Double flawless as mentioned. Plenty of money in the bank. They could afford to really buy up here, given the amount of players on PRX that still had pistols for that round. Could be a very dangerous looking bonus coming on through in terms of economy.
See what NRG come up with.
Flawless.
Gap has closed quite substantially. Cannot afford to let a team of Paper X's caliber back into a game. It's going to be the flash to set up the jet for the pick here early on in combination with a little bit of a shocky onto Door. Paper X just pinging out the map. Triple swing to try to re-clear that mid-space. And it seems like they want to group up back towards 8. They're in 2 minds about what they want to be doing this round. I guess it's back to B here.
It's double rifle plus Guardian. Outlaw Bulldog, so somewhat reasonably competitive buy in terms of this bonus.
For sure.
A little bit of exploration coming through mid under control for NRG. As NRG start to sniff the fact that it could be a B, and that's exactly what it looks like under pressure now. Scuba, he's paranoid out, but hiding behind a box. There's no contact just yet to be found. I mean, this is a scary moment for Scuba. The rest of the troops are still yet to arrive. Starting to come through from spawn now, as Marta and Brock will be up. A couple of kills here looking good so far, and Brock is really delivering now. PRX not getting as much out of this push as they would have liked, but Divide into 1v1. Viper versus Viper. It's Phantom versus Outlaw, but Scuba's already tagged down. See if Divide can find that shot.
Scuba with the spike in hand here. Gonna kind of dance around.
30 seconds left.
Paper X are well aware that he was anchoring the side initially. He was spotted out early on. Wall going up for Scuba here. Divide. Sheriff in hand creeping up on the line. Doesn't have a primary weapon to be using. 15 seconds on the clock, and Scuba is all over this tunnel flank.
Oh,
reading this one very well.
Is he? Yes! Managed to get back in there, timing extremely well, as mentioned. Thought for a second that he might have turned away at the wrong time, but Divide just had not even a single shot to say in that round. But like I said, a dangerous bonus coming through that could be very competitive. Ends up at a 1 versus 1, so despite winning that one, very curious about the money situation for NRG.
Yeah, definitely a lot of guns taken away from them. But, able to at least deny that bonus.
Oh.
You have a judge on in here for Kiko. So just trying to scrap together a buy. Both teams starting to run out of money early on. As once again, you have a similar opening to the round here. Shock dart in towards Door's got a lot of damage there to open things up. Something looking for a pick with the Outlaw over towards this B side of the map. And indeed, Scuba is low on armor. There it
Big
is.
shot. Scuba down. That is B almost open. Still player there in Brock. But just putting the pressure on numbers-wise to keep things interesting here as we go back over towards mid for PRX.
He'll be taking space on B. causing a lot of problems. The judge is still here towards mid doors. That should be an easy opener for Kiko, who's under a little bit of pressure. Tentative now from Jing, pushed away by the fragment.
Paranoia. But Amada still gets Jing, and now Brock as well. Envy, you talked about him exploring over towards B. That might be the opening now to play on through. And NRG know it as well. Trying to cut off something here, and not going to get the time to get that cut off, actually.
Yeah, NRG on the wraparound through elbow. Spike has not gone down yet for Paper X. Envy is on the push all the way through spawn. Something planting in a safe location here as Marta creeps up on him, caught by Kiko as well. Ethan is ready for this flank from Divide. Great read on this round from NRG. Envy, last player surviving, and they know that he was deep on B. Cove onto the spike. Marta taps it, and they're giving him nothing. Nice opener here. 20 HP. Half has to come through. He's going to get a little bit of chip damage onto Marta, but it takes way too long to go through that cove here. Marta's off the spike. Going to start defusing it. Swing on through from Keiko. Gets it done for NRG. Double digits.
2 players there from Paper X. Really far away from helping something, unfortunately, as Envy. That is deep exploration all the way in enemy spawn, but doesn't quite have the HP or the time to do much more. And it starts out okay. We talk about the 1 kill from something onto Scuba, but beyond that, that mid doors causing issues for Paper X as they couldn't make their way through that at all.
The NRG very much on top of the rotations here, especially in a pretty complex round. Paper X with a little bit of a mixed bag by here. Divide feeling like a hero with the Hero Vandal.
I have the spike.
Very close towards a pit. If he ends up in a post plant, this could be problems for an NRG whose money is still very much shaky at this point.
Which means that maybe the low buy of Paper X can still find some value here. Forsaken on the shotgun Neon. He's on the wrong patch of that, but he's doing what he can.
Very dangerous buy for NRG to be dealing with here. Paper X with a lot of weapons that could do some serious damage. This Outlaw is the main crux of the issue, though, and this is a fantastic angle for Keiko.
See if Paper X are ready for that one. No, not quite. Oh my god. Doubling up. Exactly what you want to see out of the Outlaw player, and now Paper X left hurting. Didn't even fast lane, didn't even really do too much in terms of utility, or otherwise I guess Kiko just sees over the top of everything either way.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a dirty off angle over the top of the Viper wall. Not much really to be done. These are great positions for NRG. Like, they're really just out-positioning Paper X, preempting any kind of aggression. Spike dropped out in the open. Outlaw is still on the line if it's even needed. And something on double doors, cleaned up by Marta. A flawless round for NRG. And it's looking like back-to-back stomps to reverse sweep this series here.
And we're looking at an okay early half for Paper X. Double flawless. Really closing the gap slightly, but after that 3rd round bonus of the half, things start to go back the way of NRG massively. I lied about the fast lane, but in either case, doesn't really help Forsaken towards the end there. Finally, you get to see 5-4 rifles on Paper X.
See what they come up with here. Very much starting to run out of time. 2 players on light armor. It's a glass cannon Vandal here for Divide. Quick moves into middle for Paper X. Backed up by a little bit of elbow control.
It's fully taken here. Drone to re-clear. Potentially that gets removed, but the information gained. Now Jing on the line here. Brock trying to get flashed out, and something just takes him off the table. As we set the table now for A as well, it's got to be Scuba up first. Double poison orbs being played on in, but something has already made its way on site. He snuck away and finds an opportunity to just shut Kiko down. 5 versus 3 now. Seems like NRG are not quite ready for this one. Scuba has to drop off.
It's a bit of individual brilliance from something. Finds a really nice timing for those 2 openers. Open plant for Paper X, who are playing this from yellow side, and I think NRG are just forced to save.
I mean, they have the money for it, but the numbers don't look good. Marta's already on the other side of the map. Paper X clinging on to this map in the series so far. 7-11. NRG still, though, in control. 2 more rounds required. Still got 3 guns. Everyone's still got plenty of money. Plenty of ultimates coming online.
Darted to spawn side. I cannot believe Paper X are exiting here. They do not have much money. It's a big lineup for Ethan that takes 2 guns away from them. Scuba on the off angle now. Tested by Envy. They are losing all of these weapons. They cannot afford this at this point in the game here, Kev.
Yeah, it's NRG that have plenty of money. Even if NRG die here, look at their bank. It's good. Paper X are like throwing their lives and their guns away for not a lot of gain.
I don't know why they exited spawn side there. I got to be honest. Maybe they were concerned about the flank towards A main, but the dart confirmed that NRG was playing on spawn there. So definitely not ideal, especially when you're trying to come back from such a deficit here on the attacking side. These are weapons that you very much need.
Ethan happy with that. Doubles up with the Bulldog and doesn't even care if he dies because 4 ultimates online. Money's still amazing. Got a Blaze Storm up though from the side of NRG. And something got some magic to play with or what? Yes, sir, he does. Brock to respond. Don't even know if he gets a tag there. Doesn't look like it so far. Just completely whiffs on the Hunter's Fury. And on site we go now. What can Scuba do? He's alone at the moment, playing on the other side of the wall. Does he have the opportunity to burst on through? Jing just finds him. Might have revealed the barrel or something, and something has a freebie onto Brock. Goodbye, good night. 5v2. Give him 8 PRX.
That's 2 rounds in a row where something just multi-frags for Paper X and puts a round together. Kiko coming on the lurk, but that is a gorgeous little high-low for Paper X, who are very much on the warpath here. Still a lot of work to be done, though.
Do they want to run after Ethan?
No.
Again?
Probably not.
Something wants it.
The money's a little bit better this time around.
Something's keen. PRX recovering. They got 4 ultimates now as well. Forsaken one away. They're about to have the full stack. The Christmas tree online. Early Christmas with something in PRX on that round. Even though it's only July.
Looks like a timeout here. I'd imagine that's from NRG. This is getting a little bit too close for comfort. See what they can come up with. Still with plenty of cash in the back pocket to be able to put a buy together. They've got a null command, I believe, for one of these retakes. Could definitely help them out quite a bit. But their biggest issue right now is this man. Something has been phenomenal at just self-sufficiently finding these openers for Paper X, and this is exactly the player that you need to start to get warmed up here. He's going to make a comeback on attack.
Look at the confidence. Well, he doesn't care. He's just going to run after Ethan. He needs the money as well in terms of not dying, but whatever. Run after him. Drop that rifle away from Ethan. He's beaten the timing for some of the U-tools as well, and we saw that 2 rounds ago. Getting that insane timing versus Kiko, and then it felt like on that last round, kind of a similar story. All these opening trades going the way of PRX. It's kind of night and day to the PRX we were seeing on the rest of this map for the majority of these rounds.
Yeah, very slow start for them, but very much working their way back into things now. Still more work to be done. This is where all eyes are on NRG post their timeout to make a nice little adjustment. A couple of times this series, they've already been in some rougher positions, and at least this time, they're front running before the timeout's needed. 2 very big ultimates here. Both Marta and Ethan have got the Reckoning and Null Command respectively. Could give Paper X a lot of problems here, but the pick could be fantastic to set up one of these post plants. Device been holding on to it for quite some time.
Big shot, Kiko. Makes his mark found. Shut down the big carrier PRX. That'll cause some problems.
Absolutely. Scuba on the line that he's played in multiple situations here. Going to drop himself the snake bite. Both teams just trading out a little bit of utility, a bit of pressure on this B side. Just draw out a big rotation here for NRG. And Ethan on the other side of things, playing very safely, not a toe out of line. Even if Paper X make their way into A, the KO Knife has scouted exactly where they're headed, and like I said before, there's some very big ults here for NRG with a man advantage to close this round after an excellent opening pick onto something.
It's going to be playing for a full retake now because you don't really see the rotation just through yet. Jing's going to rip his ultimate out just to reposition on site itself.
Should be the pit going down here, and indeed it is. It's a pit for Brickside, though, not actually on the site. I think they very much understand that the Reckoning is going to be a problem here.
Null Command as well. I mean, you got both ultimates that can sort of defuse the Viper's Pit in due time, and they should both be used here as well. Hunter's Fury coming in. Envy shoving away NRG ever so slightly, and I don't think he actually got a tag there, unfortunately. Here it comes now. Reckoning push in. The entire squad right behind it. Jing goes down for second trades on the Brock, and Envy as well on the Scuba. It's looking fine for Paper X so far, but Ethan has something to say about it. 2 versus 2 now. Ethan low HP. Kiko operator on this retake, doubling up as PRX together. Time is starting to run out now, and Envy with 4 this round will deliver the 9th for PaperX.
Yeah, that's very clever pit placement there from Devi, making all the difference. Both of the ults burned through for NRG there. Post-timeout, still not able to walk away with the gun round, even after something gets picked early on. It's been a big difference maker in a couple of these gun rounds. They're still able to navigate their way into a 4-on-5 where NRG had all the information, numbers advantage, all the ults, post-tac timeout, and they still lose the follow-up gun round. That is rough.
5v4 as mentioned, but they gave up sight. Full retake. You'll say they've got ultimates for the retake, but they ended up not really getting rid of the pit at all, and Hunter's Fury from Envy as well to slow down that retake. And at the end of the day, 2v2 goes the way of PaperX, and NRG starting to feel the pressure of PaperX nipping at their heels now.
Yeah, this is another timeout here for NRG. 2 rounds in a row. This is very problematic indeed. I think whatever was said in the initial timeout hasn't really come to pass, and the coaching staff of NRG are really trying to hammer home the point. They need to close this game here. I mean, honestly, you're going into the upper bracket qualification match at the end of this group against Vitality, so your hard days are not behind you at the end of the day, but you definitely want to make your life easier by not going into the lowers here against KC on home turf.
Lack of an armor buy for NRG as their money situation has finally dwindled down. They still can't afford weapons. Notably, you do have that op on the Kiko and on the line early, but look at his HP already destroyed.
Yeah, great shock there from Envy to kick things off. Scuba very much on his lonesome. NRG set up heavily inside of middle. Have to wait for the mid to late round to try to go for a flood here. How much work can Scuba get done? If he does get a pick and cleanly is able to get away here, he can potentially drop a pit and buy some time. But PaperX diving into the site.
Yeah, high tie coming in. Good timing coming through Ramada as well. That'll buy time for Brock to arrive as well. And soon, it'll be Kiko to follow through. Slow going PaperX is trying to make their way through the back left side. Still haven't found Scuba yet, by the way. Forsaken, though, gets Marta out of the way, and Scuba finally activates alongside Brock. Bring this one down to a 4 versus 3. Still no plant to be heard of at the moment. 50 seconds left to play through, and PRX, are they committed to this?
Yeah, for sure they are. This is a localized 3-on-3. Ethan's inside a middle. Envy gives them the advantage, at least on the B side for the time being. Kiko down to 50 HP right since day dot. Something's found Ethan inside a middle. Kiko trading one back. Scuba hiding inside of his poison orb here. He's trying to be a little bit cheeky.
30 seconds left.
And Kiko sliding through that dark cover. PaperX with 2 frags in quick succession to get themselves double digits. How many rounds in a row is this, Kev?
A lot. We're about to find on out. It was starting to look like a nightmare for PaperX before, but in the last 5 or so rounds, they have been waking up. Opportunities here abound as they just get both the last 2 plays and the 2v2s. I mean, this is like the magical number.
Yeah.
2v2. PRX winning those.
I mean,
handedly.
Pretty consistently, NRG are up in numbers, but then when we head into these awkward post-plant situations, PaperX are just making the right moves in the mid-round to be able to kind of outmaneuver NRG, who are now out of cash.
That's it. This is like the first time NRG are really out of cash for this side as well. They're making some moves now. Led by the flash coming through from Ethan in mid. Forsaken and Envy. Ready for anything. What they're really ready for is a free sight on a Scuba. Gonna have to play a retake here, buddy.
Yeah, not much to be done. They've been kind of hammering his sights more often than not. I think he's probably getting pretty sick of it at this point. Phantom in hand. As the drone goes forward for PRX, he's going to tuck himself into the side. Forsaken, very much hot on his heels.
Oh my god,
Comes
okay.
away with 2, but there's really not much left in this buy here for NRG, despite yet another man advantage.
It's about as well as you can do. Getting the double up there is pretty nice. And overdrive for Forsaken now to clean things up. Something on Kiko, 3 versus 3, but again, the money and also the guns all the way in PRX. That's not a bad shot from Ethan, though. You respect it. Now you're on for the retake for real. 3 versus 2. And he still has an ultimate to play through, but not positioned for it at the moment. Despite the lack of guns here, NRG moving together as a team, and Envy doesn't quite land the shot. Bit of a whiff here. Envy another opportunity, and Brock finds them. Gets a double, and NRG, despite having like no money at all, they get 12.
Yeah, both of the rounds you expect them to be putting together, they're not quite able to do it, but apparently they don't need coach intervention. Retake complete, and that series point here for NRG. Paper X very much under the pump now. Need 2 in a row to push us through into OT, and that's where the comeback is just going to need to continue chugging along. Much better looking buy here for NRG heading into the last. The pit wasn't even needed. With double up from Scuba, just sliding into the pocket with the Phantom.
I mean, it really does a lot. I mean, that shot was gross.
Yeah,
Ethan hitting that one is probably the round winner, but I think that
sure.
wouldn't have mattered as much if Scuba didn't get that first 2. So the combination of their efforts.
Bro, the presence of mind to know that he's on the off angle up on top of Bricks. Quick one to start here for Paper X. Trying to be shut down by Ethan's KO knife, but Paper X going to push the issue into A.
Yep. Flashing on through. What can we find here? Mada on the Jing, but not really seeing much else from Ethan's POV. Doesn't matter, though, because it's still a 5v3. Mada's making good work of this defensive so far. My God, Mada. Making a triple here. Envy taken down as well. This might be the end. Paper X have got 1 left. 1 versus 5. Divide with all of the work to do. The NRG will not be undone here. You feel like the 13 is there. He's revealed. Divide with the secondary. And a 1v3 here. This has to be an ace clutch, buddy. It's not going to be anything less than that. NRG can taste the victory. But can they get this one cleanly here without Divide walking out?
He's trying to slip away. Putting the wall up and down to keep them interested. He's been able to pinch the spike, but Scuba trying to stay 1 step ahead of this pivot back over to the B site. Tucks himself nice and safely into elbow with 40 seconds on the clock.
Viper versus Viper. Might have just made a little bit of noise there. Scuba calls the troops into action. Here's the footsteps for sure by now. Planter's got to come on through, and the timing should be good. 1 HP goes down as zero, and NRG clean things up. Puckett saw it coming. He handed me the USA card, and that is indeed the victor today. Paper X falling, Pacific falling in general, and NRG move through.
Yeah, it's a sad day on the B stream for the Pacific teams, both RRQ and Paper X going down to NRG and 100 Thieves respectively. I mean, there's something in the water here in Paris for the teams from the Americas. They're doing pretty damn well for themselves.
Something in the water, maybe the bad side as well, unfortunately, for both Paper X and RRQ. Paper X, fantastic start on the Fracture. Pretty okay to start things out with on Lotus as well, but lost momentum towards the end. Didn't have much momentum to start with on this final map of Breeze, and despite the small comeback towards the end, just couldn't close it.
Check, check. We're here? Yeah. All right. Gentlemen, let's talk a little bit about what we just witnessed, because you promised me 3 games. I was celebrating way early. I was making little flags out here, handing them to Avril. Instead, Paper X doesn't go down without a fight. But how do you give up the 1 round when you finally have your opponent broke? How did Energy get that job done?
I mean, it's just courtesy of a blinder of a shot from Ethan. That was 3 rounds in a row where they had man advantage coming in on some of those retakes. The Harbor Comp, very good in those retake scenarios, but that is just a little bit of individual brilliance from a team that knows how to play under pressure, very familiar with Paper X. You can't just out-macro them all day long, Kev. You do actually have to make some big plays against a team that's very good at just the same.
I feel like it's the exact opposite of what we saw in terms of Paper X got themselves momentum back in this half with that eco, and then you have that Scuba Ethan moment, the combination of the two. If one of them made their play work, but the other one didn't, I don't think it's enough. But the fact that both of them were able to find their mark on that extremely important round 22, that's what delivers the win overall.
How about Mike Kiko, though, Avril? I asked you was going to top frag in the lobby, and you said it wasn't going to be this guy. The jet comes out, the op comes out, the damage is dealt on both sides. Something was also able to get into double digits quite early into this game. How did you see it playing out, though, Mitch? Was it early picks from Kiko that's setting up the team? Or was it the late game where he's really able to maximize?
I think mostly he was getting involved in the early round. I think much the same can be said for something. Both of them were quite happy to be playing the operator or playing the outlaw most of the time, diving in on the entry on the attacking side. We saw a lot of heads-up up duels between both of them. And I think they both had a pretty respectable game, but at the end of the day, NRG, in a lot of those rounds, I felt like had their heads screwed on right. They were reading the rotation super well.
Yes.
They just gave themselves more breathing room at the end of the day. At one point, they were up 11-6, and that was a bit too much of a deficit for Paper X to overcome. Unfortunately, both on both of the last 2 maps of that series, they were just far too far behind.
And I was checking out Twitter during the game, and on X, people were saying, why did they not go to Sunset? Were you expecting a different map pool? Because I'm not kidding here. Apparently, Paper X is 4-0 against NRG leading up to today. Now they will be 4-2, I guess. 4-1, now 4-2 after this loss. So, Avril, thoughts on the overall series, and do we see this rematch later on? Because reminder, if you lose in the next round, you'll go down to play the winner of that elimination match. It's double elimination in each group.
Yeah, I think Sunset might have to be on the mind a little bit more for Paper X now. Certainly, I mean, they want to show that they can still win these Breezes and Lotuses, but those maps are looking less clean now. We saw a little bit of wavering in the grand finals of London, and now versus NRG, that wavering has gone into straight losses. So Fracture, we know they're good on. They confirmed that one, but the other 2 maps, particularly how bad that Lotus was at the end, was leaving a lot to be desired, I think.
I don't think it's a map pool problem, honestly. Like, I don't think Sunset would have made any difference at all. I think NRG is still pretty good at Sunset. I think NRG was just a better team. They kind of outplayed them in the reverse sweep. You got to give them their flowers there. And Paper X, as we know from the London final, a little bit hot and cold sometimes.
I am going to use the regional jet lag excuse on behalf of all our Pacific teams. We will talk about that more in a little bit. In the meantime, we have our interview ready. Jenny, take it away.
Thanks, guys. Ethan, congratulations on the win here against PRX. A bit of a revenge match if we're looking at the last time you guys went up against them was Santiago. So all in all, how does it feel to actually knock them down a peg?
Feels good. We knew coming in it was going to be a hard game. So especially first game of the tournament for us, it's good to get a W.
It's absolutely great because you also got to build that momentum, but I kind of want to talk about the preparation that went into this to be able to show such a consistent and strong showing on that first match of anything. What was that looking like?
Yeah, we boot camped for around like a week and a half. Took a decent break after London. Knew we needed it. And yeah, the prep's been really good.
When you're talking about needing the break from London, what exactly do you think you guys needed a break from? Was it just like the continuous competition? Was it more like a mental reset?
Mental reset for sure. Went on a little team vacation, so it was good. And yeah, it was just a very busy schedule before London, and obviously not placing well. We knew the answer wasn't just go back to work. It was, you need a little reset.
We've been seeing quite a bit of upsets today here at EWC. So when it comes to expectations for you guys in terms of how far you'll be able to make it in this event, do you have any?
I always expect to win every tournament I go to. So that's it.
All right, well, thank you so much. I'm going to let you go. That's it from us over here. We're going to be heading back over to the desk. So Puckett, take it away.
Thank you very much, Jenny. And despite NRG's win tonight, apparently the rest of the world still has faith in Paper X winning all of EWC.
Yeah.
Are you worried about your squad from the Pacific?
No. Not at all. 0%. The problem with this group, though, I'm not worried about the next game. I'm worried about the qualification game. If they don't get through the lower final, then I'm done.
Right.
Like they should.
They
win
should
that next
handle
game.
RRQ, no problem.
Oh no,
that's the other group. Sorry, we're in Group B.
It's KC.
You
I
gotta
think it's
play
KC in the lower. No disrespect to KC, but this is a stacked group. I think NRG Vitality. I don't know who's going to win that game, but whoever comes down from that lower bracket game, that's who Paper X has to beat, in my opinion. But we'll see if KC do something crazy.
We'll talk more about that, guys. I'm told we got to get to the graphics. Are you ready for the schedule, chat? Because I sure am. We've got 2 more matches coming your way. In fact, I'm just going to read them out loud. It's Global Esports versus MIBR. And then, of course, we'll follow that one up with the Group C battle. Gentlemates here from France will be putting on for their team. XLG will be on our stage. Thoughts on these 2 games coming in?
Honestly, I'm looking at GE coming off the back of London. MIBR is not going to be an easy opponent. GE's got a little bit of instability. There's a couple little dramas happening over there. So we'll see how they're looking coming into this event in particular. And then Shilai Gentlemates. I mean, I want to see how good the teams from China are looking. So far, you saw EDG already fall to BBL in that initial matchup. I'm sure that Shilai want to try to get that dub there.
I think Shilai had an interesting run last EWC as well. They didn't quite have their 5th player and had their coach playing this time around. EDG are the team that sort of had that issue. So Shilai, we got the full force coming on through. It's going to come down to whether Raga has a good day. I felt like he didn't have a good tournament last EWC, so he's looking for a much better one now.
We've got plenty of time to talk about that tomorrow at 1 p.m. That is when the show is going to be kicking off. off on behalf of Avril, Mitch, and everyone behind the scenes. Thank you very much for watching. This is our goodbye. I'm doing it right now. We're going to say goodbye to all of you. 1 p.m. We're live with day 2 here on the Bravo stream.
Thank you.